Welcome to the Brian Gregory Legacy Watch Along, presented by Michigan State University. Psychos and sickos unite for a draft edition of PHNX Suns. Of course, our draft coverage is powered by our friends over at Bet365. Sign up, use code PHNX365, deposit $10, place a bet for $5, get $150 in bonus bets if your bet wins or loses. Bonus bets can be used on spreads, totals, player props, futures, and more. Whatever the moment, even the NBA draft, it's never ordinary at Bet365. You must be 21 plus and physically located in Arizona. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Text next step to 53342 or visit problemgambling.az.gov. It's your boy, it's the crew. I'm Erik, that's Devin, that's Gerald. We got the Freckled Mamba, a nickname earned and not given, behind the Mac, making all the magic happen, along with the Deli Man, the OG Suns producer Shane Diefenbach. But of course, the most important people, all of you in the chat, joining us live right here just a couple of minutes before the first round of the NBA draft gets underway, live on YouTube here after the fact. We're posting this on audio. We're live on TV. Everybody hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're listening on audio, 5-star reviews go a long way. Man, I am pumped. Do the Suns use the 10th pick? Do the Suns trade the 10th pick? They've got 29 as well. Gerald, it is going to be a very fun night here on PHNX Sports.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that the NBA decided to split the draft into two nights now for first round and second round so we can adequately cover each one, because the Suns went from 2 picks a couple of days ago to 4 picks in this draft, and there's a lot that they could get out of this draft. I reported on Sunday that they're looking to emerge from this draft with 2 to 3 players that they believe can make their roster for the upcoming season, which would be matching what they kind of went into last year's draft with Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. They will be targeting size either at the center spot, 6'8", 6'9", maybe even 6'10" forward. Jumbo size wings. They're looking to get bigger. I think they understand that half their roster is 6'4" shooting guards right now. So it's going to be fascinating to see how these picks pan out and who is going to be on the board for them at number 10.
I'm just ready for the news to break.
Chase Richardson.
What's happening?
Come on, you are a Phoenix Sun.
A lot of teams are in situations that they will likely not be in by the end of this first round. So,
yeah.
And that is obviously including the Suns, but independent of the Suns as well, with a lot of rumors flying around and a lot of phone calls being made.
Yeah, obviously we're going to keep you up to date with everything. Trades, draft picks, will be here for it all. So grab a drink, grab a snack. We ain't going anywhere, and hopefully you aren't either. We do know that the Suns have the 10th pick, and what doesn't just feel like, but what is universally known about this draft is it is all over the place. We talked to some draft experts over the last couple of weeks. Obviously, all of us have dove deep into this draft. I'm excited to see this top 10 because, Gerald, I think there's going to be at least 1 or 2 picks where everybody takes a step back and goes, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I don't, like, every draft expert that we've heard from or read about has been talking about there's a consensus like 7 or 8 guys that are probably going to be going in those top 8 or 9 picks. And then after that, you're really kind of splitting hairs in terms of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. There's a lot of very level prospects, and there are guys that if they don't go 9, 10, 11, 12, they could drop all the way to the late teens or even 20s. So it's going to be fascinating to see how this all shakes out, because you look at big boards across ESPN, The Ringer, our own All City Draft Guide. There's a lot of variety there beyond those top 7 or 8 guys. So it's going to be really fun to see how it shakes out. And it's like for the Suns, that you're at number 10, you're hoping that certain guys fall there. But even if they don't, you have a number of prospects that could very easily live up to their billing as top 10 picks if they're selected there.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I feel like we've been rehashing and hashing and half and mixing it up for the last couple of weeks now. I'm really just eager to see who the Suns ultimately decide to take should they keep 10. I feel like there's some ambiguity with where they're going to go. And there's also a lot of gray area as far as fans being in different factions regarding who they want them to take at those picks as well. Obviously, some native names. Obviously, some names from maybe lesser D1 level schools. A lot of talent, though. I feel like that's the big thing for me. There's just so much. There's so much optionality for them. I don't feel like there's too many quote unquote wrong answers just based off of the film that I've been able to watch the last couple of weeks. They're getting there.
So off of that, then, what's the ideal scenario for the Suns? Obviously, we talk about yesterday the 3-team trade where Brooklyn acquires another first-round pick. Brooklyn, I think, now has 5 first-round picks. They've been desperately trying to get back into the top 10. Of course, the Suns fall into that category with 10. And we talk about, the Suns possibly wanting some pieces from Brooklyn as well with Cam Johnson, Nick Claxton. Well, Gerald, what's the ideal situation for you? Is it stay at 10 and take a shot? Is it trade back a little bit in the first round? What is it that if you walk away tonight, you're saying, damn, that was the best case scenario for the Suns?
I'm torn on this because I don't know that trading 10 for both like a Nick Claxton and a Cam Johnson and a pick somewhere in the first round is realistic. That feels like a lot for Brooklyn to give up just to get another crack at it in the top 10, especially since they already have number 8. That would probably be the best case scenario. There are a number of prospects that I really like at number 10. And I think there is value in using a top 10 pick on having a cost-controlled guy, on having some long-term developmental projects and guys that can help you at the same time on rookie deals instead of, going with, I love Cam, but he's 29 going on 30. Nick Claxton, he's still in his mid-20s, so he's younger, but that's kind of more of a win-now move, and you're going to have to make subsequent moves for that team to be something. So I don't know what direction they're going to go. I don't know if trading that number 10 pick for all of that from Brooklyn is realistic. Maybe something more realistic is OKC trading down from 10 to 15 and grabbing the other pick that the Thunder have, something like that. But if they just stay put at 10, there are a number of prospects that we'll talk about here shortly that I think would be good fits for them.
Yeah, the best case scenario is the trade for me. I think it helps to balance out everything that they've already done, what they will do with the draft, and whatever picks they do actually have. Adding some pieces that have experience that can kind of fortify things and help them hit the ground running in the ways that Jordan Knott is going to want to do so with this team. So that's the best case scenario. But if not, I would probably go for number 10 in particular, Coward, Bryant, and Nick Clifford in that order, 1, 2, 3, as far as my kind of power, SPG's power 3 for number 10.
Yeah, I'm excited about who falls from that top 10. I feel like Carter Bryant, there's been a lot of talk about him. Like 2 weeks ago, it was this guy certified top 10. And I feel like over the last 24, 48 hours, there's been some concerns with him. So I wonder if he drops because he measured in at 6'6" without shoes, which some people have concerns about. I like Cedric Coward a lot. Part of me just wants to walk away with the best center prospect possible. And if Maluach isn't there at 10, then I certainly think that trading back is an option. I'm high on Asa Newell. I don't know if I would go Asa Newell at 10. So no. I think if I'm talking best case scenario for the Suns, as much as I want them to take a shot at 10, I think being able to trade back into the teens or the early 20s, keep your 29th pick, and finding a way to get off of Bradley Beal, to me, it's like, okay, you get off of a bad contract, you get 2 shots still in the first round, and you're going to have to match salary if you trade Beal, which means somebody's coming back. That feels like pie in the sky, but to me, that's what I think would be best case scenario for this team.
So let me run this by you, because I think the trade that we posted on socials yesterday was a tad unrealistic in terms of how much the Suns are getting in return. Let's say that you send Bradley Beal and the number 10 pick and the number 29 pick to Brooklyn. You get Cam Johnson, Nick Claxton, and number 27. Do you do that?
So I said both 10 and 29.
10 and 29.
See, here's the
but
thing.
You get off of Brad Beal's contract because you're not getting Claxton and Cam. I want
if I'm giving them 29, then I need 22 back. If I'm not giving up 29, then I'll take 27. But
I take 27.
I can't. I don't know if I could do that for those spots, the thing with 20 to 29, Steven, is that there are a couple of names that I'm really high on. I think Rasheer Fleming falls into that category that I don't think make it to the end of the first round, but will be there in the early 20s. So I see 22 as a pretty valuable spot here.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about post-pod yesterday, and I actually posed that same question. I was like, what about the picks involved with the trade template that we use? Is that, I'm not going to say realistic, is that most likely? And my rebuttal was a little bit of what Gerald was just mentioning. You might have the conversation might go from initially 22 to them trying to push you back as far as they can with that.
They have 26 and 27, right?
They got 20,
do,
yeah.
which is why I don't think you're getting 22.
But I just wonder do they value 22 as much to keep it? Was that their urgency for getting it in the first place?
Probably not, but I do want to caution people against just because they have a bunch of picks, they're just going to throw some in willy-nilly. Like they're going to be pursuing other deals for picks, even if they don't find them valuable or they don't pertain to a Suns deal. Because like I think about it, you are getting off Bradley Beal's contract. That alone should require you to attach a first-round pick. They are moving all the way up to 10, but they do have number 8, so they're not going to feel some like if they were a team that didn't have a first-round pick. Moving up to 10 would be a huge deal. You take Bradley Beal for that.
But you just heard that they're desperate, though, to do that. Like, that has been the reporting.
The reporting wasn't desperate. The reporting was they're just trying to move up again. I don't think the Nets are desperate by any means. Like, they can package their picks and move any direction. So I think if you're getting rid of Beal's contract, you are sending them number 10, but you're still getting a pick that's 2 spots earlier than where, originally they were supposed to pick entering the night. Yeah, you give up 29, but you're still at 27. And you get Claxton, who answers your question at center, and you get a starting caliber wing in Cam Johnson coming off a career year. I don't know. That would be hard for me to turn down.
Yeah, I think if you're getting Claxton, Cam Johnson, obviously that's big time. I think if I'm just trying to negotiate with Brooklyn here, Claxton and Cam Johnson are clearly not on your timeline. Yeah, Bradley Beal isn't. Claxton,
he's 25, 26.
It does feel like they're going ultra young. I mean, they have like nobody else really on the roster. And with the 5 first-round picks here, obviously they're not going to use all of them. I think they're going to use probably at least 3 of them, right? So you're going to have multiple first-round picks that are coming in here as well. And it does just feel like that Claxton's time in Brooklyn has come up, especially because he didn't have that great of a year this past season. So it's interesting. Obviously, the Brooklyn Nets are a situation to monitor. If the Suns want to trade back, they might want to trade back somewhere in the teens. Maybe they can get a deal done with Miami, who has the 20th pick. If Pat Riley decides to put his big boy pants on and actually negotiate with somebody for once, instead of just putting his name in the news and then actually not putting together a realistic offer. The reality is we have a lot that we can get into. The draft itself, as far as programming goes, is about to start. It just at 5 o'clock here, Arizona time. So what we're going to do here is we are going to hit a break. And then when we come back, we're going to take you through some more of the first round, break down some of these picks, talk about, our friends over at DLLS having the number 1 pick. Where does Ace Bailey go? How does all of this play into the Suns? We're going to get into all of it. Over 400 of you already in here before the draft started. That's amazing. Hit that like button, subscribe, share this with your friends. We ain't going anywhere, but we're going to take a quick break. If you want to bet with your friends on who you think goes where in the NBA draft, well, that's what VMe is here for. VMe is a first-of-its-kind person-to-person betting app, and there's finally an app where you can bet with anyone on anything at any time. And VMe is proud to partner with PHNX to launch a brand new way to bet. Now, it doesn't just have to be money, even though you don't have to worry about that Venmo guy who's got you later and then never ends up getting you in the first place, but wagers can also be for free. They can be one-on-one or they can be group challenges. You can bet on anything: sports, video games, fantasy matchups, golf games, poker nights, push-up contests, who can chug faster, all of it. It's with VMe. And the best part is you're not chasing cash anymore. With VMe, all the money is sent up front and dispersed afterwards once a winner is decided. So download the VMe app and play today. Make sure you use code PHNX, available on the App Store and on Google Play. VMe, anyone, anything, at any time. And let me tell you, it is hot. And that's why I am grateful that I have a smart thermostat from APS. Did you know that nearly half of your energy costs come from cooling and heating? And with summer here, it's time to get smart about savings, and a smart thermostat can help you manage your energy bill. Smart thermostats can work with your APS rate plan to maximize comfort and convenience while minimizing your energy costs. If you're on an APS time of use plan like myself, you can use your smartphone or device to automatically adjust the thermostat to take advantage of lower costs off peak hours. Plus, Plus, you might be eligible to get a smart thermostat for as low as $0 when you enroll in the APS Cool Rewards program. And if you're not sure how to install your smart thermostat, don't sweat it, pun intended. Free install is available at APS Marketplace. If you already have a smart thermostat at home like me, you can see if you're eligible to enroll in Cool Rewards. Find instant rebates, discounts, and special offers on smart thermostats, energy-efficient appliances, and more at marketplace.aps.com. Must be an APS customer and pay shipping and taxes. Other restrictions apply. Go to marketplace.aps.com for more information. All right, what's up? 2 Eriks in the chat. Gerald, you're in the chat. Jason, Johnny, Lucas, Elko, Leo, Boom Shakalaka, Fino, Prince of Troy, Michael, AZ Soldier. I mean, a packed house here for the NBA draft as it gets underway over on ESPN. Sean says, Erik, this isn't an ASU show. Get them shades off. No.
Talk to him.
No.
Talk to him.
Here's the thing. Y'all ain't bullying me into taking these shades off. I want to wear them, so I'm wearing them. No, none of you can bully me into getting these shades off. You can't physically remove them from me.
Don't ruin our draft show with a physical challenge.
Draft didn't even started yet, man.
All right. Somebody's saying too many Eriks in here. Got to have a limit. Oh, what's up? We have one of my new friends, Christian, who I met playing basketball at the park, who I told about our show. He is
awesome.
in the chat here saying, what's up? What's up, Christian? Hello to you, your wife, your little baby boy. Oh, his son was watching me play basketball. He's like 20 months old, and he's just staring at me shooting from across the court. He's just standing there like this, just staring at me. And so I walked over and gave him the ball. All I said is, you got to let me be his agent when he makes it to the NBA.
All right, you should have told him, check up.
Check up. I didn't want to lose.
That's
What's up, Christian? Appreciate it. Y'all can keep giving me hate. I do not care. Okay, back to the Suns. With this top 10, if somebody slides that you really want, I say you take the 10th pick. If some of these prospects that you've been targeting get taken, I really, really want for them to just trade back into the teens.
Is there someone in particular that you want in the teens, or just as a matter of principle?
I think as a matter of principle, I like Danny Wolf more than most. I like Asa Newell more than most. I think those are 2 big men that can play alongside Devin Booker very well in very different ways. I like Yegor Demin more than most as well. I guess I'm just higher on a couple of these prospects that people reach on. But Gerald, I think with those 3, you're I won't say you're completely out on those 3, but you're not super high.
I like Wolf if you're trading down, but it has to be the right trade down deal. I'm not just trading down so I can draft Danny Wolf. Like at that point, I'd rather keep number 10 and draft somebody maybe a little bit higher up on the consensus boards. I'm not that big on Newell. I think the defensive versatility, the motor that he plays with, those are all fascinating. I don't know what position he plays at the next level because he has the size to be a 4, but maybe not the skills. Like offensively, I think he has to be a 5, but he's not like a great rim roller. And I think like defensively as a 4, he would be fine. But it's just defensive and offensive skill sets. He plays different positions. So I'm not sure what his NBA role is going to look like. And that's probably why I'm a little bit lower on him. Taking him at number 10 would be crazy to me.
I agree. I can't take Wolf at 10.
That's way too high for me.
How do you feel about Danny Wolf as the Mavericks are currently on the clock here? I wonder who they're going to take.
I've said it before. I'm not the biggest on Danny Wolf from the film that I've been able to see, and inevitably being a Michigan State fan, I've gotten to watch him play. I just don't know how well his game translates early to the NBA. Now, he might be a late bloomer where he finds some consistency, refines his skill, and is able to find efficiency on the shots and the ways that he plays. Not turning the ball over as well with the things that he sees. But he feels like a Jordan Knott guy in terms of a front court piece that can do a ton of evolved things, not always operating in a traditional sense, being able to space it, being able to run pick and roll, make passes, do a lot of those types of things.
He is fascinating, and he is one of the more polarizing prospects because you don't often see guys near 7 feet tall being the ball handler pick and rolls instead of the big. I think if the shooting translates for him, then he would be pretty fascinating. There are still question marks about that. There are concerns about him being able to defend in space defensively. I don't know. If you find the right deal to trade down, then I would be more on board with Wolf, but I think 10 is high for him as well.
I also like Thomas Sorber as well.
10 is high for
10 is high for Wolf. I've seen Sorber mocked as high as 10.
Yeah, I have to.
Which I think is interesting because some of the concerns with Sorber, he's very much like this traditional big. You don't see him doing some of the modern stuff that Danny Wolf does as far as stepping out and shooting. With Danny Wolf, he took really difficult shots. His free throw percentage is a little concerning because he did not shoot well from free throw, but he was taking some pretty crazy threes. Sorber, the moment I started watching Thomas Sorber's tape, I was like, this guy walks in instantly as the best paint touch that we've seen on the Suns in a little bit. Like, he is just an absolute back to the basket bucket, good around the rim, can be a really good traditional big man. But there are some concerns with him about translating defensively into the modern NBA, being targeted out in space, switching everything. So I like Sorber. I do think that this is a pretty deep class when it comes to center, whether it's Yannick Conan Niederhauser, if you could maybe take him at 29 or in the second round if you trade up. Hansen Yang out of China. I like Amari Williams out of Kentucky.
You're talking second rounders?
I'm just talking about centers in general. Like it's a deep center draft. So I do wonder if instead of taking a shot on a Danny Wolf or a Thomas Sorber somewhere in like 10 to 20, do you hold on to that and hope a Kalkbrenner or a Maxime Reynaud or or Amari Williams in the second round, or if you want to take a Hansen Yang flyer at 29 or in the second round, because I think
Hansen Yang at 21-9 would be absolutely nuts.
I think somebody's reaching for him. I think he might be a late first round pick. I think somebody's going to reach for him.
I would be shocked, but again, there is a lot of splitting hairs once you get past the first, 7 or 8 guys like we've talked about. So it's possible. 29 is way too high for me on Young. Like, you could probably package 52 and 59 and move up a few spots and still get him if you liked him. But
you can get to the 30s.
But I do take your point, and I think it's a good one because I think, like, if you look at what the Suns need, and we've talked about a lot of center prospects over the last couple of weeks, they need defensive-minded guys. They need a anchor, a rim protector if they're taking a center. That's why I'm not high on a guy like Derek Queen. That's why I have some question marks about some of the prospects that we've talked about, like a Danny Wolf, even though I like what he does offensively. I think you could get arguably the best rim protector, just straight rim protector in the draft in Ryan Kalkbrenner at 29. He's 4-time Big East Defensive Player of the Year, one of the best shot blockers and rim protectors in the draft. There's going to be concerns about him defending in space on switches, that type of thing. He's going to have to get stronger so he's not uprooted because he has kind of a high center of gravity, and he's not a great defensive rebounder. But in terms of just pure rim protection shot blocker, there's nobody better in the draft. And he also has stretch 5 potential, which is kind of intriguing, even though the percentages aren't where they need to be just yet. He's improved every year since he started kind of on this trajectory of being a stretch 5. And he finishes well around the rim too, which if you're drafting a center, you need him to be efficient at the rim on both ends of the court. And Kalkbrenner is that.
I think, especially when assessing these guys as prospects, the one thing that everybody's going to have to go through, whether it be someone that's high rated defensively, somebody that's kind of average or below average deemed as that, they're all going to get tested.
Yeah.
Whether it be testing your strength, testing your ability to defend in space, like we've all talked about. So I don't use that as an indictment as much against certain guys. Now, it depends on obviously what it looks like on film, but if it's not like, oh my God, this guy can't guard something that's standing still, I'll give you a little grace and let you prove yourself. But I just feel like there's not enough center options on the table that I feel like check off the boxes that I personally was looking for. That's why I feel like it might be in their best interest if it presents itself to kind of go elsewhere to check that box off in particular.
Yeah, the pick is in for the Dallas Mavericks. Obviously, we're all assuming it is going to be Cooper Flagg. I cannot imagine there is any scenario where it is not Cooper Flagg. How do we feel about his fit with Dallas?
Well, for one, you don't assume with the Dallas Mavericks.
That is true. That's fair. That's fair. But I mean, come on. Like, if they take Ace Bailey, 1-1, huh?
Nico Harris would get burned at the stake if they leave this building without Cooper Flagg. But yeah, it's going to be Cooper Flagg here.
Yeah.
And this is one of the best draft prospects at the top of a draft board that we've seen ever, honestly. Like, he is extremely well-rounded, extremely versatile, can play in a number of different contexts, can do a lot of different things. Like, if everything pans out, this could be a top 5, top 10 player in the league down the line. Dallas has some things to figure out. They've got a very crowded front court right now between Anthony Davis, Cooper Flagg, Derek Lively the second, and now Daniel Gafford, who they signed to an extension, but is still tradable. So it'll be interesting to see how the Mavs navigate that with a pretty full front court.
I think Coop is the 3 with the Mavericks.
Looks like they need a couple shooting guards,
I think, yeah. Well, that's a whole other topic right there. But yeah, I think Cooper comes into the league playing the 3 for them, and obviously once one of the other 2 front court players goes to the bench, depending on who it is that's coming in for those 2, he could easily slot down to the 4 or the 5.
Yeah.
And play with all types of versatility on both ends of the court.
Cooper Flagg is a Dallas Maverick. That means the San Antonio Spurs are on the clock. I mean, you just got to feel so good about, Dallas earning it the right way. Certainly not rigged or anything like that.
No
whatsoever.
Conspiracy theories about the Lakers selling.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, wholesome, no tinfoil hat club with the Dallas Mavericks. Before we get to the second break or to the second pick here, and then we will be taking a break here in just a couple of minutes. I want to know what your guys' thoughts are on possibly trading up. I know that's not a scenario that we've talked about a ton, but the Suns did get a couple extra draft picks. They have 4 picks in this year's draft, and they have some assets like Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal that some teams might find valuable. Would you consider giving up some assets to move up, let's just say a couple of spots and select somebody that might not be there at 10?
It depends on what you're giving up and who is there for me, like honestly, because I think there are some guys that are going to go in these top 5 or 6 picks that I don't see the fit on the Suns or wouldn't want to give up extra assets to trade up for. So it would depend entirely on that. I'm trying to think of who would be on my big board that I feel like would be worth trading up for. And
if they want Maluach because he's a rim protector, I don't think he's there at 10. I would love it if he was there at 10. I don't know if I trade up for him.
I like Maluach, but there are question marks with him, and giving up an extra asset to trade up for a guy like that would be concerning for me. I think I would rather there will be prospects that are not far off from Maluach that will still be there at 10.
Hunter in the chat says Con Knipple. I do wonder if there's a nip slip in this year's draft if he falls down a couple of spots. What are your thoughts on Con Knipple?
I mean, he's a sensational shooter. We talked about him the week before last, Erik. For all the attention that JJ got coming out of the draft, Con has all of those abilities, but he has it with plus positional size. Mm-hmm. And being able to do the things that he does, no different than what JJ did coming into the league, is one of the most translatable skills that you could take from the collegiate level to the professional level. One thing that all coaches want is movement. If you can get that with someone that can shoot within that movement, you have something that you can truly build around.
Mm-hmm. We have Saul in the chat who's going to be joining us tomorrow to break down the second round and then also review the Suns' first round picks, which, by the way, will be live for the entirety of the second round tomorrow as well, starting at 5. Says Maluach is worth it. Con Knipple is Grayson Allen 2.0. I would not trade up for Con Knipple, personally. I would not do that. Not with how this team is built.
There's like 4 teams trying to do that right now.
I know, and I mean, he's taller. I think he's more athletic.
If you're talking about the team context, then for sure.
Not for this team.
San Antonio is a team that should be trying to do that 1,000%. I think that's probably the number one team that should be trying to do that. It sounds like Atlanta is trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, I wanted to know your guys' thoughts on Colin Murray-Boyles, but what we're going to do here is we're going to take another break on our NBA draft live coverage on PHNX Sports presented by our friends over at Bet365. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll continue this conversation about trading up. The San Antonio pick is in, so we'll break all of that down with all of our friends who are here live in chat, hitting that like button, hitting that subscribe button. We'll be back breaking down the draft right after another break. Listen, some teams here are rebuilding from the floor up. And if you're doing the same thing from your home or your business, I have to recommend our friends over at Empire today. Not just because you get $350 off just by listening to us talk about the NBA draft, but because they have flooring experts, dedicated flooring professionals who focus on flooring every single day. You don't want to go to the big box stores where you walk around. It's basically DIY. You pay a pretty penny and you feel lost. Oh, you want some help with installation? Let's see if we can squeeze you in the next next 6 to 8 months. No, not with Empire Today. They'll have a same-day free in-home estimate with your furniture, your home, your colors, what fits with you specifically, and then you can get installation started as soon as the next day. Schedule a free in-home estimate today because some things are just better off at home, and PHNX listeners can receive a $350 off discount when using promo code PHNX. That's right, a $350 off discount with code PHNX. Restrictions apply. Visit EmpireToday.com/PHNX for full details. Also love telling you about our friends over at Shady Rays. Wow, what a surprise. I'm wearing Shady Rays right now. Is it because somebody gave me a black eye when I was playing basketball last night? Maybe a little bit. Maybe it's also because these lights are also very bright as well. Whatever the moment, when you realize you left your favorite sunglasses at the beach or on the roof of your car at a gas station 3 states away, well, we've been there too, and it sucks. We know that it sucks, but the best part is with Shady Rays, they changed the game because they're made for real life. They're durable, but they also have a guarantee. If you lose or you break them, even on day one, Shady Rays will send you a brand new pair. No guilt trip, just replacements. Whenever I wear my sunglasses, I love how I feel, like I'm feeling right now as well. And I just love my Shady Rays because I'm classic. I always lose my sunglasses. And we've teamed up with Shady Rays to bring you an exclusive offer. Head to ShadyRays.com. Use code PHNX for 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people.
Dylan Harper.
Right on time.
Dylan Harper. No surprise here for the San Antonio Spurs. I was very high on Dylan Harper, of course. Wow, look at that. Great teammate Ace Bailey standing up. Let's draft that guy third, huh? Dylan Harper, how do we like his fit with a guard-heavy Spurs rotation, Steven?
Well, I mean, he's another guard that can just go get a paint touch whenever he wants to, however he wants to. Can use a pick, doesn't need a pick, can go small with another guard, can do so in isolation. In transition, he's just a monster. He just understands how to go get a paint touch. He plays leverage very well with his dribble, and he has the athleticism to match it. The ways that they're going to be able to space the floor, for one, with having Wembanyama at the 5, but have 3 guards that are going to be elite with rim pressure. If they find a way to get a shooter in this draft outside of obviously taking Dylan Harper at 2, they're really going to be working with something that is going to put them no less than 6 in the rankings next year.
If I was the Spurs, I would be calling the Nets about Cam Johnson quite a lot here because they still have number 14. But yeah, I really like Dylan Harper. The fit's going to be interesting because they do have so many guards, but the rim pressure between Harper and Castle and De'Aaron Fox is kind of insane. And getting to learn from De'Aaron Fox is pretty crazy. And I think if Harper can continue to develop his pull-up game, like, he's going to be an absolute stud.
Yeah, very high on Dylan Harper. I felt like if the Suns were able to get the second pick somehow from San Antonio, which obviously, given the return, was never on the table, he would have been the guard of the future with Devin Booker. I do think that there's a way for him to play with De'Aaron Fox, with Stephon Castle. I think it could work as well. But, man, I think this guy is an all-star in his first 5 years in the league.
And question for y'all, does he start?
I don't think so.
Not yet.
No, I think he's gonna have to earn that with the Spurs, but the Spurs are such a good organization, as much as it pains me to say, that I think that they go to him and say, look, this is the best situation for you. You're gonna be playing against a lot of the second teams in the NBA. You're not gonna have a ton of pressure on you. Oh, and by the way, you get to work with 7'4" Shaolin monk in Victor Wembanyama, which is not half bad either.
Yeah, not at all. Should we talk about a couple other prospects? I know you had mentioned Colin Murray-Boyles for the Suns at 10.
Would you trade up for Colin Murray-Boyles? Is the question, because his stock has been rising a ton.
No, I like him a lot, but I would not trade up for him. Do we happen to have his strengths and weaknesses graphic on hand? Or?
We could try to pull that up in here in a second. A lot of moving parts with the Freckled Mamba behind the scene right now. But I can read off some of the strengths and weaknesses that we have listed out for Colin Murray-Boyles, because I feel like the strengths are really, really high and the weaknesses are really, really low. Strengths that we have for him are versatile, high IQ defensive playmaker who processes the game at an elite level, elite team defender, reliable weak side rim protector, and communicative defensive quarterback, great screener who attacks advantages and makes smart reads on short rolls. Then the weaknesses come into play. absolute non-shooter whose improvement there will be his swing skill. Undersized for a 4, but small ball 5 as a 6'6" tweener, and can't create advantages for himself as a ball handler or shot creator yet. You've seen the Draymond Green comparisons, Gerald. Where do you see Kyle Murray-Boyles fitting in on an NBA level?
It's going to be a question mark, honestly, on the offensive end. I think defensively, he has the instincts, the high IQ, and most importantly, the quick processing ability that, like, I think the Draymond Green comparisons just as an all-around defender are a little strong, but his processing speed and the way that he sees and reads the game on both ends of the floor is really impressive. And I think he could function in kind of a similar role as like this undersized guy who is just an elite defender. Like, he rips the ball out of people's hands. He's, creating stocks. He's a good team rotational defender. And I think he could be potentially maybe spend some time as a small ball 5, maybe as a 4. The biggest thing for me is offensively, what is he going to be able to do if he can't just shoot at a reasonable level? Like, you see him and he's lefty. Watching his film, he kind of looks like a slimmer Julius Randle at times with the way that he attacks. But it's not something that I'm banking on him being able to do at the NBA level yet. So he's going to have to find a way to work offensively because he doesn't create advantages with the ball in his hands. He's good as like a screener, a roller, and he can attack in the short roll because he can process well. But outside of that, if he doesn't have a shot that's worth guarding, it makes it harder to, make those passes because defenders are going to overplay the passing angles instead of, him putting pressure on the rim, that type of thing.
Yeah, watching him in his film the last couple of weeks, I understand the Draymond and the Julius Randle comps. He looks more Randle than Draymond for me, just by my eye, but I honestly thought about Thaddeus Young, and this is 76ers Thaddeus Young, a player that can do just everything on the court on offense outside of having that jump shot. And that end up having value, maybe not value that his talent suggests per se, but projecting down the line. Even if it doesn't pan out with the shooting, he'll still have impact because of the IQ. And that IQ comes in tandem with offense as well as on the defensive end.
76ers on the clock, 35 seconds left. Obviously, Ace Bailey has been such a big storyline, skipping workouts. Even had Paul George on his podcast talking about how he isn't surprised that Ace Bailey's draft stock is falling, which is crazy, considering they might be teammates. Some people in the chat are speculating that the 76ers trade back, but no, the pick is in. Let's call it. Does Ace Bailey or VJ Edgecombe go third to the Philadelphia 76ers?
I'm going to say Edgecombe.
I think it's Edgecombe.
Yeah, I think it's Edgecombe as well.
How do we feel about the Ace Bailey stuff?
I feel like his agent actively tanked his value. I think he's going to be, I think he has the tools to be good. I think there's a lot for him to figure out defensively, a lot of areas of his game that need refining still. But I do see a scenario where he winds up being a good player if he's in the right environment, has the right people around him. I could see it. I think he can't fall farther than 6 or 7 for me. That would be crazy if he fell past those.
There are some people who are saying that he's going to fall pretty far if you're the Suns. And let's just play crazy hypothetical here. Let's say Ace Bailey falls to 10. Not the prototype that the Suns are necessarily looking for in this draft, but do you just say screw it, we're drafted Ace Bailey? It's got to be yes, right? That's you have to,
but I don't feel great about it. I don't know. I think he would be a steal at 10 if everything pans out, but I do still have my concerns about him needing the right environment to thrive. I don't know if it's next to Devin Booker and Jalen Green necessarily.
But at that point, Steven, you just got to bet on the upside. As the 76ers pick is in, it is VJ Edgecombe. I'm big on VJ Edgecombe. I've been talking about him since he was playing for, I believe it was the Bahamas, as a high schooler. How do you feel he fits in with the 76ers team who's going through a little bit of a flux right now?
Well, that's the thing. Opportunity. They don't have a stamped backcourt in terms of their guard group right now, especially with it feeling like Paul George is on the outskirts, honestly, more so than he is being incorporated with what they're doing going forward. I think that naturally creates opportunity for him. Obviously, next to Tyrese Maxey, who's honestly now a veteran guard in the league, as crazy as that even sounds. But his game is growing out so much that I feel like he can also be the middle child on their roster be able to relate to someone like Joel, having spent seasons and in the fire with him in the postseason, but also being able to relate to someone like VJ Edgecombe as well.
I like this pick for Philly mostly because it feels like everything with them is in flux, and Edgecombe is one of the, I don't want to like safer picks in the draft.
I would agree.
He's a really disruptive defender, can shoot off the catch, off movement. Like those are bankable NBA skills. What he's able to do ultimately with the ball is going to kind of determine his ceiling, and the fit there, obviously, with Jared McCain and Tyrese Maxey already in the backcourt is going to be interesting. But I think he's going to get opportunities, especially because we know that this current state of Philly might change in a few years, depending on what happens with Embiid and so on and so forth.
He's a phenomenal athlete. I think plays off of Maxey and McCain very well, who are two more skill-oriented, smaller guards. I think he has potential to be one of the best highlight reels in the league. He screams first-year dunk contest.
That would
me,
because they always throw the rookies in
because they're not cool enough to skip it yet.
Yeah, but no, we got to hold guys like John not accountable though.
Yeah, but they're not doing it. LeBron screwed it up for everybody.
They kind of did. Let's take a look at the big board that we have so far. This is the Board Gay Big Board.
Love it.
So far we're 3 for 3. Cooper Flagg,
look at you,
Dylan Harper, VJ Edgecombe. I had the very easy job of the top 3, and then this is where things are probably going to shift all over the place these next couple of picks. But looking ahead a little bit, we've got Carter Bryant at 10 there. I still think if Maluach falls that far, he's kind of the guy. Do we want to take a look at maybe his strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, I don't know if Maluach falls. I can see Maluach going as high as 4 to Charlotte, although Ace Bailey, the more I think about it, to Charlotte kind of makes like so much sense, not from a basketball perspective, but from like a personality perspective. But Gerald, this is what we have as strengths and weaknesses for Maluach.
Yeah, so size, length, measurables are insane. He's 7'2", 7'5" wingspan. He is an elite rim protector. If he's not blocking shots, his presence can deter them. He didn't have a very high block rate, but again, that's because a lot of people just did not want to test him as a presence in the paint. And he finishes really well around the rim, rolls hard off of screens. I think he shot something like 78% at the rim, which is just absolutely absurd. Weaknesses, low rebounding rate despite the insane measurables. I think in his last game in the tournament, he had 0 defensive rebounds. Shot creation, he needs to be able to play next to a high-level playmaker in the pick and roll in order to utilize him, because he doesn't bring a ton to the table on the offensive end outside of kind of the rim running. And then playmaking for others needs improvement. So there are definitely some things where Maluach needs to improve. He is also relatively new to basketball, grew up playing soccer, so he's one of those dudes that has insane footwork, but the hands are kind of one of my issues with him. He does tend to bobble a lot of passes. And as a big man, we've seen many times playing Chris Paul, playing Devin Booker, playing with the guards here in Phoenix. You need to be ready at any time because those guys are going to hit you on the way to the rim. It's a valuable skill, an underrated one to have in the NBA.
Yeah, the two skills I always look at for bigs coming into the NBA are, and I even do this with the WNBA, is how well do you backpedal and drop coverage and in scenarios like that, and how well do you catch the basketball? If you have great hands, I promise you'll have a long career. Players like Jock Landale come to mind. There's a ton of other players in that Jock Landale archetype that have a soft touch. They might not be the best at other things, but the fact that they're able to be sure-handed on the roll creates opportunity for themselves and others. And then on the defensive end, his feet are impeccable. That's one of the best translatable skills you could have, having a soccer background in particular.
Yeah, and the hands, I think, worries me less because he has not been playing basketball for a very long time. He's a good screen setter for his size as well. Just because you're tall does not mean that you set good screens, word to bull. Like, this guy can be a force. And I think that if you're drafting for upside here, this is the biggest, I think, upside pick in the top 10.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think he's not, maybe he doesn't address your need for a starting center for this upcoming season because maybe he's not ready right away. But I do think he has some skills that he could continue to improve on. Like, obviously the 3-point efficiency wasn't really there. He didn't shoot many threes at Duke, but he did shoot a good percentage on free throws, and his shot looks decent. He's got solid touch. So that could be something years down the line that he's able to improve. And I can't understate like the rim protection component of it, I think he held opponents to 45% shooting at the rim, which is really good. He wasn't racking up a bunch of blocks. That's something he'll need to improve as a defensive playmaker. But being able to limit opponents in that way and help on the offensive glass, he does some things that can really help. And he's a good screener too.
Yeah, the pick is in for Charlotte, by the way.
2 things for me real quick with Maluach. I think you hear a lot. There's rim protection and there's also rim deterrence. And that's the next layer of when you're a good rim protector. You just simply play into the psyche of decision making when players are around the basket. He already has some of that on the collegiate level. When you get to the NBA level, you have to reset it some. I think he'll probably get that as quick as any other skill. And the other thing on the threes, like, yeah, you definitely want him to shoot better. But I think the fact that he's willing to and confident enough to take them when the opportunities present themselves, I think that's as much of a step in the right direction as anything else. You can't get to the makes until you literally and actually take them.
Yeah, I mean, he took 16 this year total.
Yeah.
So do we
But
agree?
some of the context, though, where he's not hesitating, I find solace in that.
So do we agree if he's there, you either take him and run or you leverage the fact that he's there and try to get something extra in a trade?
Absolutely. If he's there at 10, I think your phone's ringing like crazy. Honestly, I think you take him, though. If you can get somebody who I think has top 5 potential here and it is a building block, he might not make an impact in the first couple of years, like Ted says, but the measurables there are just so good for him. And the type of center, we all want the Suns to get a stretch big. For sure. Like we know, and that's why Danny Wolf is so intriguing. But a 7'2" absolute monster defensive player and what system Jordan Ott is supposedly trying to build. Of course, we haven't seen it actually play out. I think that fits really well. And if you can get a Maluach at 10 and maybe you trade up and get Danny Wolf and play them together as a 4-5 combo, I think that's pretty insane. The pick is in for Charlotte. We don't know who it is yet. Do we have any guesses? Do we think Ace Bailey goes here?
I think it might be
This
Khan.
is for a 4.
You think no nip slip tonight? Khan Knippel going in the top
wrath
4.
of Khan in Charlotte.
I think it's Khan. I got an arrow on Khan.
I mean, I think he fits well with Brandon Miller off ball. I think he fits well with LaMelo off ball as well. I don't see them going with another guard specifically. Somebody who could maybe play more forward like a Khan, even though I think that with some defensive concerns for Knippel, he might have to play shooting guard next to LaMelo.
Oh, here we go.
It is.
With the 4th pick in the draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Khan Knippel.
There you go.
There will be no nip slip.
I'm tweeting that. No.
I mean, I like this pick for Charlotte. I think they could use some shooting. I think they, for 2 years, for too many years, have been wandering the desert with all of these young players that have not come together or coalesced into anything. I like having his shooting, and he can do more than shoot too, because he can pass, dribble, shoot. Like that's valuable for, like you said, Steven, a guy who has positional size.
He's a fun. I can't even call him a project because he has the most translatable skill of all, and that's not just 3-point shooting, but 3-point shooting off of high level movement, whether it be off of screens, lifting and cutting, or sinking to the corners. He's good with relocation. All of those nuanced things. He has a high IQ, and I feel like you just can't put a value on young players, especially rookies that come into the league with that already in their foundation.
High IQ, not a small guy, fantastic shooter, definitely the best shooter in the draft, bar none. Dude is an absolute flamethrower. To be able to play and have some gravity to keep people from collapsing on LaMelo and Brandon Miller, I think is going to be absolutely huge for him. And even Mark Williams, if he ends up staying on Charlotte, I think Khan Knippel is going to help him out a ton as well. So at number 1, we have Cooper Flagg. At number 2, we have Dylan Harper. At number 3, we have VJ Edgecombe. At 4, to Charlotte, Khan Knippel. I do want to get to a super chat here from Hunter. If you want your chats read on screen, go ahead and drop in a super chat and I will read them. Hunter says, Ruby, we get an Igor PHNX gear if we draft him. Demon Time merch.
Demon Hours.
Would go crazy.
We're on Demon Hours.
Yeah, see, Shane was out on Igor Demon. Now he's in. I mean, listen, everybody's asking about the glasses. I might have a concussion, folks. I got a black guy playing basketball last night. No, I'm not taking them off. So I like Yegor Demon. I'm higher on him the most. I know there are some concerns with the shot making, but when the lights were bright in the tournament, he stepped up on that end. He needs to put on a little bit of weight as well. I don't know if there are some other names like Carter Bryant at 10, if Maluach is at 10, if Colin Murray Boyles is at 10. I don't know if I would take Demon at 10 the more I think about it. Gerald.
No.
What's the highest you would take Yegor Demon?
Like with any pick or
with if the Suns, let's say like they trade back.
Mid-20s probably.
Mid-20s?
I'm really not low on I'm not high on him. I know he's got plus size for a point guard, and that's a valuable thing. The Suns, I know, and like, again, I know you draft best player available, not by position, but the Suns they need help on the wing. They need help at the 5.
Yeah.
I just don't like the shooting is a big concern for me. The defense is a big concern for me. Those are two concerns that when paired together, when separate, they're hard to overcome. When you pair those two together, it's a lot. It'll be a while before I think he's an impact player. If he does figure those things out, I think he has the potential to be a top 10 player in this draft. I will say that. I just don't see both of those stars aligning necessarily for him.
I don't have as much patience for guards and centers. I'm specifically.
He said I don't have time for this.
Specifically at the point guard position and the center position for the Suns.
Yeah.
With where they are right now. If we're talking retool, there's a certain type of urgency that I have in mind, and it's less projects at those two particular positions. If you're getting a wing that's draft and stash, if you will, I'm more than okay with that. But if it's point guard and center, I need someone that has a couple of skills that they can thrust into your main rotation almost immediately.
Yeah, I hear you. I think that that's
the same reason why I'm where I am with Ben Sarif.
Yeah, Serif is, well, I get it. I'm definitely higher on Demon than Serif, but I do see that if Serif is there at 29 and you address your big man need, I would maybe consider Serif. If you don't draft a big man 10 and you can get a Kalkbrenner at 29, then I'm much rather taking a center. As far as the draft goes currently, the team with the worst record in the NBA, Danny Ainge's Utah Jazz, are currently on the clock. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Bourget big board as we are now on pick 5 here in the first round of 2025 NBA draft. After we get to the big board, actually, let's hold off on that on a second. Why don't we take our final break here? It's a big day here on the PHNX Suns show, and of course, we love telling you about Branded Bills. I am currently wearing a Branded Bills hat, custom fit with our own logo, Phoenix here, and when I was hooping last night and got a shoulder put into the side of my face, I was also wearing a Branded Bills hat because they're breathable, because they're stylish, whether you need snapbacks, truckers, fitted beanies, or tees. Branded Bills has you covered with performance and with style, and if you're looking for gear to make your brand stand apart from the crowd, just like the one on my head right now, Branded Bills is perfect. They have wonderful sponsorships with great, amazing #1 in innovation schools like Arizona State University, and they do charity work. How nice of them, with schools down south like the University of Arizona. They're also a partner with the Phoenix Suns as well, a local company out of Mesa, Arizona. Make sure you head to brandedbills.com, use code BBPHNX for 15% off your first order. That's brandedbills.com, code BBPHNX for 15% off your first order. And you can rock your Branded Bills hat as you're on your way to Wendy's, as they have their classic Frosty flavors we all know and love, but some big news on top of it. All new Frosty Swirl, all new Frosty fusions that you can get with a chocolate or a vanilla base. You could be a strawberry swirl girl like myself, a brownie batter baddie like Mr. Bourget here to my left, or a normal person who just enjoys Frosty without nicknames like Steven to my right. They've got Oreo swirls as well. It is absolutely delicious. Love eating those Wendy's Frosties, and whatever flavor you're craving, odds are they've got a Frosty for it. So clock in for sweet treat time anytime, including midnight or later with Wendy's all new Frosty flavors. A refresh on a classic, Gerald, it's just gotta be Wendy's. At participating U.S. Wendy's locations, hours may vary, and once again, be a strawberry swirl girl like me. The strawberry swirl, I haven't had a chocolate one yet, but I really want it. We bring it back here on PHNX Suns NBA Draft Show presented by Bet365, and the Utah Jazz select Ace Bailey.
Wow.
Steven, instant reactions.
Wow.
Surprised.
They have a nice little glutton of guards that just do a lot of things. And obviously, Ace may be a little bit more on the wing side, but I feel like because of his weight, he might have to play a little bit smaller than he did on the collegiate level. They got some roster decisions to make at that guard position. I feel like Jordan Clarkson's been on the trade deadline
Ace Bailey and Jordan Clarkson on the same team.
As much as anybody not named Miles Turner has been Jordan Clarkson. And if it's not him, it's been his teammate who just got the extension in John Collins. So, I feel like they're due for some change. I know teams have been calling about Walker Kessler as well as Larry Markkinen. I imagine they're probably not done with newsworthy things happening tonight as well.
What were the teams that he was trying to float that he didn't want to play for?
76ers,
Charlotte. For sure. Charlotte was another
Wizards one of them?
Yeah, I think it was.
But Jazz were not,
too.
were they?
The Jazz
I never.
Okay.
Maybe it's always been Utah for Ace Bailey.
Could be.
I mean, listen, I think you're getting a top 3 raw talent, highest potential besides maybe Maluach, like highest upside here for the Jazz, who, they did have the worst record in the NBA, right? Like, this is a team that very much could have deserved and gotten the #1 overall pick, and no Cooper Flagg, of course, but this is we're talking just elite shot maker, elite bucket getting, some character concerns for sure, but at the end of the day, Gerald, this guy can play basketball pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the tools to be, 3rd best player in the draft. I would that's where I would peg him if he puts it all together. He does have to work on his, reads as a playmaker. He needs to work on his defense for sure, the engagement consistently on that end. But there is a lot to like about his game, despite the way that it kind of honestly felt like his agent was kind of sabotaging the whole process at times. I'm glad to see it didn't lead him to fall too far beyond what his talent and upside suggests he could become.
I'm looking forward to what it looks like for him in Utah. Again, they have to clean up things on the roster to make this drafting of him in particular make sense, but they have some talent that they're working with over there. And I feel like they have a coach in Will Hardy that franchise and their front office in particular trusts in terms of the buy-in he gets from the guys to do the things that he feels like they need to do, not only to make their system work, but also to keep them on a trajectory of growth regarding their skill development.
Yeah, I want to take a look here in just a second at the big board as the Washington Wizards are on the clock with the 6th pick in the 2025 NBA draft. Shout out to the almost 700 of you that are watching with us live. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock for a second round show. We have some special guests joining us later in this show.
We do.
As well.
Fresh minds.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very fun. We'll be announcing those later as we get on, so don't go anywhere. Just hang out as well. So, Washington Wizards on the board. Obviously, #1 is Cooper Flagg to the Mavericks. Dylan Harper at #2 to the Spurs. VJ Edgecombe at 3 to the 76ers. Con Knipple at 4 to the Hornets. And Ace Bailey at 5 to the Utah Jazz. So, Gerald, on your big board, who is up next?
Yeah, so I think if I remember right, I had Trey Johnson above Con Knipple. So I think he's my best available player that's still on the board. It's going to be interesting to see what direction Washington goes in now that they are on the clock here at #6. But yeah, it's going to be interesting.
I think Trey, I don't know, because Washington could use a small guard with an offensive upside for sure.
How dare you forget that they just traded for CJ McCollum?
I hate that guy, so I'm not going to remember CJ McCollum.
That's tough.
But
do they still have Malcolm Brogdon too?
They have Marcus Smart.
They have Marcus Smart. I can't remember if Brogdon was in DC or not.
What are the Wizards? I like what the Wizards are doing, honestly.
We're talking about Trey Johnson, right?
Yeah, let's talk about Trey Johnson, because that is so. Gerald had Trey Johnson as 4 on his big board, right behind VJ Edgecombe. The 2 players afterwards, Con Knipple and Ace Bailey, are gone. So it does feel like you can go with a Trey Johnson here, who I think would fit well, Steven, with Bilal Coulibaly.
He would, and it's interesting that on some of the mock drafts I saw Khaman Maluach being taken here, and that would be very interesting considering they just got Alex Sarr.
Yeah,
and obviously the overlap in position. Maybe they want to groom 2 bigs. That's not ideal, but
not 2 bigs with overlapping skill sets like that.
No, exactly. And so, but they also haven't always been a team that's done what makes the most sense on paper either. So they're very unpredictable is what I'm getting at. So I can see them taking Maluach, but I can also see them taking Trey Johnson as well.
For Washington, you're talking?
Yeah, for Washington, yeah.
So I think a lot of, based on what I've seen scouring a couple of the draft experts and newsbreakers, it feels like Maluach at 7 is what a lot of teams are looking at. And if he gets past that point, does he stay with Brooklyn? Does he get past that? Because like we talked about off the top of the show, if he gets past those 1 or 2 teams, he could potentially fall. And at that point, he might be there at 10 for the Suns, which would be the best case scenario in my book. I feel like the pick would probably be Trey Johnson. I
think it should be Trey Johnson. I can't see Maluach fitting with Washington. Just to update people on the Phoenix Suns side of things, is we are just now a couple of picks away from the Suns drafting 10th. Gambo did just tweet, I expect the Phoenix Suns to be very active in upgrading the roster tonight, not just with draft picks, but would not be surprised with a trade or 2. Not the most surprising news, Gerald.
No, not at all. This is kind of what we expected heading into the day.
Yeah.
Especially since last year we saw them make multiple trades. Those were all concerning the draft. But we know that the Bradley Beal situation is something that they're keeping an eye on. We know that they've been shopping Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal. So not surprised by that at all.
Yeah. I feel like we came into tonight expecting them to make 1, if not 2 moves. And if not 1 or 2 today, definitely between today and tomorrow combined.
We've talked about Brooklyn a lot, obviously, because Brooklyn's been trying to move up. Are there any other teams, any other names that you feel like the Suns might be able to do business with and maybe like attach like a Grayson Allen or a Royce O'Neal along with a pick, whether it's 10, whether it's 29? Like, I feel like the focus is all on Brooklyn, but there's got to be a couple other teams that you've got to be negotiating and talking to, right?
Potentially. Like I said, I think OKC is a prime target because they have picks at 15 and 24. So that would give you 15, 24, and 27. Or I'm sorry, 29, at which point you could maybe package 29 and 24 to move up a couple spots again. But it kind of depends on how these next few picks shake out, because if someone that you really like is there at number 10, maybe you're not as inclined to trade back and get more bites at the apple.
By the way, about solely pick swaps, or are we talking just pick swap with players?
Pick is in for Washington. And by the way, Ace Bailey actually declined to work out with the Jazz. So Danny Ainge said, I don't care.
But they said they're keeping him.
They said I'm walking out of here with something. But yeah, any other teams that maybe, like we always talk about Orlando as a team who's interested in shooting even after trading for Desmond Bane. Do they try to get in and get a top 10 pick after giving up their draft capital maybe?
Yeah, maybe their job shouldn't be done as far as adding shooters to that roster. But to the OKC point, if you're pick swapping, you better be asking for a player involved with that as well. And I feel like one of the players primed for a change, and that would be excellent with the Suns, Isaiah Joe.
Yeah.
There's a positional need for a player like that in terms of guard, but not necessarily starting guard. Obviously, a player that knows how to win and play multiple roles in doing so is elite at the point of attack on defense as well. I feel like you can find ways on the margins to help continue to build out your roster if we're talking about moves outside of doing things with Brooklyn in particular.
Trey Johnson's the pick for the Washington Wizards. Gerald, pretty chalk for your big board so far. Trey Johnson was the best available. How do you feel now that his fit is official with Washington?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I genuinely don't know who is going to remain on their roster next season outside of the young guys, but I like Trey Johnson as a prospect. He has very good size for a guard at 6'4", just under 6'5". Has an 8'5" standing reach, so he's pretty long limb with that 6'10" wingspan that he's got. And he's the definition of fearless, which not in a Jordan Poole way, which I know Wizards fans would probably cringe at that word fearless, but in a good way. So I like that pick.
He is a high-level skill guy. Can do a ton of things with the ball in his hands, but for that, he's also equally a marksman off it and can do so off of movement. And that's not something that we're even accustomed to seeing from most point guard prospects still till this day. Steph Curry got drafted how long ago? And we've still only seen so many guards, point guards in particular, that come into the league that can initiate an offense but also get into off-ball movement to the degrees that he does. I feel like I feel like Trey has some of that in him. Obviously, not going to be Steph Curry, but he has that ability to get off it, which allows for your offense to be a little bit more malleable.
I said Concaniple's the best shooter in the draft. This is the only guy who gives him a run for his money.
He's surefire second for sure.
Yeah, and I think if you like more off the dribble stuff, then you roll with Trey Johnson. It's just an all around elite scorer. Led the country in points per game with 19.9. As a freshman, this is a really nice addition of young offense for the Washington Wizards. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I really like what Washington is doing. The only problem with this pick is this guy was wearing like capris on his suit and like just his shins were showing, which is just an all-time bad look. But I like the Bilal Coulibaly is an explosive guard who is really great on defense, has some offensive capabilities, but is not just like an absolute bucket, right? You have Alex Sarr, who is unfortunately known a lot for his summer league performance where he didn't hit a single shot, but he's mainly, of course, a defender and also a playmaker as well. I think this is like that third true young piece. I think he complements those two young pieces really, really well for the Washington Wizards. So I like this. I like this pick for him.
Yeah, I like what they're doing over there. They have multiple other pieces that are on the younger side of things that are still developing, but they got some things working for them in their favor, and they also got a nice little bit of vets to go with everything that they got going on the youthful movement side of things as well. I just want to say some names. Obviously, you mentioned Bilal Coulibaly. Corey Kispert, I think it's going into year 3 or 4 for him. He's very much a marksman in the league right now. He's a player that understands role and knows how to do a lot of the things that we were speaking to with Knipple. The other big name for me is Bud Carrington. Bub just, again, another player that understands what he's doing with his skill set and is continuing to kind of grow into his own.
Yeah. All right. New Orleans on the clock, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Obviously, New Orleans has a lot of needs. Gerald, you mentioned there's been some Maluach chatter to the Pelicans, which I find it interesting considering they drafted Yves Missy last year. Do we feel like this is the team most likely to draft a Maluach before 10, or would you look at Brooklyn?
I think Brooklyn and Toronto are both candidates for Maluach. Obviously, the Raptors have Jakob Poeltl, but they weren't including him in Kevin Durant trade talks. But he feels like a guy that is not going to be there for the long haul, given his age and all of that. I think Brooklyn, they have so many first-round picks, they can afford to take a bunch of bites at the apple here. But since we are getting closer to the Suns being on the clock, we should probably go through some of the other prospects that could be available to them at number 10. Should we do Carter Bryant?
Let's talk a little Carter Bryant. Let's talk about Carter Bryant's strengths and weaknesses. So taking a look at the Arizona forward, his weaknesses is that he went to the wrong school. His strengths, so he's switchable, strong, NBA ready defender who could eventually guard 1 through 4. Great rebounder for a wing, especially at his size, measuring 6'6" without shoes, and a defensive playmaker who generates stocks. Clean, efficient 3-point stroke makes him an archetypal 3-and-D wing. His weaknesses, though, he doesn't offer much off the bounce or as a passer as well. Plus, he needs to speed up the release and grow as a shooter off movement. Typically like to see more than 6.5 points per game from a lottery prospect. But Gerald, in his time, he was extremely efficient, and his efficiency for time played does align with some players that have been taking the lottery, like a Tyrese Halliburton, like a Mikal Bridges. So I'm very high on Carter Bryant, which is saying a lot considering where my loyalties lie.
Yeah, and he's an interesting one because I think Sam Vecini reported that he's a guy that a lot of teams wanted to get him in their building because he had a reduced role at Arizona. He only started 5 games. There was only 1 game all season where he took 10 shots. But he does have the tools in terms of the shooting stroke and especially in terms of the defense. Like, this is a physical guy who will get in your personal space. I know that he didn't measure as highly as some people thought in terms of being 6'6" without shoes. But he has the strength to make up for it and the defensive intangibles. So he would be an interesting pick if he's still there on the board at number 10 for me. But Steven, I know that we've also talked about another wing that we might like a little bit more than Carter Bryant.
Yeah, I think Carter is going to be great in the NBA. And it's everything starting for me between the ears. He thinks the game through, and again, one of the best ways to gauge what someone's understanding level is how well can they speak it. And hearing him talk much over the last handful of weeks has not only impressed me, but even more so than me, it's impressed a lot of GMs. I feel like that's something that you don't really learn until you can have that sit-down, in-person conversation, and you can feel his confidence. He knows what he's talking about. He understands his role. He's also very much willing to play whatever role the team is going to be asking for him to do. And for a lottery pick, that's not always the case.
Yeah, I think that with Carter Bryant, some of the concerns about his size as the pick is in for New Orleans, we'll share that here in just a second as Adam Silver walks to the podium. His frame builds out a lot better than 6'6". I think it would add a lot of muscle as well. So let's see what New Orleans does with the 7th pick as we are getting closer to the Suns picking 10th. They go Jeremiah Fears, guard out of Oklahoma. So Bryant still on the board. Colin Murray-Boyle still on the board. Maluach still on the board for the Suns as well. It's Jeremiah Fears. Gerald, how do you feel about this pick for New Orleans?
I think this is a little bit higher than I might have had him on my big board, if I remember correctly. I'm a little bit lower. I think most people are probably higher on him than I am. I'm not crazy about this pick, but I do think it's good news if you are a Suns fan, and still a lot of the guys that we have been talking about are available at number 10 so far.
Yeah, I like how this is playing out for the Suns, Steven. Before we get there, how do you like his fit in New Orleans?
Well, with the trade they just made and then bringing in Pool Party.
Gross.
A little bit less?
Yeah,
Or
a little less for me. I'm very confused as to what they're cooking up down there.
I guess you can't. If you like him, you're not going to be like, oh, we have Jordan Poole. Like, we're not going to take the guy we like in the draft.
Yeah, for sure. But this is another team, not unlike Utah, that I was speaking to, that has some roster things that they're going to have to figure out because they got a lot going on and there's a lot of overlap. Yeah. That gumbo they're cooking down there is confusing right now.
Yeah, it is. Like, dude can obviously score. He can play make.
Sure.
He's a little undersized. And I think you see how narrow that line is between being a college stud who plays well and is active defensively, like a Colin Sexton, for example. Like, dude plays his heart out. At the NBA level, that line between being Colin Sexton and being an all-star it's different. So I don't know about this pick for New Orleans, but I think it's good news if you are the Suns, the Nets, the Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, this is really working out well for the Suns. Technically, on the screen, it's going to say Houston, as everybody knows, which is just so ridiculously stupid.
Yes.
But I guess this trade hasn't even been made official yet. So
it has not, and it won't be until July 6th. So unfortunately, that's why our number 10 pick will be wearing a Rockets hat in all of the pictures. Do we want to look at couple prospects because we're getting closer to our pick? Maybe Cedric Coward.
Yeah, I think we haven't actually mentioned his name once yet. Cedric Coward. I mean, one of Cedric Coward, Colin Murray-Boyles, Carter Bryant, and Maluach will be on the board at 10. So, Gerald, this is somebody that a lot of people, including myself, are very high on in this draft.
Yeah, and this is Steven's guy. This is one of my guys that I think if he's there at 10, you have to strongly consider him. He's a 3-level multi-context, scoring on and off the ball, loud secondary ball handling potential, defensive fill and versatility. Weaknesses, experience. He only did play 6 games this past season at Washington State because of a torn labrum. He was fantastic in those 6 games, but doesn't have a ton of D1 experience. The recent injury history, obviously, which I just touched on, and the level of collegiate competition. Those are all things to keep an eye on. But this guy is an athlete. He is a 3-level scorer. He's a good shooter. And defensively, he's got the raw athletic tools to be something really special. He did gamble quite a bit in college, but when you have those tools and that athleticism and that wingspan, you should be gambling, honestly. It's something he might have to rein in a little bit and be better at the NBA level, but he does have two-way potential for sure.
6'6" with a 7'3" wingspan.
It's absurd.
And then also has a 38.5-inch vert to go with all of that. And I start with between the ears, no different than I talked about with Carter Bryant. Cedric Coward has that in spades on the defensive end, starting there. Comes into the league being able to guard 1 through 3. And depending on who the 4 is that they're going up against on any given night, he might be able to thrive against that particular person as well. Can switch, which leads to the versatility that I'm getting to. I think he comes in and supercharges everything that the Suns were looking at with Ryan Dunn, and also gives the Suns a player that can play offensively and defensively with Ryan Dunn on the court. That's the type of player you want. A player that has 3-level scoring chops, can play in the post, was efficient and effective there on volume each of his last 2 seasons. And is also a player that has a high steal and block percentage. And for a player that's 6'6", that's more indicative of a feel for a defensive player as anything else. Cedric Coward is a beast. He's gotten Kawhi Leonard comps And that's not just off of his measurables, but that's also off of his movement patterns and everything that he showed in his senior and junior year in college.
I will say, I know we talk all positives, and I could keep on rolling off positives. I love his fit with Ryan Dunn. I love his fit next to Devin Booker. The injury concern is definitely real. You did not get to see a lot of him in his last year playing high-level basketball over at Washington State. You know, this is not somebody that you saw competing in the SEC, competing in the Big Ten, competing in the Big 12 on a high level and averaging those numbers as well. So I am interested to see if all these raw measurables and this raw talent that you look at does translate as the pick is in for Brooklyn. I'm very intrigued to see what Brooklyn does here. Out of, I think, all the teams in the top 10, out of all like the needs, I feel like they could use a little bit of everything. I think they can go really anywhere.
Everything's up in the air for them. Like, I think they're still waiting to figure out if Giannis is going to put himself on the block after all or not. I think Cam Johnson and Nick Claxton are available to be had for the right price.
Cam Thomas is up in the air at this moment.
Yeah, they've got 5 first-round picks. Like, this is the first one of many, and we don't know what directions they're going to go in terms of trading up, trading down, who they will draft at this point. But yeah, we're getting very close to some good players being available for the Suns at number 10.
I mean, I think there's going to be a good player available for them. Like, again, there's 2 picks now. So you can't take Maluach, Bryant, Coward in these 2 picks, right? Like somebody is dropping there. Somebody in the chat wanted us to talk about Derek Queen.
Do we have to?
I'm not high. I'm not high on Derek Queen.
No. And we had Steven on the show yesterday, Steven Gillespie, draft expert over at No Ceilings, and he made me feel a little bit better, but I still have concerns and questions about the defensive side of the ball. If you are drafting a center, it should be someone who is defensive minded for me, not someone who has those concerns about his defense, about his weight, about his conditioning. Like, this is a guy that has been very productive. He's a walking 20 and 10. He's got very good passing skills. I don't want to overlook what he brings to the table, but at the same time, like, getting a below the rim center is just not really something. And he's undersized too. I think he's like 6'9", something like that. I'm not crazy about that. Like, Maryland did everything they could to put him in the deep drop, to keep him by the rim, to keep him away from the perimeter. He's not going to be able to do that at the NBA level, especially since he's not even particularly good in the drop. Those are concerns for me.
Chat saying they got Yegor Demin.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
Wow.
Number 8.
I mean, this is great for the Suns, though. I mean, hey.
That's a terrible pick, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
that's way too high.
I would not have drafted him at 8. I like him more than most. Wow.
No, it was fun watching. The Nets have been doing the behind the scenes of their draft process for the last like month now. Weekly installments, maybe a little over a month now. It's been fun to watch Sean Marks and company go overseas and talk through their scouting, what they look for, things positives, negatives. With that context in mind, this pick does not surprise me because everything that they showed was overseas. There was nothing that was stateside that they were showing from what I saw.
This is great.
Hours at 8?
This is great.
Wow.
I mean, this is great for us.
Wow.
This is awesome. Listen, we have almost 900 people in here right now. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are now just 2 picks away from the Phoenix Suns selecting in the top 10 after the Kevin Durant trade. Of course, our draft coverage here at PHNX is brought to you by our friends over at Bet365, but I would not have bet on Yegor Demin going top 8 in this draft. I mean, this right here gives the Suns options. There's only one more pick in between. You might even see the Suns want to trade back now at this point because of the talent that seems to be falling here. Depending on what Toronto does, I mean, this could be one hell of a situation for the Suns to either take a player that they love, trade back and get another player they like, or like there are options here. I like this.
There are. I do like this a lot, actually, and it's going to be devastating if they just stay at 10 and draft Derek Queen or something.
Dude, okay. At this point, I don't think that you can go, if Maluach is there and they take Queen, I'm gonna have an aneurysm live on air.
I think I can't imagine them passing up on Maluach. If he makes it past this one last pick.
And you think about Toronto, I mean, Toronto loves their wings. But Carter Bryant did not work out with Toronto. Colin Murray-Boyles does overlap with Scotty Barnes. I'm going to try to brace myself here. I think Maluach is going at 9. I think Maluach definitely fits the vision that Masai Ujiri is trying to put together as well. Let's just kind of reset the draft here real quick as we're waiting for the 9th pick in the draft by Toronto. Going number 1, of course, is Cooper Flagg to the Dallas Mavericks. 2 is Dylan Harper to the San Antonio Spurs. 3 is VJ Edgecombe to the Philadelphia 76ers. Going in at 4 is Con Knipple to the Charlotte Hornets. Ace Bailey falls to 5, a team that did not work him out in the Utah Jazz. Trey Johnson at pick 6 to the Washington Wizards. Jeremiah Fears to the Pelicans at 7. And Yegor Demin, definitely the surprise of the draft so far, going top 8 to the Brooklyn Nets. 3 minutes for the Toronto Raptors on the clock. Over 900 people in here right now as we approach the Suns' top 10 pick. This is fascinating. What are other names, though, that you feel like the Raptors might be targeting here at 9?
Well, so one guy that's on my big board that is at the top of my big board who has not been selected is Kasparis Jakusionis. He is
Nailed that, buddy.
Thank you. He is a plus size guard. He has some of the best vision and passing ability in this draft, as well as off-ball shooting ability. So he's a guard that could be a combo guard and being able to play on or off the ball. I don't know if that's necessarily something that the Raptors are looking for, given their current context, but you never know. He's someone that was projected to go kind of somewhere in this 7 to 10 or 11 range. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Maluach. We've talked a lot about Coward and Carter Bryant. It's just really funny looking at that big board and seeing my number 27 guy already.
You had him. Wait, I didn't even realize that. You had him 27?
So did Sam Vecini of The Athletic. Shout out to my guy, Sam Vecini.
Listen, guys.
Look, man, when you've got questions about your shooting and your defense, that's a reach at number 8. But
I mean, do we think Toronto could take Cedric Coward? You don't think so?
I don't think they would. I don't think they would. Now, would they actually potentially? But I feel like they would be looking more at either center or looking at someone like Newell. That's kind of the box that I've seen him
What
in.
about Noah from France?
I could see him too.
Did you see the 3 players that he said that he watches film on? Pascal Siakam, Kawhi Leonard, and Scotty Barnes.
Yep.
Masai.
Yeah, man, he's talking to you. He's definitely talking to you. But it's the closest thing you could kind of make an equivalent to what just happened is when you're in your NFL draft, your fantasy draft, and someone takes a player so much sooner than everybody pretty much expected. That just plays into the thinking of everybody else going forward. So I wonder if you account for something like this in particular with the player that you've seen kind of be later in the draft, be taken so early. How do you want to go with your decision making going forward from there?
Wow.
That throws everything off skew.
Man, I am fascinated by what Toronto might do here. Worst case, I don't even know if Derek Queen is worst case scenario. At 10, I think it's Jace Richardson.
Well, that's.
Could you imagine
fair.
if Maluach is on the board and Brian Gregory goes, "Give me the Michigan State guy. He's a shooter. He's a lefty. I know his dad." I don't even know Maluach's dad. That's not aligned.
Oh man, it does worry me how much they're showing Maluach on the screen right now. It's got to be him, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's.
So if he's taken, do you trade back Gerald?
I don't know. I feel like there are I like Coward. I like Bryant. I do not like Queen. My question is, do you consider Jakusionis? Because I know we've talked about bigs. We've talked about the needs that they have. Jakusionis is a good player. I don't know that I was expecting him to fall to 10. Something to keep in mind. I don't think you do it, especially after the Jalen Green acquisition.
Yeah.
Especially since you have 8 players in the 6'4" range. But I don't know.
Kasparis is someone I've kind of always seen as early to mid 20s. So I feel like this would be super soon. So if that is someone that they like, then you have to trade back for that.
Yeah.
So that kind of plays into answering my question directly.
Chat. I'm getting mixed signals from the chat here. The pick is in for Toronto. I mean, this is wow.
CMB.
I'm hearing Colin Murray Boyles, man. Oh, brother.
Wait, what?
They're showing CMB now.
They're showing Colin Murray Boyles. Maybe people are just ahead. Maybe our video here is on the side or is a little bit behind. Oh man, we got to see.
All right. Do you go up?
Both. They're showing both of these two right now.
Come on, ESPN. I feel like everybody say it's Colin Murray Boyles. I'm getting some hell yes. I mean, come on. Colin Murray Boyles next to Scotty Barnes is gross. I don't like Colin Murray's fit in Toronto, but I could see why Masai would like it. Oh man, come on. The pick. I am just on edge here. No,
I don't want to spoil this for you.
No, say it. Okay, if you know it, say it. If you know it, say it.
I don't want to spoil it.
Say it. I want you to say it. Like, I want you to say it right now.
It's Colin Murray Boyles.
Yes! Yes! What a Raptors pick. This is awesome. You have Maluach, Bryant, Coward, all still on the board at 10. Man, I think you just gotta take Maluach. I don't think you trade back here. I think you walk away with your starting center of the future, man. We've talked about the Suns needing to get a high-level starting center, somebody who can defend the rim. This guy was not supposed to be there at 10, Gerald.
Our Maluach has ended.
Yes.
Please take him.
Oh my gosh. Wow. There are so many options here. Over 1,000 of you in here for our 2025 NBA draft coverage presented by Bet365. Smash that like button. Let us know down below. Do you want the Suns to take Maluach, Bryant, Coward, Jace Richardson? Let us know. Steven,
Danny Wolf, come on down.
Steven, is this a layup for you? Like, is it Maluach or bust?
No.
Okay, so what's going through your mind right now?
I would trade back.
Ooh, how many
because
spots,
Cedric
though?
Coward is still on the list on the board right now. I would trade back if possible.
So you'd rather have Coward than Maluach?
I would, yes.
Okay.
To where though? Who are you trading back with?
Yeah, that's
I don't think Portland's giving up 11. To move up one spot. I think because Portland's not going to want Maluach. They have 15 centers.
No, they definitely don't want Maluach. The Bulls will want Maluach.
The Bulls,
I imagine.
yeah. I mean, and it's the Bulls.
The Bulls don't have anything that you would actually want.
If there's any front office that Brian Gregory might be able to fleece, it is the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's rank
Atlanta,
our top 3, top 5.
Mhm.
Because we were not expecting Maluach, Carter Bryant,
Definitely
and
not.
Cedric Coward to all be there at 10.
Yeah.
This is awesome. Gerald, you can go first.
I go Maluach, Coward, Bryant, and I would be happy with any of those 3. I think at this point. But
are we talking about how we value players or who's the best that we? Think
Who
is
would you
available?
pick right now?
If you're picking 10, you have to take Maluach.
Okay.
That's non-negotiable.
Okay.
But as I explained, I would trade back because I just would rather see someone else at the 5 for the Suns going forward. But if you are picking at 10, that's a layup to answer your question directly.
Our friend Shrieky Shooter on Twitter said, "Quick, someone close to Matt Ishbia, please tell him South Sudan is a city in is the name of a city in Michigan."
That's wild.
Wow. I mean, Maluach 1. I'm going to go Carter Bryant 2, Coward 3. I'm the same as you, Gerald. Although I would say I'd be happy with all of them, but man, this team needs a center bad.
They do. And I will caution people, if that is the pick and they do take Maluach and we're all very excited, he is still 18 years old. It's going to take some time. I don't even know if he's necessarily your starting center on opening night. But I really like the tools that he has. And it's worth noting, he has interviewed very well throughout this process. That's something we've heard from a lot of mock drafts, a lot of people that follow this stuff closely. Teams have been very impressed with his off-court interviews, the way he conducts himself, his coachability. And those are all things that give me hope for a guy who's newer to the game, but obviously has immense physical skills and immense upside.
3 minutes. The Suns are on the clock via the Houston Rockets. I want to remind everybody now's a great time to become a diehard. We have an intro offer for just $36. One of our consistent chatters who just became a diehard, his name is Alston. He's in the chat saying it's amazing. It's wonderful because you get access to the diehard Discord, which means that you can message Gerald. And yes, Gerald does answer if you ask him questions. All of us are in the diehard Discord. Plus, you get a free hat or shirt every single year. You get 20% discount to all of our events, access to all of Gerald's writing that's locked behind a diehard level paywall, and you get an ad-free experience on our website as well. So many great things when you become a diehard today, as the Phoenix Suns are on the clock. Over 1,000 of you in here for our NBA live show draft coverage presented by Bet365. Maluach still on the board. Carter Bryant still on the board. Cedric Coward still on the board. Jace Richardson and Danny Wolf still on the board. And speaking of boards, Gerald, let's go ahead and take a look at your Borgay big board.
Yeah, so again, was not expecting Maluach to be here. This is fantastic news. Wasn't expecting Jakushonis to be here either, but you got to take him. Like, he's there. You got to take him. Take him.
After that, you have Cedric Coward, Carter Bryant, and then two names that are off your big board. At 11, Colin Murray Boyles. At 12, it's Jeremiah Fears. And then your 27th ranked player, Yegor Devin. Is there any of the other names from 13 to 15, 16 that you would consider? I know, Steven, you're high on Nick Clifford. I know I'm high on Thomas Sorber. None of us super high on Derek Queen. Is there a name there that you like enough besides Cedric Coward, Steven, that you'd be willing to trade back a couple of spots and play the risky game with?
This is not going to vibe with a lot of people, but that it factor thing that I always talk about, and I've seen them anywhere between that range that we're talking about, 12 to 15-ish, to even late 20s, mid to late 20s. Walter Clayton Jr. And that's a guard that just has the it factor about him.
Yeah.
Has the big moment ability, obviously on a team that won at the highest stakes possible. Obviously, you might not want to take him necessarily there, but I would try to get back to still be able to have that opportunity if he is on the board.
The pick is in for the Phoenix Suns. Of course, they will be wearing Rockets gear. It will be technically the Houston Rockets taking this pick, but this coming to the Suns via the Kevin Durant trade that went down just earlier this week that landed the Suns Jalen Green, that landed the Suns Dylan Brooks, 5 second-round picks, and this pick, the number 10 pick in the 2025 NBA draft. We are seeing reports here on who the Suns are expected to take. We're going to keep that.
Whoa. We got a Shams bomb.
Uh-oh.
The Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for number 29 pick tonight and a 2029 first round pick.
Wait a second. So you're keeping 10 though.
You're keeping 10.
Which means you're probably not drafting Maluach.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Wait a second. Wait a second. So we're getting rid of 29 and we're trading a 2029 first round pick, but we need to be trading players. We need to be trading players.
Let me check what Mark Williams makes.
I mean, he's not making a ton, so it's not Bradley Beal. It's not. I don't think it's Grayson Allen. They just drafted young Grayson Allen and Con Knipple.
All right, so Mark Williams makes $6.3 million. So yeah, it could be Cody Martin.
Yeah. We don't know who it is.
Charlotte.
Wait a second here, folks.
Oh man,
folks. Does that mean that Carter Bryant or Cedric Coward is the pick then? Because you're not drafting Maluach if you just spent 2 first-round picks to get. Okay, the pick is in. I mean, what a curveball here.
Unless 10 gets traded back.
What a curveball. Well, there's you don't. I guess you can trade 10 after the fact.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
They took Maluach.
Wow.
Whoa!
I'm excited but confused.
Yeah.
Wait a second. What is going on?
I mean, he might be going back to Charlotte.
This.
Right.
No, he can't be because they're taking back more salary, so that wouldn't make sense.
Wait a second.
Yeah, get in there.
Whoa. Okay. So we go from having no starting level centers to one starting level center and one that projects to be a starting level center.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a lot going on.
I'm going to be honest with you. I was riding high, and now I'm extremely confused.
So who is going to Charlotte? We need this detail.
Yeah.
We need to figure out who's going to Charlotte here. If you're filing in here, the Phoenix Suns did make a trade according to Shams Charania, trading the 29th pick in this year's draft and a 2029 first round pick in exchange for Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets. No word on who's leaving the Phoenix Suns in that trade, but the Suns still selecting a 10th overall via the Houston Rockets, selecting another center in Maluach from Duke. So double center action. We know that Jordan Ott likes the two big action, but those are not two bigs that I can imagine playing next to each other. Steven, how are you making sense of this?
I'm not right now.
He said, "I reject your premise."
Except that there's a lot going on behind closed doors, and they're sorting things out. I'm sure we'll be privy to news relatively soon, hopefully. But yeah, there's a lot going on. I think the Suns made away good with getting obviously Mark Williams, player that got a lot of attention for the okie doke that was pulled where he got traded, and then they said it's like just kidding. Now he actually gets traded on draft night. I'm curious what's going on though with Maluach for sure.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Gerald, I mean, what's going through your mind right now?
I'm scrambling to figure out how the math works and who could be going to Charlotte in this deal. I imagine like Cody Martin would probably be in that mix. I feel like Royce might make too much. 2029
first rounder is the least favorable of Cleveland, Utah, and Minnesota, protected 1 through 5. Size was a problem for the Suns last season. Still nothing on the player. They said they addressed this in a big way with Williams and Maluach. Looks like, according to Shams, they're going to roll with both of them. Looks like Maluach is going to be your backup center. Of course, Mark Williams has major injury issues as well. So you're drafting your center for right now in Mark Williams, your center for the future in Maluach. I mean, this is fascinating. I mean, is it Ryan Dunn?
Going to Charlotte?
To Charlotte? Is it Oso Iguodaro?
It better not be Ryan Dunn. So
I don't think this math works.
Ryan Dunn doesn't work because he only makes $2.7 million. It would either have to be Royce O'Neal or Cody Martin, both of which work in the trade machine. Or if you, for whatever reason, didn't decline Vasa Micic and sent him to Charlotte, the math would work there.
Send him back to Charlotte.
Yeah, so I think it's either Royce, Cody, or Vasa Micic that's heading with those 2 first-round picks to Charlotte.
This is the Suns being tabbed with having interest in Mark Williams over the last couple of days. Wasn't sure how viable it was, but clearly it was right.
Well, okay, so like Nick Richards as well is interesting because when I talked to Flex earlier this week after the KD trade, he was not 100% sure that Nick Richards returns to this team next year. I'll tell you this, the NBA world is absolutely shocked right now. Tons of people are saying, what the hell is going on? Why are you trading for a center and then drafting a center? And to me, it's not even the fact that you're taking 2 centers here because you can play double big lineups. It's becoming popular in the NBA once again. It's the specific skill set of these centers. We talk Maluach does not have an outside game, does not have a jump shot. Mark Williams is not a jump shooting center, is not a stretch 5 option. This is fascinating. This is terrifying. There's high level potential here. I mean, I like Maluach at 10, but if you're drafting him to be your backup center, how much faith do you have in him long term? If you're also giving up, again, you're giving up 2 first-round picks, right? You're giving up the 29th pick in this year's draft, which we find extremely valuable, and you're giving up a future 2029 pick as well for a big that has injury concerns and now overlapping skill set with your top 10 pick from this year.
So I think you're kind of hedging your bets a little bit there because Mark Williams is only 23 years old, but as you mentioned, there's the injury concerns. There was that whole ordeal with the Lakers trade and the medicals and all that side of things, and he has missed significant time in his career just looking back over the last couple of years. So I think with Maluach, you are also hedging your bet because you're getting a starting caliber center in Mark Williams, a young guy who still has upside, but again, has only played 43, 19, and 44 games over his 3 years in the NBA. And Maluach, if he doesn't pan out, you have Mark Williams. Feel for Nick Richards. He finally got out of Mark Williams' shadow to get a starting role, and now he's back underneath it. So
we have another trade from Shams. The Portland Trailblazers are trading Cedric Coward at number 11 to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay.
I wonder, I don't know why Portland doesn't take that pick, honestly. I think that Cedric Coward would have been a great fit in Portland. They're a pretty deep team
They might
right
be
now.
looking at having Avdia and Kamara.
Where's Memphis' pick? Does Memphis have a first-round pick this year?
Yeah, Memphis has got a mid-round pick with the trade that they just made with Desmond Bane.
I tweeted what's going on, and somebody commented, Suns trade for Hornets center Mark Williams. Thank you there. Do you think that Brian Gregory saw all the jokes about only having shooting guards and said, well, now I'm going to say that you can't make a joke about it because now we only have centers as well? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, that's the overarching
I mean, this is
right
crazy.
Fascinating stuff going on right now.
Okay, not trying to just make sense of it here. Gerald, how do you feel about this move? Let's just say, let's break down maybe the reasoning before, but would you have taken somebody different at 10 if you knew that you were trading for Mark Williams?
I don't know, man. I feel like it might be the opposite. If I knew Maluach would be there, I might not have traded for Mark Williams, but I don't know. I did like Cedric Howard. I did like Carter Bryant, and I do think if you're trading for Mark Williams, it would make sense to take a wing, but I will also say the guy has never played more than 44 games in a season. So you want to hedge your bets both long-term and short-term there. And let's be honest, none of the other centers, I like Oso Ighodaro a lot. He's a second or third big on a roster. Mason Plumlee, we know he's probably not coming back. Nick Richards, he's on a $5 million non-guaranteed contract, and we agree he's probably a backup caliber big. So I don't mind kind of totally reshuffling the deck at that 5 spot, especially if you like Maluach at 10, and if you were able to get Mark Williams for, you know, the second to last pick in the first round and a 2029 pick that's the least valuable between Utah, Cleveland, and Minnesota. I think that's pretty good value. I don't know.
I mean, you're definitely hedging your bets here. If you do remember, Mark Williams put up Shaq numbers on the Suns this year, and when he does play, Steven, I mean, this guy can bring immense level of talent to the floor when he's on the court. Which let's put that out there, that the injury concerns are absolutely real and a viable worry for anybody who's hesitant on this trade. But when he's playing, how does that type of center fit with a Devin Booker-led offense?
Yeah, well, first thing is he naturally has a pick and roll partner. So he has someone that can set viable screens for him, that can get into the role quickly, that has the vertical spacing that the Suns have not had since JaVale McGee and DeAndre Ayton after that. He answers a lot of questions for this team as far as the starting center role goes. You get someone that can check that box off for you. He's still very much a work in progress. But you also have someone that can clean up a lot of the messes that you simply did not have someone to do last season. Other big thing for me with Mark Williams. Now, no different than we talked about when Nick Richards was traded for at the trade deadline. He's a player that that doesn't not have experience regarding cross matching. So you can throw him on wings and he can go out and do things on the perimeter. Naturally, you can switch him intentionally or switch him in emergency scenarios and allow for him to provide late help and things like that. Very good move for them in terms of the direction they're trying to head. Jordan now has his younger version of, if you will, Jared Allen.
This is all still processing for me. I wouldn't say I'm speechless because we all know that's literally not possible. Not possible at all. But I'm running through all the different iterations of what this could look like and what's going on. We're getting more details on the Grizzlies trade before we get more details on the Suns trade. I'd like to know what the Suns are trading. Obviously now the Suns don't have the 29th pick in this year's draft, and we did like a lot of big men that were at that position as well, like whether it was a Ryan Kalkbrenner or so on. Are you disappointed in losing the 29th pick, Steven, simply because you're trading that plus a future first for somebody that you don't even know can stay on the court?
I caution with trying to stamp assessment of this because this feels incomplete right now. It feels like there's maybe potentially multiple other things going on that just haven't been pushed across the finish line as far as the finalization of them. So I don't want to say anything too quickly about it, but I will say that I do like having Mark Williams at the 5 for this team going forward.
Yeah, so there are some definite pros to this. I think going from Yusuf Nurkic and Mason Plumlee last year to Mark Williams and Khaman Maluach this year is a definite upgrade at the 5. I also think that people are going to make jokes because the Suns basically just changed center rotations with the Charlotte Hornets, which is never a good thing to say out loud. But I also think there are some other cons. So looking at this, since the Suns traded this year's pick and the 2029 pick, the extra one that they had, they don't have any more tradable first rounders because of the Stepien rule. They already owe their own pick in 2027 and 2029 to the Rockets. So that means that they can't trade 2026 or 2028 or 2030 for the time being. So that's something to bear in mind. I'm trying to get some clarification on what is going to Charlotte in this deal because I would like to know how the salary matching works in this exchange. But
nobody, like, it doesn't seem like anybody who's massively important, right? Not to be rude, but like, we're not talking about a foundational piece of this team being traded. It's going to be salary filler for Mark Williams. Because if it is, which I know the money doesn't really work, but let's say you do put in a valuable player asset and you're giving up 2 first-round picks for Mark Williams, that's an L. Again, this is the guy that was traded to the Los Angeles Lakers earlier this year, and that trade was rescinded due to his medicals. Now, I know that there's some shady stuff that people have been saying about how that went down and the Lakers maybe just wanting to rescind that trade. But if we're just talking about Mark Williams in a vacuum, I like this trade, right? The 2 first-round picks, one of them most likely not being great, the least favorable of 3 teams, and then another one this year, which is the 29th pick, when you still have 2 second-round picks for a certified starting center in this league. That's a good trade. But when you draft Maluach at 10, I think that loses a little bit of value. I don't think that makes it a complete L, but it takes the value down, right? And then you add in the fact that there's the injuries on top of it. And that's a huge gamble and a huge risk for this team. There's super mixed reactions in the chat. Some people are saying that they love this move and that we're ridiculous for even questioning it. Some people are saying that they absolutely hate it. So continue to keep filling in your comments down below. Over 1,400 people in here on an NBA Draft live show as the Phoenix Suns draft Maluach, trade for Mark Williams, and we are presented by Bet365. Cedric Coward going to the Memphis Grizzlies via trade at 11. The Chicago Bulls pick is in at number 12. We're going to be staying live for the entirety of this first round here, so don't go anywhere. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We'll also be going live tomorrow for an entire second round show starting at 5 o'clock as the Phoenix Suns roster looks completely different than it did before, going from, hey, is Nick Richards starting at center to drafting Maluach and trading for Mark Williams. This definitely unlocks now Nick Richards as a trade piece. Is his salary non-guaranteed, technically? Nick Richards?
Yes, it is fully non-guaranteed.
So,
and I've questioned, especially before Gerald got back, what Jordan Ott's evaluation of Nick Richards to his style of play is going to be going forward. Largely because of that, but just generally because Nick was someone that the last regime valued. That's not necessarily something that aligns with everything that Jordan Ott has in mind for his team going forward on both ends of the floor.
Oh, man. Okay.
So this is... we were not expecting this. We were not expecting either of these things to happen, and then they just happened within like 30 seconds of each other. The one thing I will say, they talked about playing fast. They talked about, obviously every team talks about spacing, but the spacing is not going to be there for this Suns team with this particular front court. Maluach, we talked about the shooting. It needs years probably to develop, I think. And then Mark Williams, not much of a shooter either. So
they're not, I don't think they could share the court at the same time, which is the staple of Jordan Ott's, Kenny Atkinson team in Cleveland is that Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, but it only hinges on the fact that Evan Mobley has a semblance of an outside game. And even then, when Mobley was off it sometimes offensively was pretty clunky. We do have another trade here. The Atlanta Hawks, wheeling and dealing, are trading the number 13 pick in the draft to the New Orleans Pelicans for the 23rd pick and an unprotected 2026 first-round pick, the most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee. So the New Orleans Pelicans are now technically on the clock at number 13. The Pelicans definitely drafting a guard that people were a little bit confused as to why they drafted with Jeremiah Fears. It's basically like, hey, we'll have Jordan Poole on the court at all times by drafting Jeremiah Fears. So you do wonder if they saw some of the wings still on the board, like a Carter Bryant. Maybe they want to go with an Asa Newell since there was reports that they were targeting a big man as well. Maybe the Suns... Back to the Maluach stuff, we mentioned his not his hesitancy to shoot, right? Like he would take the shots, but at the same time, he didn't shoot a ton of them. Maybe they evaluated that jump shot and Brian Gregory liked what he saw and thought maybe he could develop. But I don't know if I would put my money on that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of questions right now that we're going to need some clarity on. This is going to be fascinating. We are expected to hear from Brian Gregory, not on the show, but in a Zoom after the fact, so we'll be able to get some answers, and of course we'll be sharing all of that info with you on our socials, and then tomorrow before we go live for the second round. But there's a lot of questions that are going to need to be answered here, because on the one hand, I think you drafted a guy who you were not expecting to fall this far, who could be your long-term answer at center, and then on the other hand, you just traded 2 first-round picks, admittedly not very valuable ones, for a guy who failed a physical not long ago and is going to directly eat some of his minutes. So I'm interested to see how that shakes out. I will also say, though, again, the Suns center rotation, like, yes, you want to keep Oso Ighodaro and develop him, but he's a different type of big from Mark Williams and from Maluach. Nick Richards and Mason Plumlee were fully expendable. So I do want to, like, we can't act like, oh my gosh, why are they getting so many centers? Well, because pretty much all of their centers were not the long-term answer at center.
Steven, for me, it's not getting two centers. It's getting, to me, what feels like two overlapping centers and one with injury concerns. That's the problem. Like, if I thought these guys could complement each other better, I'd feel a little bit better about it, especially, using a top 10 pick too.
Yeah, but that's why I'm just not stamping a assessment of it yet, because is Maluach gonna stay with Phoenix? That's not clarified yet. So until we have some kind of clarity on that front, which will naturally be a domino effect to decisions to happen to the rest of the Suns front court right now, I just can't quickly react to it quite yet. It's just very confusing right now because there's so much gray area. Yeah,
Andy says, can Maluach still be rerouted still? Absolutely.
Correct. And that's to my point. That's what I'm saying. What if he's going somewhere else to get something of value that makes sense, not just next to Mark Williams, but also around everything that Ott wants to do, and with Devin Booker and Jalen Green in the backcourt?
Would you feel comfortable, though? I mean, listen, I get it. You can move him. Like, it's certainly an option, Gerald. But we've all said that we did not expect Maluach to fall to 10. So are you feeling okay? Obviously, we don't know what the return would be. Shopping that guy and putting all your money on an injury-prone center and saying, hey, this top 10 pick, let's try to get something else for him, instead of sitting on that when you actually got a top 10 pick when your draft capital is pretty short right now.
I'd be hesitant to do that just because of Mark Williams' inability to stay healthy. And we do like Maluach as a prospect. We were not expecting him to fall this far. So I would be hesitant to do that. It would really have to be a good return for number 10 and be some things like you'd have to get a wing, you'd have to get another center. That's kind of what I would be looking at in a return if you are going to shop Maluach and move him before you officially draft him.
Okay, let's reset here. PHNX Suns NBA Draft live coverage. We're staying throughout the entirety of the first round. We are just about halfway there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the draft so far. Obviously, not a surprise at number 1. Cooper Flagg goes to the Dallas Mavericks. Then Dylan Harper, no surprise, at 2 to the Spurs. DJ Edgecombe at 3 to the 76ers. Con Knipple at 4 to the Hornets. Ace Bailey said, I don't want to work out with the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz said, we don't care, and drafted him anyway. Trey Johnson goes to the Wizards at 6. I think that's maybe my sneaky favorite pick so far tonight. Jeremiah Fears, maybe my least favorite, 7 to the Pelicans. Yegor Demin.
It's my least favorite.
You're clearly your least favorite. Pick 8 to the Brooklyn Nets. Colin Murray Boyles. I don't know if y'all saw this, but he shook his head and said a naughty word when the Toronto Raptors drafted him.
Did he?
At 9. Khaman Maluach to the Phoenix Suns at 10 via the Houston Rockets. Of course, the Suns then also trading 2 first-round picks for Mark Williams. Cedric Coward at 11 to the Trailblazers, but then sent to the Memphis Grizzlies. And Noah Assange, he's French, so I'm saying his name French, to the Bulls at 12. And right now the pick is in for Atlanta, which would be also going to the New Orleans Pelicans. Carter Bryant still on the board. Giacchionis still on the board as well. There are a lot of great picks here that the Pelicans should be able to snag, and let's see who they go with. I am still just in shock.
Yeah, I'm reeling a little bit
with what's going on. Atlanta also has the 22nd pick, but they'll be sending that to Brooklyn. What are we doing here? We have no sound, and Adam Silver's on the stage, and I don't think any of these people are being drafted.
So this one's going to New Orleans, right?
Yeah, this one just got traded to New Orleans. Can we? I know we got a lot going on behind the scenes. Can we put a poll in the chat on how they're feeling about everything going on right now? Because I just. Yeah, and listen, with Maluach, I'm thrilled for the pick in its own right, and I like the Mark Williams also that trade in a vacuum as well. Together is where I start to get confused. But like you mentioned, Gerald, Maluach really did great with all of his interviews. Obviously, we didn't get to see a lot of it because our sound isn't on here, but apparently crying, very, very grateful, very, very happy to make it to the NBA. I don't see him as somebody who would not accept a role off the bench for this team. And we did mention the concerns. This is a kid that needs to develop. We do have Mark Williams posting a sun emoji.
Okay.
So
all right. Welcome.
He's a Phoenix Sun.
Welcome, Mark Williams.
Wow. And I mean, we are rolling here. We do have a special guest who's going to be joining us here at any second. Over 1,500 of you in here joining us live. A lot of you are also going to be here on YouTube after the fact, going to the point where the Phoenix Suns trade for Mark Williams, draft Maluach. Make your voice known down in the chat below. We have a very special surprise guest that we are getting set up behind the scenes right now. So make sure you hit the like for somebody that y'all have no clue what's coming here. This is going to be an extremely fun one. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and welcome on a fellow top 10 pick in his own draft, Suns legend Frank Kaminsky in the building. Frank the Tank, how you doing?
What's going on? I'm good. How are you guys?
Oh, doing good.
Doing
A
fantastic.
little confused, to be honest with you.
Yeah, same. I'm watching the same thing you guys are. I got the TV right here next to me. I'm locked in.
Okay, so what was your reaction when your former team, Charlotte, traded Mark Williams to the Suns after the Suns also just drafted another center from Duke, Khaman Maluach, who we all like. We didn't expect him to be there. Where's your head at right now?
I have no idea what's going on, to be honest with you. So the Suns are just going to roll out a lineup of shooting guards and centers next season.
Well, Frank, come on down, man. We've got room for former Hornets bigs.
We need a shooting center, dude. We need you.
I mean, I take it, but yeah, it's definitely very confusing. I mean, I don't know why. Is there something wrong with Mark Williams that like the Hornets just want to get rid of him so bad? I don't understand.
It would have to be the medical thing, right? Because I was looking at his numbers. The most games he's played in a season was like 44. There was the whole failed medical thing with the trade with the Lakers. I guess that would be it, but I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense as to why. But I mean, if you do get a healthy season out of him, he's very good. So I mean, I guess it's worth the risk for my son will be 5'4" by the time that next draft pick happens. So it's like, who knows? Like, who knows what that's going to look like by then? I guess.
Frank,
I don't know. It's just I have this theory, and it's becoming truer and truer. I've been saying this for the past 3 years. Teams now just trade to trade. They just want news. They don't actually. It's like me in my fantasy football league. I call up people. I'm like, hey, you feel like trading today? Like, let's just make something happen here. I go in to talk to someone like, hey, we talk on the phone. I call one of my buddies from back home. It's like these GMs, they're buddies, and they talk to each other. It's like, hey, I got you here. Who do you want to trade today? I feel like that's just how that's how it's happening.
Just trying to generate some news and some buzz.
It's just trades to trade. Some of them make sense from like a financial standpoint or a roster building standpoint, but some of them I'm sitting here like, what was the point of that?
Well, we definitely have had no shortage of trades here in Phoenix lately. Obviously, the Kevin Durant trade a couple days ago. As someone who's been with the Suns and has seen how rapidly that roster has changed over the years, what did you think of what the Suns got out of that Kevin Durant trade?
I mean, I think it's a good trade. I mean, you give up so much to get. I mean, that's just the thing where my mind goes back to, and it's hard for me to, because I am still close with Mikhail and Cam.
Yeah,
it's just you part with so much to get KD, and it obviously it didn't work out the way I think anyone envisioned. He still played really good high level basketball for Phoenix for a couple years. And you trade him and you get a good return for him. Like, I thought that was a good return for him, but it goes back. It's like a full story picture. It's like, you have to ask people, would you have gone back and made the original trade again, knowing what you know now? And I think it's good. I mean, I don't know if the Suns are done trading pieces that they got back. Clearly they're still looking to make some roster upgrades and stuff like that. So I don't know. I think it benefits Houston a lot too. I think that's a great trade for Houston. I think they're getting him and adding him to that lineup with all the young pieces they have and putting in a scorer like him. I think they're going to do, what were they, the 2 seed this year?
Mm-hmm.
I think they could be I think they could be title contenders next year with what they have.
Frank, as someone that's gone through this process, I know it's kind of a cliche question, but I feel like the people want to know, what's the thought process as you're sitting in the draft room and you get told by your agent a range that you can maybe anticipate or expect, and then you ultimately hear your name called, like, what's that rush? What's that feeling feel like for you to walk up to the stage and shake the commissioner's hand?
So, I mean, just for me, oh, wow, he's not even wearing a shirt. These suits have gotten out of control.
Carter Bryant.
Yeah. So, I mean, for me in my draft experience, you know, I knew there was a range of teams. Like, I was specific about who I worked out for and who I interviewed with. People don't, like, the whole process going into the draft is actually, like, where you start to get feelers on where you think you could get drafted, trades that might be happening. For me, I found out the night before the draft that if I was available at 9, that Charlotte was going to take me. So my agent at the time, you know, was trying to see, you know, if anyone was trading up, anything that happens. So for me, I felt like I was comfortable, like, going in, like, I wasn't as nervous because I kind of had been told already where I was going to go in the draft. But sitting in the green room, man, you're just sitting there, like, taking everything in. Like, all my friends traveled. They're all sitting, like, you can see off to the side. Like, there's a section for friends and family. And I was just, like, looking back and forth with them. I had my mom, my dad, my sisters, you know, my agent at the table. You know, and when you do hear your name called, it's like a rush. Like, I just had, like, a big, like, gap. It was like just a big, like, deep breath, like a sigh of relief that it was like we were finally there. Because, like, the whole pre-draft process is pretty daunting, especially for, you know, you feel like between the medical testing and the workouts and the traveling and the all the evaluations and all that stuff, it's just like, okay, this is finally over now. We could just get to the basketball part. So it's a very cool and very surreal moment, especially for someone like me who never anticipated being in a spot like that. You know, it was never like a moment that was guaranteed for myself. So it was just like a time where mentally it was like I just gave myself a second to, like, relax and be like, okay, you finally did it. Now it's time to just focus on this.
Former Sun, Frank Kaminsky, former top 10 pick, joining us here on PHNX Suns NBA draft coverage presented by Bet365. Thank you so much for taking some time out of day, Frank. Carter Bryant goes to the San Antonio Spurs at 14. You mentioned his suit. Now, I will say this, Frank. I think that you have, and this is not just me being biased here, I think you have maybe a top 5 draft look of all time with the interior of your suit. Are you analyzing all these guys' fits? Like, can you come away thinking, like, you know what? Maybe I'm a little lower on Carter Bryant because he's got no shirt on under the suit. Like, how important is that?
I mean, I'm not going to judge someone because of what they wear. Like, it's just, you know, fashion has totally passed me by. And I remember from my suit, you know, I had a JCPenney deal. So my suit was a JCPenney suit. And I remember thinking, like, I mean, maybe this is wrong to say, but man, I was looking at other people's stuff. Like, I knew what other people in my agency were going to wear the draft. And I was like, man, like, I was telling this lady in my agency, I was like, my suit's pretty boring. Or, like, what can we do to, like, spice it up a little bit? And that's when I came up with the idea of having the tanks on the inside of my suit, and I would open it up. And I thought that meant, like, they would be, like, the suit lining would be like some of these guys have. But no, it was really just 2, like, ironed on, like, tank logos. And going back and looking at it, I actually pulled it out of storage because I'm making this room in my house and I'm going to get it framed. But just going back and looking at that and then seeing how suit, like, technology has advanced in the last, I don't even know, what would you call it, suit technology in, like, the past 10 years. Like, the past 10 years, it's nuts. But yeah, I mean, I loved it. I feel like I was one of the first, I mean, not like one of the first, but, like, having the suit to open up, like, on the stage and see the tanks. I mean, some people started doing that after me with, like, different, you know, country flags and schools and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I thought it was cool. So, I was cementing the Frank the Tank thing, I guess you would say.
There you go. And I guess you could say you were a fashion icon, setting a trend for the next generation.
I was. If you are a middle class white American shopping in JCPenney, that suit is available on the rack still, probably.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you for me personally, man. It just, you know, means a lot to be in that, you know, that demographic and to know that I
there
too
you go.
could be like a top 10 pick. Thank you.
That's awesome.
There you go. You're dressed to impress. Hit your local JCPenney.
Frank, any final thoughts that you have on where the Phoenix Suns stand? Maybe what to expect from a Devin Booker-led team next year? As this team is in so much flux, there's so much overlap on the roster, so many moves are to be made. What are your overarching thoughts on where the Suns stand going into the 2025 season?
Okay, I gotta start with a question. Like, who's still on the team?
That's a great question. So we've got Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Grayson Allen, Nick Richards, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks,
Royce
O'Neal.
Shooting guards and centers, Frank.
Ryan Dunn,
Oso Ighodaro, Colin Gillespie, maybe.
Mark Williams and Maluach.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a lot of those, I mean, just reality of the situation, some of those people are going to get traded. Like, I'm sure from like just strictly like a financial standpoint, I feel like some of them have to be. And then you have free agency, and that's going to be extremely important. So, I mean, Devin is definitely the person you want to build your franchise around. He's been the cornerstone of the franchise for 10 years now. I mean, he's taken the team to the finals. I mean, he took me to the finals, basically. So I was there. So, yeah, and I mean, how old is Brooks? What, 28?
Yeah, he'll be entering his age 29 season this year, yeah.
Yeah, so he's still in the middle of his prime. So it's like that's the person, you continue to keep building around and see where he can take you in the next 4 to 5 to 6 years. So, I mean, I don't know the state of the team because I don't know who's going to be there or what the situation is. Obviously, there's going to a new coach, new front office, really. So it's just going to be like, I mean, it's those buzzwords everyone says, like alignment and all of those things that everyone says. It's like if everyone gets on the same page and there's like a clear vision moving forward, I feel like that's kind of what it's lacked. And what they've lacked in the last couple of years is like a clear vision. And I think that's what our teams with, Monty and before had. Like we had a clear vision of what we were trying to accomplish. And I think everyone just says like championship is the way to move forward. But like there's steps to get there. So like, I don't know where they are in the steps of that. And I think the first is, you got a coach, you got a GM in place. Now you can, fill out a roster. And this first season is going to be very telling as to, how it's going to move forward in the next couple of years. And clearly you want to get younger too. You get rid of KD, you take in Jalen Green. Is he going to be there? Is he going to get traded again? Who knows? You take Maluach, who's 18, 19 years old. Mark Williams, a young big. Clearly you want to get younger and start to have some, mix of youth and veteran leadership. So to answer your question, I have no idea.
Absolutely. I think we're all in the same boat. We cover the team on a daily basis. Frank, one last thing. I just want to say congratulations to you and Ashley. Frank, for those of you who don't know, is about to become a father. How are you feeling? Are you excited?
I am. We're less than a month away. And how are you doing? That's the real question. I feel like I need some advice from you.
I am running on fumes, man. The first 6 weeks have been rough, but it's amazing. We're doing great. My wife is a rock star. She's allowing me to come back to work and do my thing. So just prepare to divvy up the night into shifts, and that's the best way to get through.
Yeah, for sure. We're really excited. It's close. It's starting to feel extremely, extremely real. That's for sure. Like the doctors, I'm sure, as you know, the doctor's appointments and everything, and you start to like prepare for what like your birth plan and all this. It's a really cool and exciting time for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of babies, we got Espo in the chat who's wondering how we could have Frank Kaminsky on without Espo being there. Do you have any special messages for your special friend?
I mean, I've told him, man, Kaminsky Cove, he invented that, but he doesn't really invite me back very often. It's a one-man
here
show.
He is for you.
That's not true. You're always welcome back. They don't let me on the show anymore.
I'm not going to show up without an invitation. That's for sure.
Well, you're gonna be plenty busy with the kid. So after you get through that, we'll have you come over.
Okay. Sounds great to me.
18 years from now, Frank, your invitation to Kaminsky Cove is open. Thank you so much for taking some time of your busy schedule to hang out with us, Frank. Always an open invite. Always fun to talk to you. Good luck. Take care and stock up on some sleep over the next couple of weeks.
For sure. Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Good talking to you.
Shout out to Frank Kaminsky joining us here live on PHNX's NBA Draft Show coverage. The Phoenix Suns draft Maluach and trade for Williams. What a day. Drop a comment, leave a like, make sure you're subscribed. We'll be going live tomorrow. Our draft coverage is, of course, brought to you by our friends over at Bet365. Let's catch you up on some of the stuff that's been going on while Frank the Tank was on. The Oklahoma City Thunder, well, they just took a center. They took Thomas Sorber out of Georgetown. Now, we know OKC was trying to move up in the draft, and let me put on my tinfoil hat here really quick. Now, what if Thomas Sorber and the Oklahoma City Thunder somehow get involved with this trade for Kevin Durant, and maybe there's a little swappage going on with some future prospects, draft rights, or many of the picks that OKC has, and the Suns still get a young center, but maybe one that I would say has a little bit more outside game to him.
You're talking about Sorber?
Sorber.
You're talking about to the Suns?
To the Suns. If they somehow get involved in a trade.
We're going full conspiracy theory.
I don't know, man. I'm still trying to make sense of all this.
Yeah, like I was meh on Sorber. I like him. I didn't like him all the way up at 10. I think he was a guy that if you wanted him, you would trade back for him, which is kind of the scenario that you're suggesting here. So this pick currently goes to
Portland.
The
16th pick. Memphis technically on the clock, but it will be going to Portland.
I hate the way that like even the broadcast can't clear. Like I see the little proposed trade and then there's the Blazers logo there. It is thoroughly unclear if you're just watching with the volume off who is going where. It's so confusing.
Exactly.
So Portland, a center to Portland. Color me shocked.
No, there's no way that Portland gets a center here. Ace and Newell still on the board. I'm still reeling from everything here.
Did we tell the people what Bobby Marks reported already?
No, we have not. So
okay.
Go ahead, Gerald.
People in the chat have already mentioned it, but in case you didn't see, Vasa Micic is the piece that is going to Charlotte. He had the team option. They were expected to decline that, but they did not, so that they could use his salary. And that's good because you still have Royce, you still have Cody Martin. You didn't just throw them into a trade with 2 first-round picks for an injury-prone center. So I like this trade a lot more now that I know that it was a piece that wasn't going to be here anyway, just basically salary filler going back to Charlotte.
Makes about sense. Wouldn't imagine, like we said, something of high value just because of the contract, the only contract involved, not being one of a high volume in terms of dollars. So, I mean, it makes sense. We didn't imagine Micic was going to be back.
No, I mean, Suns legend, Micic, what he's done here and what he has established for the Suns franchise in the future will never be forgotten. So when do we think Micic goes into the Ring of Honor? Next year? Is it before Monty Williams, after Monty Williams?
Why are you the way that you are?
Anyway, what I was
I'm asking legitimate questions.
You are not.
So what I was getting at is, so we understand the landscape of the second tax apron and the constraints that it withholds.
Mm-hmm.
You get rid of the Kevin Durant contract. You give yourself opportunity to get under that second tax apron. We understood that Micic and Cody Martin were two pieces that would help you get there, so long as you did something as well with Bradley Beal. That puts them one step closer to that ultimate goal that just sounds like was ducking one of the tax aprons. I wonder what else they have in mind to upgrade the roster, but also navigate that well and thread that needle regarding that tax apron constraints.
What is the position that we want the Suns to target now? I know point guard is obviously a very big, I won't say concern with people, but there are a lot of guards on this team. Do you want them to go for a complimentary wing to maybe some of these players?
You need a 4.
Yeah. You need a plus-size wing. You need a 4, someone preferably that could play the 3 and the 4.
Yeah.
I keep seeing people say point guard. I don't think that's in the cards, guys. Like we've been reporting here, they were targeting 3s, 4s, and 5s heading into this draft.
Mm-hmm.
And if you trade for Jalen Green and you tell people like we believe in this backcourt, yes, maybe you're just posturing to flip Jalen Green elsewhere. But if we take them at face value, they're not bringing in a point guard to play with Devin Booker and Jalen Green. They're pairing those two, counting on Book's playmaking ability, counting on Jalen Green being able to spend a lot of time on the ball, which is what he does. You're counting on that backcourt of 2 combo guards trying to make it work and make up for the absence of a point guard, which, to be fair, in theory, I think if you find the right combo guard with Devin Booker, that can work. you don't want to take the ball completely out of Book's hands. You want to lean into his playmaking. You don't want him to do that full time, which is where I have my questions, because I don't think Jalen Green is necessarily the playmaking guard you want to put in his hands. But bringing in another undersized point guard and running out another undersized backcourt at the 1, 2, and 3, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. I think if you could maybe get a Chris Paul in free agency and trot him out there as like your backup guy who comes in and plays with Book, that might make sense to me. But I don't know that they're going to use a draft pick on a guard unless it's like, all they have left now are 52 and 59. So it's kind of best player available.
Yeah, Suns trading the 29th pick along with a 2029 first-round pick in Vasa Micic to the Charlotte Hornets in exchange for Mark Williams. They also used the number 10 pick on Khaman Maluach out of Duke. To catch you up on some of the draft picks that have happened in the meantime since Frank Kaminsky was on, the New Orleans Pelicans via the Atlanta Hawks took Derek Queen at 13. This is a pick I'm terrified at. The 14th pick, Carter Bryant, goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
I hate that.
It is I hate
great.
this. It's a perfect fit for Carter Bryant. I think playing next to Wemby, playing next to the guard-heavy rotation that they have there.
Oh, my God.
Uh-oh, what happened? What?
Nothing Suns related. Sorry. Your boy,
Yang
Hansen.
I told you.
Number
I told you.
16.
I told you somebody was going to reach.
That is
Anyang.
the most insane pick I've seen since Diego Demon.
To Portland,
I told
but to
you.
Portland,
You didn't know he was going to go 16.
I
Stop.
told you somebody was going to reach. You can pull the tape. I said somebody is going to reach on Hansen Young.
You said end of first round.
I said somebody's
End of
going to
first
reach
round.
on him.
This is certifiably bonkers.
Dude, watching his tape, I can see why a team would fall in love with him. Now, I don't know why Portland does this. They have DeAndre Ayton, they have Donovan Clingan, they have Robert Williams at third. Obviously, Williams and Ayton are on the trade block per reports. But this is a guy that if everything with him develops, he's very quick-footed. He's a very good passer for his size. I like his first step there. Defensively, he was the defensive player of the year in the CBA, which is not exactly the most challenging league when it comes to playing defense, but he still did it. He's a 2-time CBA All-Star. I really like him. I don't 16th pick like him, but I here's the thing. I would have considered him at 29. That's how high I am on him. I think that if this is the type of guy that can develop more offensively, to think about a 4-5 duo of Clingan and Young back to back, wow. I mean, that is something that I don't know what Portland's cooking, but
How many centers do they need?
well, they have 4.
they got 5 because they still got Matisse Thybulle on the roster.
Matisse Thybulle.
Wait, so they
No
have
disrespect to T.
So they have DeAndre Ayton.
Yep.
Robert Williams.
Yep. Donovan Clingan.
Donovan
Donovan
Clingan, who's a
Clingan.
top 10 pick last year.
Mm-hmm.
Young Hansen.
Young Hansen.
And didn't they just draft? Wasn't there another pick going to Portland that was a center just
traded
before this?
the Portland drafted for
and they traded somewhere
Memphis,
else.
and it was
Okay.
Cedric
Is
Count.
That's
Duop
right.
Reeves still on the roster?
Probably, but
Duop Reith, yeah.
Duop Reith.
So 5.
That's
So
nuts.
Portland
Technically 6
Portland
then.
said, "Oh, Phoenix, you have all centers. Hold my well-crafted IPA." Like
If this was PR,
we have 6.
if this was
Craft
PORT,
beer.
if this was PORT, the
That's
thumbnail
real.
would be center of attention.
Wow.
Because that's exactly what they got
Can
going
we
on
interest
right now.
Portland and Maluach? Can we get them over
There's a
there?
natural shooting guard for
Yeah.
center trade in there somewhere. But
But they have guards too. They have Scoot. Well, I guess they traded
Yeah.
Simons, right? They have Scoot.
They
They have
replaced him
Shaden.
with Drew Holiday. So
Drew
oh
Holiday.
yeah, no, never mind.
guards galore, centers galore.
Okay.
What's going
Try
on?
Tamani Kamara,
scoring.
Denny Avdia, play the 2, 3, and the 4 for us, please.
Screw it. How about this lineup? Let's go Drew Holiday at the 1, Denny Avdia at the 2, Robert Williams at the 3, Young Hansen at the 4, and Donovan Clingan at the 5. Good luck scoring on that. What is
In
going on?
In all seriousness, though, Portland was top 5 defensively after the All-Star
Tumani
break.
Kamara?
That's what I'm getting at.
Sorry.
They have significant defensive potential next season.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, they run into hurdles that Houston ran into last season in the playoffs, and to a significantly lesser extent, but they still had it some, the Orlando Magic in the first round with the Boston Celtics. They have issues that they're going to run into on the offensive end, but defensively, Portland is, if you like defense, they're going to be one of your favorite teams to watch going into next season on League Pass, just because of everything that they did last season, switching the zone, the individual defenders that they have, the cross matching that they get into. Chauncey has a solid post for that roster, and he has buy-in on the defensive end, and they've built out a solid process that's shown to be effective.
This is insane. I mean, Hanson Young at 16, it is insane.
It
now
is.
now the 17th pick, Minnesota. The pick is, and Kasparas Yakuonis is still on the board. Rasheer Fleming is still on the board. Jean Beringer still on the board. Nick Clifford still on the board. A lot of options for Minnesota here. What position do we feel like they target?
Oh, that's a great question.
They kind of need a point guard of the future
They
if you
took
don't
Rob
believe in Rob
Dillingham.
Dillingham. But if you
Yeah,
don't
that's
believe in
the-
Rob Dillingham, right?
If you don't believe, but would you go point guard
Well, I
back
guess you
to
still
back
have
season?
Terrence Shannon Jr., right? Like you got 2 guards that you drafted last year.
But that's the thing. You go back to back guard, and you know you're going to have the ball in Anthony Edwards' hands more often than not.
Do you go with a taller guard and Yaku his name?
So-
is
Kasparas.
Yes.
So
you do.
Yahoo-
I just need you to step in whenever I have
I
to
got
say
you.
his name.
So to the point guard point, though, and to a point that I was making about a player that I was high on, Yahoo has Walter Clayton Jr. slotted at 17 in their most recent mock draft, or at least one of their most recent mocks.
Mhm.
That's a player that I feel like would make sense there. Outside of him, though, if they probably need another wing, because I imagine they're losing Nickeil Alexander-Walker in free agency, so they need somebody to replace that defensive value that he was bringing for them.
Yep.
Has Nick Clifford gone yet?
No, Nick Clifford, but
Nick
it's
is still
Joan
there.
Beringer,
Okay.
a center. They said, what's
Okay.
better than one French center?
Another.
2.
Give me another.
This is a very big raw potential upside type of pick. This is the Rudy Gobert replacement. He doesn't play the same. He's not nearly as big as Rudy Gobert, but probably just looking at hey, we're gonna re-sign Naz Reid. We don't
I was
know.
gonna say they have to be betting on bringing back Nas for sure.
We don't know what the future is. Obviously, Rudy Gobert, you don't know how fast he's going to age. Interesting pick for Minnesota here, as there are some names that are definitely sliding, which I find interesting. As we continue on covering the draft presented by Bet365, the Washington Wizards are going to be on the clock via the Memphis Grizzlies. Next, lots of options for them, but I want to read a couple super chats here because we haven't gotten to those. We have a second super chat from Hunter. Thank you so much, Hunter. 199 says Asa Newell is missing from Gerald's big board? ? Not high on the Georgia big man.
Nope.
Good talk.
Look, I had him at like 31, 32, to be honest with you. He was one of my first cuts probably from making the top 30. Like I said, I like the defensive versatility. I like the motor that he plays with. I have major question marks about what his role is going to be in the NBA offensively, where he's going to be able to contribute, because in college, a lot of what he did was dependent on having a very big athletic advantage. In the NBA, that shrivels up. You have to have the skills that go with it. Not saying he can't develop them, but I personally was not very high on him.
There was some dog in him. I really liked him. Joe with a $2 super chat says, trade Oso and Beal in some seconds. What could we get? Listen, even if you're able to aggregate Oso and Beal somehow, you get under the second apron plus some second round picks, you're not getting. I like Oso.
Mhm.
His value's not enough to be like, oh, we're going to get value back for Bradley Beal.
He would be a sweetener, and he would probably, to your point about the second apron, you could technically construct a Beal deal and then separately do a second deal with that same team where you just send them there into cap space or whatever for a second rounder or something. But yeah, I genuinely don't know, because now, like if you're trading Beal in terms of the Suns draft assets, all you can trade now that's left is number 10. So
I guess you could attach all the second round picks that you got.
yeah, I guess that's true.
Like
in
the
terms
only
of, in terms
real
of first,
sweetener.
in terms of first round capital, the only one you can attach is number 10, which means you're giving up Maluach. If you're dumping Maluach to get rid of Beal, you have to be getting some significant pieces in return for me.
I just wonder how realistic is it though
to trade Beal?
It feels less so now that Maluach fell to 10 and they did what they did.
I agree.
Because you don't have any other first rounders that you can attach to Beal now outside of Maluach, who we all agree we weren't expecting there. So
and that's my thing. I've always operated under the impression that there's not going to be enough seconds that you could ever compile, even if it is the glutton of seconds that got someone traded at this most recent trade deadline. I just don't think it's in the cards for the Suns if that's the route that they were going to go with it. So now I'm genuinely not sure about how realistic it is to get off of the Beal contract.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty crazy trades, though. Obviously, Boston being the centerpiece of a couple here earlier this week. I don't want to say never. Maybe I'm a little higher on something being able to happen than you guys, but getting that 10th pick. And here's the thing, though. You got Maluach at 10, though, right? So if you're willing to move off of him, there's a lot more value there than the theoretical 10th pick going into this draft. Because theoretically speaking, you weren't going to get a guy like Maluach with the 10th pick. So it could up your bargaining power if you are willing to move off of him, right? But your willingness is also slid down after getting him, right? But if you trade for Mark Williams, maybe you don't. I don't know. I'll tell you what, I'm super excited for this offseason. I'm super excited for free agency and trades. There's over 1,300 of you still in here right now on a Wednesday night as we cover the NBA draft presented by Bet365. If you're not subscribed here to PHNX Sports, you got to do it. If you're not already a diehard, you can get an intro offer right now for $36. Be the best fan that you could be. Be the most informed fan you can be with access to our diehard Discord, with access to Gerald's articles, all of them, even the ones that are locked behind a paywall. And of course, you get so much more discounts to all of our events. Free hat and t-shirt every single year. So many benefits. Go to gophnx.com/join. Let's get another one from another diehard. Here's a super chat here from Easy Money Chubbs. Says, you can't pick a bust if you don't pick. LOL. Talking about the 29th pick in this year's draft. Do we want the Suns to be maybe aggressive and get back into the first round here? Because I'll be honest with you, I really did value that 29th pick.
Yeah, I thought there would be some good players available there. But again, it depends on what you are giving up and who you're drafting at 29. I did like Ryan Kalkbrenner at that spot. This is a kid out of Creighton who has stretch 5 potential, who we talked about off the top of the show, one of the best rim protectors in the draft class. But I'd like that pick a little bit less now that you've added Mark Williams and Khaman Maluach. So it has Rasheer Fleming is still on the board.
That's the name I like most at 29.
Well, here's the Reaper. Gambo says, I expect the Suns to be done for the day. See you all tomorrow. Suns have 2 picks in the second round.
Okay. Okay, so I do want to reset for a minute and because it's been a busy week of Suns transactions.
Yeah.
Let's take a look, just a snapshot of what the Suns entered the week with versus what they are leaving the week with.
What
now.
happened this weekend, Gerald?
Just a minor little trade. So Suns started the week with Kevin Durant, the number 29 pick, a 2029 first rounder, which is going to be the least valuable between the Cavs, Wolves, and Jazz pick, and Vasa Micic. They are leaving it with Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick, which they've used on Khaman Maluach, 5 second-round picks, and Mark Williams. How are we feeling looking at kind of that exchange as a whole now?
Slightly confused, slightly excited. I mean, I feel a little bit better about the KD return now, but man, because you got Maluach for that 10 pick, which was high value, man, I really feel like I need like a night to sleep on this and come back tomorrow and really present my full thoughts. But I do feel a little bit better than on Sunday. What about you, Steven?
So Sunday, my initial reaction to the trade was that it felt like there was more in store in some capacity. I hate to say the same thing, but I want to see what they do with what they have right now. I don't imagine they go into next season having all 3 of Mark Williams as well as Khaman Maluach and Nick Richards and also Iguodala. I can't imagine they go into the season with all of those pieces. All the reporting that we've heard has also suggested that they find some creative way to get off of the Bradley Beal deal. What does that entail for what they're bringing in return for all of these changes that feel like they're inevitable? It feels it's too much. There's not a complete roster to assess. But I would say for what they've done in terms of literally what's happened, what's been in front of us, they've taken a step in the direction of having change. And it's providing a little bit of clarity. I'm just waiting to see what more. So are we giving grades for this? Or
Yeah, you can.
So to go from the top half of what Gerald tweeted to the bottom half, I said B- for the trade. I'm probably at, because there's just too much ambiguity right now, I'm probably at like a C.
Okay.
So you went down.
I went down, yeah.
Okay.
I'm probably going up a little bit. I was at a C. I'll go to C+. That's probably as high as I'll go, just because I, like you, Steven, I feel like I need to see the completed product to figure out what's going on, what we're looking at here. And it's also worth noting that this trade did make it harder for the Suns to duck the second tax apron. It's going to depend entirely on what they do with Bradley Beal, because as of right now, Vasa Micic, that $8.1 or $8.2 million team option that they were going to decline to get closer, now turned into Mark Williams' $6.3 million contract. And I think he's due for a rookie scale extension, or he's eligible for one. Doesn't have to. He could become a restricted free agent next year. But these are all things that you got rid of some salary that you were going to shed, and now you filled it. So it's going to come down to Beal, maybe Grayson, maybe Royce, what you do with those contracts if you want to get below that second tax apron.
Yeah, assuming that something else happens, which I can't imagine that it doesn't. I'll go from a C- to a C+. I got the biggest jump of all of us, but no higher than what Gerald is. I just started a little lower. I like Maluach. I was a big fan of Maluach. I said if he was 10, then you run up there. I like what Mark Williams can do in a vacuum. It's a really big risk, and I like 29, but maybe they felt like the difference between 29 and 52 was not as great as maybe some do. So I think after tomorrow, I'll be able to give more of a full feelings of it, because if they steal somebody at 52 that I really like, then I'll feel a little better about losing 29. But losing 29, and I don't know if it's just because I talked myself into so many guys when we were just doing draft prep for 29, does sting. Speaking of the draft, just to get away from the Suns real quick, we do have a trade. The Washington Wizards traded the 18th pick to the Utah Jazz, and Utah will be selecting Walter Clayton Jr.
Let's go.
So Utah walks away from the draft as of right now with the number 5 pick, going with Ace Bailey, despite his refusal to work out and not wanting to go there, and then gets Walter Clayton at 18. You're feeling good about that for Utah, Gerald?
It's a lot of shot making that they had.
Buckets on buckets on buckets.
Lots of buckets. Pack your bags, Jordan Clarkson. Colin Sexton, make your plans.
Yeah, for sure.
Good for Clayton. I mean, Clayton, man, he was arguably the most fun player to watch in the tournament, the most clutch player in college basketball this year. He's a little bit undersized, so defensively he's going to have to prove that he can hold his own, but he comes from a football background, so he does not shy away from physicality or contact. He competes on that end of the floor. And then offensively, because he is such an elite pull-up shooter who can get to his shot off the dribble, curling around screens, off movement, wherever, you can't give that guy any space. And I think that opens up driving lanes for him that he doesn't necessarily have the burst to create otherwise. So I'm kind of high on this kid. I had him fairly higher on my draft board than most, but good for them.
I'm big on Walter Clayton Jr. I feel like that's been made obvious between today and yesterday and Monday. Dude is a certified marksman. I feel like he has a lot of combo guard. I think he's more point guard than two guard, but he's more than comfortable operating off of it because of his shooting prowess. Can do so with movement. And he's a long-range marksman, meaning that he's probably capable of coming into the league knocking down 35 to 38 footers fairly comfortably. And imagining what that does for the driving lanes for players like, and in particular, I'm thinking about Keontae George and Isaiah Collier, two guards that spent the most time initiating things and doing things for them the latter half of the season. He fits in with them, can play with both of those guards, can also play independent of both of those guards. And I'm just curious how they fill out the rest of the roster again.
Yeah, they got a lot of guards.
They got a lot of room.
Guards, man.
They got a lot of room, though. They're not going to have expectations to compete this year. Who knows about Lauri Markkanen's future? And we know that Danny Ainge likes his draft picks, so maybe he wants to trade him for some more. I want to pass on a funny note from Jake Fisher. Maybe just completely putting the surprise Memphis selection, or about the Blazers selection via Memphis, of Young Hansen, says a Nuggets source just texted Jake Fisher, quote, Chinese Jokic, about the Blazers surprise selection.
Okay.
I really like Young Hansen. I don't know if I would call him Chinese Jokic.
Yeah.
But I thought that his passing did definitely pop watching the film. Back to the Suns, we put a poll in the chat. Do you like the Phoenix Suns moves today of trading for Mark Williams and drafting Khaman Maluach? And 74% say, what do you think?
I mean, based off the chats, there's been a lot of downers.
So you think 74
saying
no? Gerald?
I'll say yes.
74% say yes.
Okay, I'm glad. Good.
26% say no. I do get the doubts I'm kind of excited though. I want to see what else goes on here. So now we are at the 19th pick. Brooklyn does have this pick. No movement with Brooklyn though so far. We saw that they were trying to move up in the top 10. Obviously that didn't happen. Also a Suns note, Maluach did put on a Suns hat.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he put on a Suns hat when he was talking to ESPN.
Oh, good.
So that is good.
I hate that for them when they don't get a picture on
Right?
draft night in the right hat that they're going to be potentially wearing for at least the next couple of
Hell,
years.
he might not end up on the Suns with everything going on right now.
That's true.
Okay. Do we want to just take a look at maybe some of the players that are remaining?
Yeah.
Our boy whose name that just kicks my ass every time, Gerald, still on the clock, who was the 10th overall ranked recruit on ESPN for this draft. That's a huge slide.
It is. And I would say he should go here at 19, but they just took another plus size guard in Yegor Demin, your boy. So I don't know. Maybe he might be there at number 20 for Miami, which would be a really nice pickup for them.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the big board available for who's?
We're working on the big board now.
Okay.
Can I give a shout out to the freckled Mamba, Ayrton behind the Mac, and the Deli Man, Shane Diefenbach, who have just been working their asses off tonight. Look at all the amazing graphics we have. We have a ticker on here. I mean, there are so many moving pieces and parts, and having produced a draft show before last year, I could tell you it is exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
It is a lot, and there is so much that goes into it behind the scenes besides what you just see on there. So I want to give a big shout out to our team there. I want to give a big shout out to Espo, who's been on it with the shorts. I want to give a big shout out to Leah and Emma, who have been on it when it comes to social. We are an absolute team effort here. Y'all just see the three of us up top here, but we are absolutely nothing without the crew that we have here at PHNX. So if you don't drop a like for us, drop a like for all the people who are putting in a ton of hard work behind the scenes to make all this happen and to make sure that we can entertain the over 1,100 of you that are still hanging out with us despite the Suns having no more picks in the first round of this year's draft. The pick is in for Brooklyn. Let's go ahead and take a look at your big board, Gerald.
Yeah, so among the remaining prospects, Jaku's number 1. I had him at number 7, and we are currently on pick number 19. So that's pretty interesting. Neat Clifford, a guy that me and Steven and I think Erik were all pretty high on.
Definitely high on him.
He's still available. I had him at 16. And then we've got Danny Wolf, who, he was projected anywhere from like 12 or 13 all the way into the 20s. So it's going to be interesting to see where one of the more polarizing picks in this draft winds up. Then we've got Liam McNeely, Jace Richardson, and a lot of like Ryan Kalkbrenner still on the board. He's
Rasheer Fleming still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Noah Penda still on the board as well.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you're Brooklyn, I know you got Yegor, right? But if you got Casper at 8, you'd feel good. I think you roll with both. I think you roll with both. You're the Brooklyn Nets. Why the hell not? You got nothing else going on, huh?
Yeah, jumbo size backcourt, that's for sure.
Yeah, jumbo size backcourt, high potential.
Mm-hmm.
The pick is in for Brooklyn. Let's go ahead and see what they do here. They take Nolan Traore. Wow, that is a guard out of France.
Okay.
How about all the French guys getting drafted recently?
So Brooklyn's taking 2 guards now, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean for one Cam Thomas?
Why would they do that?
My Brian Windhurst voice. Why would they do that? Very curious as to what's going on there.
I'll be honest with you. Cam Thomas is fun to watch. I would not pay Cam Thomas what Cam Thomas is demanding.
Gerald, correct me if I'm wrong. Was it a team option that he had, right? Or was it player option?
I think, but let me check to make sure.
I know he's eligible for an extension, and by all means, he is trying to get a max extension. I would not pay Cam Thomas max money. I just can't do it.
And I definitely hear you on that for sure. I'm checking to see now.
So Casper still on the board. Neat Clifford still on the board. Danny Wolf still on the board. Now Miami. Miami falling ass backwards into Casper kind of feels like a huge win for them at the point guard position to play alongside Tyler Hero, to play alongside Bam Adebayo.
So Cam Thomas is a restricted free agent. That's what it is. So, it feels like the writing is on the wall. I could certainly be wrong there, and they might see a vision with him in addition to these 2 rookies that they're bringing in now. Mm-hmm. Making sense, but I imagine he's not back.
If I'm Brooklyn
next season,
and I draft 2 guards, you want to bring in veteran leadership mentor them, to make sure they're on the right path. Somebody who is good at negotiating contracts, who is, been an all-star in the East, somebody who's led the league in scoring. If I'm Brooklyn, I'm making it a priority to acquire some sort of well-minded veteran. And instead of Cam Thomas, you don't want to pay Cam Thomas. Pay somebody who's averaged 30 in the league. Pay somebody who's been an all-star in the East. Now, I don't know who fits that bill. Now that I think about it, ironically enough, Bradley Beal does fit. Wow.
That's interesting.
Who would have thunk?
Well, now that we laid out the logic, I mean, it's pretty clear what Brooklyn has to do, right?
Trade for Bradley Beal and mentor these young guys, right? Yeah, well, full Supermax Cam Thomas. Perfect.
We do need more
Serious
guards
question
here.
for y'all, though.
Yeah.
I'm
what's
curious, with the way restricted free agency works, who throws the bag at Cam Thomas?
I don't know who does.
I don't know if it's out there because cap space is non-existent.
Correct, especially with these apron constraints and everybody ducking the aprons like they should be, like the plague. So
I can't imagine because Washington doesn't even have the space now, and they
have the minutes.
Well, right, and they're lining up for all these veteran contracts that they have. They're lining up to be off the books next year, right? Brooklyn. It's funny enough. Brooklyn is really the only team that you look at and you're like, yeah, you could be offering that type of max money. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I think Cam Thomas might be the first lesson learned in the new CBA, where they're like, listen, we're not maxing you unless we know that you're going to be an all-star. Right, like not even borderline all-star, right? Like you need to be somebody who certifiably over the next 5 years we bank on being in the all-star game, or else you're not getting a max contract. Because I think the days of guys just getting max contracts are over with the ramifications that come with the CBA.
Maybe Sacramento.
But they want like a point guard.
Who they getting?
Right?
Trae Young is not on the table now.
No, I don't know. But
I think it was Dennis Schroeder was the last name that we heard in conjunction with them, right? I think that was today.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know if Sacramento should throw the bag at them.
Well, you might not even have to throw it back because Brooklyn might not even want to match it at all.
Yeah, I don't know what Sacramento's doing at the point guard spot.
Yes.
But so who's on the clock now? We've got Miami on the clock. We have Jaku that's still available. I would like that pick for them quite a bit. I would like Nick Clifford to them. It should be. I would be surprised if it's not him.
Under expected pick sequencing, I saw Jace Richardson tablet going to Miami, but now with the ways that the big board has been just upended, they probably end up going with one of the guys that you are mentioning right now.
I guess
you got to take best talent available, right?
Yeah, Nick Clifford is interesting, but if you're at 20 here and like they're saying, and like we look at Miami's roster and what they need, needing a facilitator, putting a big guard next to Tyler Hero, I mean, it feels like that is a really, really good point. I mean, his strengths, like his basketball IQ is off the charts. He can create his own shots. He's a great playmaker, and he plays defense too. That's the thing. He's a good on-ball defender, not like high level, like you're going to get highlights from him, but he could certainly fit in Miami's system. His off-ball defense is his athleticism is but you put him in a system in Miami, a guy that by all means most people had going certified top 10. I don't know how you can pass on this guy if you're Miami here and it falls to 20. Maybe they like Danny Wolf because he could maybe play alongside Bam Adebayo as a stretch 4-5 option, but I'm running to the podium and drafting Jaku here if I'm Miami. The pick is in here as we are still reeling from the Phoenix Suns trading for Mark Williams and still drafting a center in Khaman Maluach at 10. We have a poll in the chat, over 1,100 votes on the poll right now. 74% saying they like the Suns' moves today. Wouldn't be surprised with a Nick Clifford here either. Sneaky name, Drake Powell also feels like a Miami guy with just his raw defensive and athletic abilities.
Yeah, he could be. I had him somewhere in probably the early 30s for me, but again, there's not a lot of separation here between the prospects that we're looking at now, which is why Jaku has fallen to this point and why some players might go like on Janssen gone a little bit higher than we expected.
Yeah. Wow. Rasheer Fleming to Miami. also makes a ton of sense. Obviously, Gambo reporting the Suns are done for the day. They will not be moving back into the first round. I kind of wish they would, but maybe just see how the board falls like they did on the second round last year. And move up and get Oso, maybe packaging your 2 picks and moving up and selecting somebody else this year would be the move for them. There you go. You take Kasparis. That is the easy pick for him. What a steal for Miami, huh? What a steal.
That's a great pick that fell to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually, for them, both for the long term and for the short term. I don't know what they're doing for the short term, but
not offering Nikola Jovic and Jaime Jaquez for Kevin Durant, that's for sure. I really like this pick for Miami, which sucks because I'm starting to not like Miami based off of what's happened with the KD negotiations and everything. It's like them and the Spurs. I'm just like, I hate you. But yeah, it's a good system for him. He slides. Some massive surprises here in the 2025 NBA draft. Our coverage presented by Bet365. Let's take it from the top and let's get some overarching reactions as we go down the boards, gentlemen. Cooper Flagg. Feels like 2 years ago he was drafted by the Dallas Mavericks, goes 1-1. Obviously, no surprises there.
No, it was expected. Good pick. Great prospect. I don't want to get into the collusion that went behind it, but whatever.
Yes, because it's true. There was collusion. Then you have Dylan Harper at 2. Steven, a great and a solid and expected pick for the Spurs.
Yeah, prolific point guard, or prolific just guard, I guess. You want to put him next to De'Aaron Fox in some capacity, as well as with Stephon Castle. But also having a literal unicorn, or excuse me, an alien unicorn is Satu Sabli. Alien is Victor Wembanyama. Having him with that group of players, very, very dynamic 4-player grouping.
Going down to number 3, Gerald, VJ Edgecombe to the Philadelphia 76ers. All of us very high on this pick.
Yep, absolutely. He's probably going to be coming off the bench because they got Maxey, they got McCain. But he was my number 3 prospect for a reason. I like him going to Philly, and I like the stability. Like I said, one of the safer draft prospects this year.
Last time I'm making this joke, no nip slip tonight. Knippel goes in the top 4 to the Charlotte Hornets. I am proud of that one. Sometimes you just got a banger. You got to play the song over and over again until you get sick of it. That's what I'm doing today. Knippel at 4 to Charlotte. Steven, makes a lot of sense for them.
Sniper game, shooter, shoot. And they keep shooting and shooting again.
I was not expecting you to say that.
You're welcome.
At all. Speaking of not expecting it, Ace Bailey didn't expect to go to the Utah Jazz at 5, Gerald, because he didn't work out with him and reportedly didn't want to go there. Danny Ainge said, F you, I do things my own way.
He really did. He said, I don't care how many guards we have that shoot a lot, maybe aren't as efficient. We are taking you, Ace Bailey. So I'm fascinated to see how that all pans out because they've got some subsequent trades to make for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Johnson to the Washington Wizards, a shot creator, somebody who is probably the second best and maybe arguably the best shooter in the draft if you like his on-ball, off-the-dribble capability, Steven, going to the Washington Wizards, who are in desperate need of an injection of young offensive players.
Yeah, another fun young guard for that team to kind of invest in internally. Definitely the second best shooter in this draft. A point guard that can get off it and be equally as effective. It'll be fun to watch him develop.
Jeremiah Fears, Gerald, to the Pelicans at 7. This was the first pick that had us scratching our heads slightly.
Yeah, this was a little bit higher than I would have had him. I don't really know what the Pelicans are cooking in that gumbo down there right now, but not a fan of that pick for sure.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to stick with you, Gerald, at 8 because Yegor Demon, the biggest surprise of the draft until we get to Young Hansen at 8. I mean, a huge reach in some people's minds for the BYU guard.
Yeah, I did not see him going that high. I think if the shooting and the defense pan out, which he has a significant work to do on both of those fronts, he could be a top 10 player in this draft. Brooklyn is clearly believing in that. Coming to fruition. I don't. I've had him in my late 20s there, but who knows? Like we said, after the first 7 or 8 guys, it's pretty much up in the air. I think some of those 7 or 8 guys fell a little bit further than we thought, though.
Stephen, Colin Murray Boyles to Toronto at 9. This was a pick that Suns fans were celebrating. He fits the Masai Ujiri build, but it's kind of an interesting pick for where their roster is at.
Yeah, add them to the list of teams that have a question mark over the top of the team name because I'm not sure about exactly what it is that they're trying to do. does Jaco Pertl still remain on their roster going into next season? I think they have a lot of questions to answer.
Yeah, agree with you there. Steven, we'll stick with you with the Suns at 10. They do draft their center of what we thought of the future in the moment. Also trade for Mark Williams at the time. But let's just focus on Maluach here. How do you like his fit in Phoenix?
Well, there's definitely opportunity. If there's anything that's abundantly clear with the Suns taking him, is that there's opportunity there for him to play. He's going to be with the team that's been sorely needing a center of viable levels of play. He brings that in a young and kind of still growing manner.
Yeah, Gerald, we all were shocked when Maluach was there at 10, walking away happy with the value at that pick, maybe despite some confusion with other moves that happened around it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's reason to question the Mark Williams trade, especially in conjunction with that pick and how quickly they both fell into place. But the pick itself is really good. I like Maluach. Getting him at 10 is pretty great value because we did not think he would be there for like the 100th time tonight that I've said that. I really like the physical traits that he brings to the table. I like the potential to, like, he moves his feet very well. He's going to have to learn to deal with NBA guards on switches and things like that. He's going to have to learn a lot of things. He doesn't have a ton of touch outside of the paint as of right now, but he has a good shot. He has the potential maybe down the line to be something of a stretch big. And even if not, dude shot like 81% at the rim and deterred rim shots all across the board. People did not want to test him because he's a presence in the paint.
You look at the raw stats for Maluach, you might walk away unimpressed. Watching the film, he certainly has a lot that he needs to work on from a playmaking perspective, from a shooting perspective. His hands need some work, but he's only been playing basketball for less than half of a decade. This is certainly a long-term project, hoping he comes into his own by the time that Devin Booker is at the end of his prime. Moving outside of the top 10, Gerald, Cedric Coward ends up with Portland. Actually, he ends up with Memphis, picked by Portland, sent to Memphis. Cedric Coward is somebody we were also super high on. Love that fit with the Grizzlies.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is like they just traded away Desmond Bane. And now you're getting a guy who is another 3-level scorer, who is another great shooter, who has incredible physical traits. Could be a very good two-way wing in this league. So I like that pickup for Memphis a lot.
Absolutely. Going on to number 12 with your Chicago Bulls. Steven, Noah Asenge from France, or Sange from France. How do you feel about his fit in Chicago?
I'm genuinely surprised. I thought they were going the Queen route. And the fact that they didn't, even though the opportunity was there, just kind of leads to what we were speaking to with that ambiguity from basically 4 to like 22. And it's just kind of been some significant reshuffling of the deck. That's another team, again, that I've said with Toronto as well as some other teams that have a lot of questions, and there's going to be inevitable shakeups with their roster to come.
Speaking of shakeups, the 13th pick was traded to New Orleans via Atlanta. New Orleans reportedly wanted another big man. They got it, Gerald and Derek Queen.
Yes. I don't know what they're doing, but they got another big man.
He can technically play. He can play alongside Missy because he has an outside game.
Derek Queen?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
A little bit more of an outside game than Missy. Not a 3-point game, but a mid-range game.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't have a 3-point shot, though, and he's a below-the-rim center, and he's not a good defender. So I guess playing next to Missy helps in that respect because Missy can cover for him. I have no idea what New Orleans is cooking over there. No idea.
I don't want no
like, they
parts of that
traded for
gumbo.
Jordan Poole. They drafted... Who did they draft at 7?
Jeremiah Fears.
Jeremiah Fears at 7. And then now Derek Queen, who was a prospect that I admittedly was not very high on. I don't know.
Yeah, good names, though. Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen.
They are fantastic basketball names. I'll give them that.
Maybe the best fit, scariest, and the one that we hate the most here. Arizona prospect Carter Bryant going to the Spurs, Steven. Yikes. Yikes.
Yeah.
He has a disposition and demeanor about him that very much says alignment with the San Antonio Spurs. Also naturally fits a position on the wing that can shoot. That is something that they will be looking for. I think they wanted Knipple naturally because they didn't want to get off of 2. There was no way they were going to be able to get him. So you get one of the better shooters available after him if you're talking about besides Trey Jones. So
yep,
check that box off. Get another person that can defend, have some positional versatility.
I mean, I
That's a
love
really
that.
good fit.
I hate the Spurs and I hate U of A, so I guess it makes sense. Moving on to 15. This is a pick, Gerald, that NBA fans are honestly they're scared about because they're high on it. It's Georgetown center Thomas Sorber going to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, that's a good pick. That's good value for them at that spot. Obviously, they've got a lot of size between Chet, between Hartenstein. But he's a good, well-rounded player, and that's what they specialize in. So another very good pick for OKC. Surprise, surprise.
The surprise of the first round is what the Portland Trailblazers get drafting a center via the Memphis Grizzlies. Steven, it's Young Hansen out of China. I was on him. I thought somebody would reach for him maybe at the end of the first round. He ends up going in the top 16. According to Jake Fisher, a Nugget source texted him, quote, Chinese Jokic.
Yeah, I still don't see. I at least in the film I've seen, I don't see that. But again, Portland is going to be a team that's fun to watch defend next season, and Young Hansen is going to add to that. They're going to be able to defend across multiple lineups, and they're just not going to be fun to deal with when your offense is going up against their defense.
Another French center to the Timberwolves at 17, Jean Beringer, a project for a team that just got bounced to the Western Conference Finals, Gerald.
Yeah, I think it sort of makes sense as a potential long-term replacement for Gobert. We know that he's in his mid-30s at this point. He's not going to be the Stifle Tower forever. And it is still a priority for them to bring back Naz Reid. So I think you're looking at a situation where just in case things go south with Naz Reid, just in case the right deal opens up for Rudy Gobert, you have kind of a long-term project that can potentially slot in there. He was a very good shot blocking center, even though he's a little bit undersized.
Yeah, a trade for Utah at 18 with Washington lands them Walter Clayton Jr., a young bucket getter for a team that has a lot of guards already. So expect some movement, Steven, from Utah's end.
Yep, 100%, probably starting with their front court. But specific for WCJ, he's a winner. He has that it factor about him. He figures it out. He steps up in the most high leverage moments, and he usually delivers. And he's usually delivering with a long-range three ball that comes from self-creation. He's a very good decision maker with the ball, good in pick and roll, can shoot on the ball, can obviously space it and do so off it too. He's going to be a fun group, a fun guard to add to that Utah group.
Last pick in the teens, it's Brooklyn going with another tall guard, this one out of France, Gerald, Nolan Traore.
Yeah, I didn't have him going. I think I had him going somewhere in the early 20s. So I don't have a ton of thought on that pick, to be honest with you.
This next one, though, Kasparis, last name, Gerald?
Jakushonis.
Thank you. Going to the Miami Heat. Yeah. This was the biggest slide of the draft. There's always one. Last year was Dalton Connect. Steven, this year it's Jaku going to the Miami Heat. This is an all-around winner for me. This is such a great pick for them.
He is a lot of fun. I think the fact that Bam Adebayo and Kella Aware have a guard that is a proven playmaker, obviously is going to have to get integrated to the NBA level, but someone that has that it about them in playmaking to go with everything they're trying to build, as well as someone that can shoot and play on it and off it and get a paint touch whenever he wants to. He's fun. He's a lot of fun.
Will Riley just went 21st to the Washington Wizards via the Utah Jazz, that in the trade earlier that landed Utah Walter Clayton Jr. We haven't talked about Will Riley yet. Gerald, where did he fall for you in this first round?
Oh, I can't remember. I think he was somewhere in the mid-20s on my big board, if I'm remembering right. I wasn't particularly high on him. I think I had him at 24 on my big board. Yep. So yeah, we're pretty much in that range now. We're getting closer, and again, we're splitting hairs between a lot of these prospects, and you see that with Jaku falling all the way to where he did.
Yep. And now we are at the 22nd pick that the Atlanta Hawks traded to the Brooklyn Nets. Let's see what tall guard they are going to take. The pick is in. Where would you go if you're Brooklyn here? I think I go Rasheer Fleming.
There's some sense there because they have so much going on in the guard position right now, and the rest of the roster is just simply not filled out.
Yeah.
I think they went into this offseason with the most cap space because they only had maybe 7 or 8 players that were under contract. Fleming would make a lot of sense there. As someone that gets it done defensively, somebody has to play defense for Jordy Fernandez over there, and Fleming would be somebody that gives them a piece that could do that at multiple spots.
Yeah, I really did like Fleming when the Suns still had the 29th pick. I really liked the fit there, especially if they went with a big. at number 10, which they wound up doing. Obviously, that pick now going to Charlotte. But Fleming's a great prospect for, honestly, any team in this range. I really don't want him to go to the Thunder at 24.
Oh, that would be terrifying.
That would be terrifying. But I did kind of want to reset back to Maluach, because obviously being on the show, and if you're watching with the show, we really appreciate you being here. Maybe you don't have the TV on with the volume on, but Maluach, we mentioned this earlier, the way that he has been impressing in his off-court interviews, in all of that type of stuff, and just to see the emotion from him being drafted. I think somebody captioned it, when you're crying and smiling at the same time. This photo, just, this is what it's all about. This is a really cool moment. He's been talking in his interviews that they're playing about how excited he is to wear the Phoenix name across his chest and the Maluach name across his back. He said, I just went to a camp and saw a lot of tall people who were happy, and I was like, this is where I belong. This kid is just earnest. He's very coachable. He's very likable. He's going to win over a lot of people. So I'm excited for when this trade is finally finalized and we get to have him in the building and ask him questions. I'm really excited about this kid and happy for him, and can't wait to kind of consume all these post-draft interviews that he's been doing once we're done with the show. Yeah,
we'll get to Drake Powell, who was just selected by the Brooklyn Nets via the Atlanta Hawks here in a second. Jordan Ott and Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory, Steven, they talk about establishing a culture of guys who are going to try hard, who are going to buy in and everything like that. I feel like somebody who comes from that background, who's clearly very humble and now will slot in as most likely a backup center on this team, I have no doubts that he's going to work so hard to polish up some of the game that needs polishing from him.
Yeah, there's a certain type of cloth that you'll cut from if you do go to Duke and you have success there. I know Duke comes with a stigma about them, and some people from fans of other schools might not want to hear it, but it's a prestigious school for multiple reasons. It gets players NBA ready. I don't know if there's another school that's produced more NBA talent, especially to the elite extent that they have over the last decade and a half at this point, or the last 20 plus years and a half, honestly, if you go back even further. So there's something about being cut from that Duke cloth in particular, I think, that translates to the NBA level. But he has to show it. And I'm curious to see what he looks like under Jordan Ott's skill development, with him having that background as well as multiple other pieces with the Suns.
And to your point about the Duke connection, he was asked about Mark Williams and playing with him in Phoenix, and he said, Mark has been in the league for a couple years, and I'm going to learn a lot from him. I'm going to learn how to navigate and how to get better and what stuff I need to do to be able to play throughout the whole year and get better. And he does have a pre-existing relationship with Mark Williams because of the Duke connection. So that's a positive, I guess, if we're looking for silver linings after the rapid succession of two Duke centers back to back.
They said, take that for the Michigan State stuff.
Toasty in the chat says, sorry, who's on our current roster? Want to break it down for them, Gerald, of what the Suns roster currently looks like, as we do expect some changes to be coming this summer.
Yeah, so at point guard, at shooting guard, the Suns have Devin Booker. They've got Bradley Beal. They've got Grayson Allen. They've got Jalen Green. On the wing, they've got Dylan Brooks. They've got Royce O'Neal. They still have Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. They have Nick Richards at the 5. They have now added Khaman Maluach and Mark Williams at the center spot. Colin Gillespie is a restricted free agent, and I've been told that, they're probably going to re-sign him, so that's positive. At least you have one point guard there. Who else am I missing? Am I missing anybody? Vasa Micic is obviously going to Charlotte.
Oso is still there.
Oso.
I think we covered everybody. Cody Martin, technically
still here. And it'll be interesting because I think not guaranteeing his contract made sense when you could pair it with declining Vasa. But now that you've absorbed Mark Williams' salary into Vasa's salary, maybe you change course on that and try to shed salary another way. Bradley Beal, that's kind of the main way at this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And someone's saying Bol Bol. Bol Bol is a free agent, so he's not technically on the roster yet. I don't know if it's a priority to re-sign him. We'll see how these things shake out. And Damian Lee also a free agent this summer.
Yeah, we have some sound from Maluach that we're going to be working to get up on the screen here sometime soon. He did have some post-draft availability. The more that I sit on this with the double center thing, the more I'm okay with it. I do think that there was just a lot of shock there at the beginning, and since we all agree that Maluach's like ceiling is not something that can be reached here like in the next year or so, because there's so much development. We don't know about Mark Williams' long-term future with this. We don't know if the Suns are going to want to commit a big contract to them, but we also know the Suns do not want to give up a season, Steven. They want to still try to be somewhat competitive, maybe not championship contenders, but certainly not, outside the plan like they were this year. It could be trying to walk both lines. And again, with trading the 29th pick, they might just look at 52 and 59 and say, we're going to get somebody good there. We like the evaluation there, or we could package those two up tomorrow and move up. So I do like the ability now to kind of hedge your bets on both sides.
Yeah. And just to the Mark Williams point, I think he has a lot of room for improvement. Even with that, though, I think there's things to build around him with on offense and on defense. As far as playing in pick and roll, he's a player that has gravity with his rolls, provides that vertical spacing that the Suns haven't had. He has some short roll playmaking chops that he had to put on display with the attention that LaMelo Ball gets, in particular in pick and roll. He's a player, especially from the center position, that spent about as much time as anybody else in the pick and roll context in terms of volume for the possessions that he was available for because of the guards that he was playing with last season. So he's not new to playing pick and roll as a big. And I think that there's a lot of value with that. You can hit the ground running with Devin Booker as well as Jalen Green. The other thing for me with Mark Williams, very good offensive rebounder. Gets after it on the defensive glass equally, if not more impactfully, and adds a lot of value there. Other big thing for me, 75% at the rim. He has soft touch below the free throw line. He has some growth they can get to there, but he's not uncomfortable with the ball in the middle of the paint and kind of working for himself.
That's big because you combine you combine that with Maluach finishing at like an 80% clip around the rim. You suddenly have two play finishers, and that is a big thing that, as we know, the Suns have lacked since DeAndre Ayton was here in terms of Yusuf Nurkic, in terms of an older Mason Plumlee. Oso is, a third big, didn't get as much run there. Sure. But last year, age 23, 7-foot Mark Williams averaged 15.3 points, 10.2 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 1.2 blocks on 60.4% shooting. So productive guy, only played 44 games, but very productive when he has been on the court.
Yeah, and I want to give go ahead.
16.5 assist percentage for Mark Williams last season.
Not bad.
That speaks to a big that you can use in a modern fashion.
Absolutely. I also want to give a shout out to Sam Cooper put this out there saying Mark Williams' free throw shooting percentage shot up 80% last season. Maluach shot 77% in college. Can't be a coincidence in terms of Sun strategy. Bigs who roll and defend are nice, but they must project one of these guys as a future shooter. That's what I was saying when this pick happened and we were trying to make sense of it. In that system, and now the modern NBA, they talk about rebounding, they talk about being big and controlling the boards, but we know that you have to be able to shoot. They might feel a little more comfortable in the outside game for these guys. I don't know if I personally share that, but that has to be somewhat of the thinking here, because I don't know if you do this if you don't think that there's a world where they could possibly be on the court together.
Yeah, I would bank it's more on Maluach's side than Williams, because obviously, aside from the fact that he's 5 years younger than Mark Williams, through his first 3 years in the NBA, has attempted 4 threes total and missed all of them. So I don't know if I would look at his free throw numbers and project him becoming a shooter, maybe, because he did jump about 9 percentage points from the foul line, but I don't necessarily see that unless he's been in the lab all summer since Charlotte's season ended working on this.
What I will say, though, his volume increased from 3 to 10 feet and 10 to 16 feet last season, and his efficiency did so with that as well. Again, no different than with the three-point shot. There's like a stair step you have to take. you have to start taking the shots from those ranges in the context that you spend time in to show that confidence, but also to build on that confidence. So he's taking steps there more last season than he did in years past.
Yep. With the 23rd pick, just to update people on the draft, 22, Drake Powell going to Brooklyn, 23 going to Atlanta from New Orleans is Asa Newell out of Georgia. I'm very high on him. I probably would have taken him a little higher. I know that you are a little bit lower on him, Gerald, but we'll dip back into the draft here in a second. Let's keep talking Suns here because there's just so many interesting moving pieces here. I kind of want to talk about Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal because those are two names that the Suns reportedly have been shopping. We've been saying it makes sense that they would be shopped by the Phoenix Suns. Does your opinion change on either of those two players based off of tonight?
Oh, maybe a little bit, but again, I think it depends on that first domino falling in Bradley Beal. Because I look at Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal as players that another team would look at like, yeah, okay, they can help us, but not someone that like they're going to be calling Phoenix like, hey, what's it going to take to get Grayson? Or is Royce available? What do you like? I feel like the Suns are going to have to do the shopping part of that. So I need to see what they do with Beal first. But I definitely think when you look at the fact that they got further away from ducking the second tax apron tonight, I don't know if, I don't know if a Beal trade is realistic. I don't know if a Beal buyout and stretch and wave is realistic. I think those are what they're going to be pursuing one way or the other. But I do think it makes Grayson and Royce more expendable when you look at how many wings and shooting guards they've added over the last, 72 hours.
Yeah. It feels like the writing's been on the wall for those two, but I've never felt like it would come in succession prior to a Bradley Beal decision being made. Right. Not even a decision, but the actual moving of a deal, whether it be wave and stretch or a trade, getting across the finish line.
Yeah.
Because it just feels like you're not going to get as much in return for those players individually. So if you're still dealing with apron constraints and you can't aggregate contracts, put contracts together in a deal, those two going as one-offs isn't going to get you much of anything.
Yeah, they feel like add-on pieces to a deal, a larger deal, or you're kind of dumping them somewhere for less salary and maybe getting a draft pick in return. I don't know if either one of them would net you a first, maybe Grayson, but maybe you're looking more at a package of second-rounders and a player that might be younger on a cheaper contract, gives you more flexibility moving forward. That's kind of what I'm envisioning for a Grayson or a Royce trade, not necessarily someone where, someone really covets them and you're getting something great back in return. And especially after the Magic traded for Desmond Bane, that was kind of our favorite Grayson Allen landing spot. Maybe the need for that is a little bit less, but we'll have to see moving forward. And again, I think it banks on what they do with Beal first.
I'm curious what position you could get something in return for Grayson from as well, considering everything that we looked at with him was pretty much center oriented, and the Suns receiving a starting caliber center, or at least a high-level reserve caliber center in exchange for Grayson. If center is not something that you're looking for in any capacity at this point going forward,
right?
What's the position of need that you're going for with Grayson? Then they ask some questions to answer about that.
We should have a special guest here joining us here in just about a minute. Let's get to a couple of your super chats while we are waiting. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Our NBA draft coverage here at PHNX is brought to you by our friends over at Bet365. Let's go ahead and get to Hunter, who says, any chance the Suns jump back in, get one of the Nets picks? By all reportings, we do not believe the Suns will be jumping back in the draft. Our good friend Be Calm See Clearly here with a $2 super chat says, Mark Williams, I need it. Don't tell Booker. Leo here with a $4.99 super chat says, I'm excited. We still have pieces to trade and free agency to next week. Psycho Blue with a $9.99 super chat says, Basketball Cthulhu reminds you that in this kingdom of wasteland, here there be giants. And Leo with a $4.99 super chat says, may I interest you in Nick Richards and a second-round pick for Dalton Connect? Don't think the Lakers do that.
Lakers are looking at Walker Kessler and Nick Claxton last time I checked, as far as putting names to a team that's looking at those type of centers. Nick Richards is a far cry from either of those two, and that's no disrespect to Nick, but they're looking for starting caliber centers, not another center that was on the level of centers they had last season.
I think the Oklahoma City Thunder just got older.
They got Neat Clifford.
They drafted Neat Clifford.
Man, that is scary.
I think their age
They got Sorber and Clifford in the same draft. Man,
It's almost
That
like
is
that guy knows what he's doing.
scary stuff.
it's unfair.
Scary stuff. All right, we're
The
working
rich
on
get
getting
richer on the on the assets and prospects side of things. Good
must be
Lord.
nice for
Win
them.
a championship, and then the very next couple of days you go and get the 2 players you did in the first round.
Oh wait, actually, it looks like
trade it?
Yeah, the Kings are trading for the number 24
The Kings
pick
are
from
trading.
OKC.
What
so
are they
they're-
going to get? Demonis Sabonis?
So the Kings just made a good draft pick.
Wow, that's great. Well, technically it was the Thunder, so that's
Look
why.
at them.
All right, we're working on getting our special guests here behind the scenes, getting them up, and we are very, very excited to talk to them. They are a draft expert. They're somebody who is always tuning in on the film, and of course, they are a very good friend of the program. Before we reveal, I want to remind everybody to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let's bring on our guy for the second time this week, baby. Mr. Optimism, it's Flex from Jersey. What's up, dude?
What up, family? I'm trying to fix the camera, man. I'm sorry,
You're
man.
good.
I'm all over the place right
Don't
now.
worry about
Y'all-
it. Flex, big day for the Suns. They went from having no starting caliber centers to possibly two. What do you make of the craziness of Maluach and Williams?
Man, I'm pumped up, man. I'm pumped up.
You?
I mean,
No
I don't
way.
think I don't think anybody came into today thinking the Suns were gonna wake up tomorrow with two dynamic centers that could really shift the dynamic of this team on both ends of the floor. So yeah, man, this is cool. There we go. I think the camera fixed up a little
There
bit.
you
Whoever
go.
did whatever you did.
Magic behind the
G-
scenes.
My brothers, what's going on, man? Dave and G
Flex?
Money, what's good?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm better now that I'm chopping up with my brothers here, man.
Love
This
it,
is
man.
exciting night, man. Exciting night. I'm really excited about Maluach, man. I just think, listen, I think in a traditional draft, I was literally just off a phone call now, and you know, I really think that kid had top 5 talent. I think the way the draft board shook out, you know, certain teams didn't need bigs or were already okay at the big position. But I think in a traditional draft, that's potentially a top 5 pick if Suns just landed. And so you get him at 10, he slips. I thought it was about a 10% chance that he would get to 10. Once that fell in the bag, now you got Mark Williams, and things get very interesting, guys. This the Suns just got what I believe. I don't want to say flexibility because you got all the other stuff that goes with it, but I think they just put themselves in a situation where they have a lot more options than they did when they woke up this morning, and that's a good thing, man.
Absolutely. Flex, we got to thank the Brooklyn Nets taking Eric's guy, Igor Demon, making that possible for Maluach. But
Yo, G, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, G. I didn't want to cut you off, but I was sweating there, brother.
I was sweating at number 9, man. I tell you that. Tell us what you see in Maluach, because we were all excited. He fell. I don't think anybody expected him to be there at number 10. But he was number 1 on my top 5 prospects. He was a guy that makes a ton of sense here. What have you seen from watching him play and how he'll fit in Phoenix?
Yeah, man. So he was one on my board too, and I saw your board, and we think alike in a lot of ways. I love how you put the stuff together, bro. We talked early in the week. Just a dynamic kid. When I do my deep dives, I try to make my phone calls and I try to get opinions on a variation of things. Like, who's the kid personally? What's his work ethic? Does he care? You know, all those little things. We know what he can do on the court, man. I mean, he can block shots. He's gonna put them in the stands. He's gonna move his feet. I think the teammate thing is what jumps out at me the most. And this is a guy that played on a dynamic Duke team. You know, they had 2 guys in the top 5 today, and so 3 guys in the top 10. Correct. This is a guy that just comes from a great program. I know he's a hard worker. Again, you can't teach the physical gifts that he has. And so I'm looking at a guy that honestly, if everything shakes out, G Money, I think you got yourself the next center of the Phoenix Suns for the next decade. I really do. Offensively, I know during the combine, I was making the phone calls. He's got the jump shot. He's got the midi. I think he can stretch it out to the 3-point shot eventually, consistently in the league. I heard you just talk about him and Mark Williams, and He's going to shoot the three more than Mark is, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. There is, and you know, I like to do comps. I've been having a really hard time finding a comp for this kid. I don't know if you guys are on the same level, but that intrigues me. Like it's a different thing when you look at so much tape and you can't quite put your finger on what this kid is, but I know it's good. I know it's good. I know it's dynamic, and I know it's a guy that I believe is going to have a long career in the NBA. And I know he's a guy that could potentially be a defensive anchor back there for a long time. And with Jordan Ott and what he likes to do, what happened today makes a hell of a lot of sense in my opinion.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think the one that I saw it's imperfect, and they always are, was Clint Capella. I think the hands maybe aren't as good as Capella's, but that's probably the one that I heard.
Okay, I can live with that. And I actually worked out before Clint was even in the league. It was a trainer out in New Jersey, and Clint came to work out with us before he was even in the league. And I saw a young Clint Capella, and it was mind blowing. Clint, people look at Clint now, but I'm talking about a younger Clint Capella, very dynamic, and I think this guy's jump shot is better. I don't know if you agree, but I think his fundamentals on his jump shot is better. So, yeah, now I'm super pumped up about this, man.
Flex, I think one of the things that always stood out to me in watching Mark Williams from afar was the versatility component that he brings to the defensive end. Now, Jordan I've spoken a lot about wanting to play a more aggressive attacking style of defense. That should be a breath of fresh air to Suns fans, seeing a team that was very much hands back with all of the centers that had each of the last 2 seasons. With Mark in particular, how does he calculate into the Suns group going forward at that center position?
See, that's the $1 million question right now, and that's probably what's going to keep me up all damn night until like 2 a.m. Just making the phone calls and just, because again, this is not the traditional way of thinking about how tonight was going to play out, right? And so I'm going to be honest. If you want my opinion, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say, because right now there's so many things I'm hearing behind the scenes now, and so many different variations of things that it's a big incomplete tonight. I'm excited, but I know there's more to come. But to answer your question, man, I'm okay with both of them. I am 100% okay saying we got 48 minutes of hell for you every night. We got 2 big boys that are going to crash the offensive glass. They're going to crash the defensive glass. They're going to apply pressure on the rim. They're going to block shots. And they're just going to ball out. And so you can't have enough of those guys, especially a team that had none of those guys for quite some time. It's been, honestly, guys, are we talking DeAndre Ayton was probably the last time that we were probably this excited about a center situation, right? So I like both of them, man. I don't know if that answers your question, but I do like a world where both of them are on the roster and both of them, I don't know who starts, who comes off the bench, how they figure that out. Maluach is the rookie, so maybe, the right thing is to have Mark Williams start and let him slowly work his way into NBA speed and development and understanding. But I'm fascinated by this. But I know there's so much behind the scenes going on. I know there's so many things they're still thinking about and considering that I don't want to jump the gun and say, something I might regret, if that makes sense.
I think the overarching, you answered it, the overarching point is versatility, having that for 48 minutes on both ends of the court.
Yes, sir.
Now, yes, Flex, you're allowed to plead the fifth, but I got to ask anyway, just because when you and I spoke on a fantastic episode breaking down the Kevin Durant trade on Sunday night, so many people loved it, by the way. And you had talked about Bradley Beal and his future kind of being up in the air. You told us to monitor the Boston Celtics as a team that'd be looking to make a lot of changes. Obviously, that happened this week. How does tonight impact the future of Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns? If you are able to answer, you can plead the fifth.
No, I'll answer that, no problem. I first of all, I'm glad you asked that. I want to clear some things up. I'm hearing people, they're thinking that, obviously Boston was a team to monitor. And there was conversations with Boston, right? It just didn't work out. And that's what people don't understand. That's the nature of this business. But there's this theory or this idea that because it didn't work out with Boston, all of a sudden there's nothing for Brad. And that I don't agree with. I can tell you, I still very much believe Brad's going to be traded. I have heard nothing in the last 48 hours that make me believe that something so drastic has happened that they won't move Brad Beal. I'm going to keep saying it. I do think there's a deal for Brad Beal, and I do think they'll get a deal done. And I actually think tonight helped. Okay, I want to be careful with what how I say things, but I absolutely unequivocally think today helped in a lot of ways. I think the options that the Phoenix Suns now have increased significantly with the way this shook out. And again, I know people are going to be like, why do you take Maluach at 10 and then trade for Mark Williams? And was that a mistake? I actually had somebody call me and say, was that a mistake? like, did they purposely do that? And I'm like, of course that was on purpose. Like, what are we talking about, man? So now, to answer your question, brother, I'm sorry if I'm long-winded. I got a lot of things in my mind
Appreciate
right now.
it, man. No, that's great.
No, Bradley Beal, I think is still going to get traded, and I don't think anything has changed in a negative way in regards to that.
That makes sense. We're obviously going to be keeping an eye on what becomes of that Bradley Beal contract, not just because the Suns have about 18 shooting guards, but also because of the second tax apron, because, they've got some needs to address still, Flex. So you're looking at this team that made a lot of moves, a lot of new guys over the last 72 hours or so. What are you looking at this roster and thinking, okay, these are the next needs in terms of what we need to put around Book and a lot of these new pieces? Is it on the wing? Is it at the 4? A lot of people keep saying point guards, even though I think they're going to try and do the combo guard thing again. How are you kind of looking at next steps for the Suns?
Yeah, I mean, wings for sure. I believe that they're going to look at a multitude of options to beef up at the wing position. I honestly, G, I'm gonna be honest, and this is just my opinion. I do think that point guard is still something I'm monitoring closely, and I would like to get some type of information on. I believe Book and Jalen are going to play a lot together, right? We know that, but I wouldn't mind addressing the point guard position in a way where you're not so dependent on Book and Jalen Green to have to create and do so much in the backcourt. And so my preference would be wings and then point guard. I think I believe there's a player on this. I don't want to overdo this guy. I'm trying to be careful, but there's a player on this team that I like a lot, and he was a guy that I'll tell you. I'm a little worried about Oso Iguodala right now. Okay. I love Oso, and I would love Oso to be a part of this basketball team, but you're seeing how things start to shake out, and I'm wondering if he potentially could be involved in something down the road. So I'm a little bit concerned with that. But to answer your question, man, yeah, wings, man, we got to get some wings, and I love a point guard, and I'm gonna keep pounding on this. Whether it's gonna happen or not, man, I would a guy like Chris Paul, even if it's for 20 minutes a game, man. Come back here and help that backcourt a little bit. And now with these dynamic centers, we all know that Chris has his ways with center, G-Money. You know that. So, but again, that's more of a personal thing for me. I just would love and respect Chris so much. So yeah, I think you address the wings. If you can address the wings in the Bradley Beal trade, and I know they're shopping Grayson and Royce, and so there's a lot of stuff to think about. And like I said, now I'm paying close attention to what's going on with Oso. I hope he's a part of this basketball team, but sometimes you got to make tough decisions to get things done, right?
Yeah. Chris Paul would make sense to me as a guy who's maybe he's kind of like a pseudo starter, could come off the bench, could start for you if you need him to. That would make sense to me. I want to caution people from thinking that they're going to go out and get another like surefire starting caliber center that's going to be making, starting caliber money, because I don't know.
Yeah. You're right, G-Money.
I think
You're
Chris
right.
Paul
Everybody
running
needs to
pick and
know.
roll with Maluach would be the best thing for his career possible. I might just bring in Chris Paul just for that.
Yeah, I mean, bro, the both of them. Like
Yeah, both.
Maluach and like Eminem, baby. We I mean, are we calling them Eminems or something like that? Like
We are now.
Mark and Maluach or something like that. I mean,
Make the shirt.
I don't know how
Come
we
on, make
doing
the
it.
shirt.
Yep.
But I'm telling you, man, I mean, Chris Paul, what he can do for those two young guys and what he can do for Book. And I think what he can do for Jalen Green. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot to be excited about, man. And we're not talking about Chris Paul, 30 minutes a game no more. We're talking about Chris, come here, set the tone, man, 20 minutes a game, get us in our rotations, get these big boys rolling and into the flow of the game. And then you can go ahead and take a break and take that clipboard right next to Jordan Knox. Because we all know he's going to be an extension of the coaching staff. He'll be right on the court. The closest thing we're probably ever going to see to a player coach since I think my man Tree Rollins did it out in New York when I was a kid watching him. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, man, stuff like that, I think around the edges are things that I'm very interested in. And what happened tonight, guys? What happened tonight really pounds the table for me for a guy like Chris. I know there's some people that are like, nah, we've been there, done that. But the basketball savant and the mentality that guy has and what he's capable of doing with these young guys is right down my alley, man. So if I were making decisions, the first guy I'm calling tonight is a guy like Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, man, a lot to be excited about. I mean, I wasn't able to jump on, guys. Like, if y'all don't mind, like, how are y'all feeling? Like, how are y'all feeling about this? I didn't get to hear your
I think
initial
we were
reaction.
shocked. There was a lot of shock initially. I think as the shock has worn down, I think that people have kind of come to terms, at least us up here have come to terms with the idea of having these two centers. We all though.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off. G Money, our guy just got picked, man.
Our guy Danny
I
Wolf.
got. Let's go, baby. I love me some Danny Wolf, man. Sorry, Eva. I had to say that.
We talked about Danny Wolf a ton. They've been showing him a lot. That's a good pick, I think, for Brooklyn at 27. Steven, how are you feeling now that the dust has settled a little bit on what the Suns did today?
Yeah, I like what they've done at the center position. It came in a surprising fashion in one sweeping blow.
Yeah.
That really caught everybody off guard. But I'm not mad at it, especially considering what the center market is in terms of what's available and what they actually had the facilities to bring in without giving up much of what they don't really even have to give up. I feel like they made a way as well as they possibly could. The work is still left to be done, but y'all know, you mentioned Chris Paul talking about language. First of all, point guard. Second of all, him as a point guard. I think maybe the biggest value he would bring outside of getting those centers right is also helping a rookie coach in particular implement their systems and not have to worry as much about initiation of offense and if things are being ran efficiently. Ask Mitch Johnson what he just got done doing down there with him down in San Antonio. And that was in an extremely impromptu fashion. So I think that's somebody that expedites the integration period for everybody. And if you're talking about a retool, you don't want to spend too much time on the foundational days. You want to get those things established and have those kind of habits upheld. The other big thing for me, though, and Flex, you might be able to have some intel on this, is that 4 position now. Because for one, you trade Kevin Durant and you don't get a starting 4 in return for him. That leaves a hole, and then you make a trade on draft night. You get 2 centers. They're not going to be playing with each other, at least not right away. You got to have somebody that's filling that void at the 4, and there's got to be somebody that can space it for your team. So, Flex, I'm just curious, have you heard anything about them targeting specific things going forward after tonight's trade?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, guys. There's a couple 4s I've already heard that are of interest, right? So I can say this. This is what I'll say without getting in trouble. Okay. People are worried, and I'm gonna say exactly what I said about the KD thing, right? There's people saying when they made the KD trade, they're like, okay, you got way too many shooting guards on this team. I believe, from my understanding, they made the KD trade knowing obviously they got 3 guys and they got to move 1, right? Same thing here. You just got 2 centers now. You have some holes to fill at that 4 spot. You got some stuff at the guard position, right? I got to give them more credit. I'm not going to hold them at an elementary, kindergarten level and not give them the respect. These are professionals. These are some of the best in the business. I know Brian Gregory is brand new and he's never done the job, but he's doing the job for a reason. Okay. And so there's a lot of people panicking and saying, how are they, none of this is making sense. It's not going to make sense today. But I believe, based on what I've been hearing for weeks now, this is going to be a domino effect, and every phase of it will look a little better. Like today, I feel better than I did on Sunday. Is that fair, guys?
Yeah, I think
Okay. So, right, we made the Cav trade, and I think my main thing when we made the Cav trade was you don't know what 10 is. When you make the trade on Sunday, it's a big 1 and a 0. That's it. That's what you have. You got the pick, and the name of the pick is 10, right? Well, today we have a name behind it, and his name is pretty damn good, right? And his name holds value in this league. And I know there were teams that wanted to get that guy. Now the Suns have him, and so I'm gonna stress the same thing. Phase 1 was Kev. Phase 2 is tonight. You see what happened. And now I believe you move on to phase 3, focused around the Brad Beal transaction. And there's some other things I'm hearing that don't include Brad Beal that I think will answer maybe some of your stuff, Stephen, when you talk about the 4, right? I believe there's a possibility for them to get someone at the 4 that is nothing to do with Brad Beal. And so we'll have to wait that out and see how that works out, right? But there's some interesting things going on, man, and I'm excited, man. I'm actually very confident that in 2 to 4 weeks, when things start to really play out, we'll probably do a show together again, and we'll be talking about a whole different situation, and that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. So I feel good. G Money, man. Real quick, man. So I know you talked about it the other day. We didn't have a lot of time. We haven't caught up, man.
You're good.
But do you feel better? Do you feel better about the Cav trade? All of you guys, not just G, but particularly if you can answer first, because I wanted your opinion on it. I was going to text you. Do you feel better about the Cav trade today than you did on Sunday because of the way this shook out with the pick?
Definitely. And I think Maluach falling to 10 plays a big role in that. I think I'm not huge on the Mark Williams trades just because the most games he's played so far in his career is 44. But that being said, he's also 23 years old, and you can't really overstate having 40 minutes of quality center play. Like, we haven't had that here in the Valley in a while. So I don't think Maluach was ready to come in and start right away at the center spot for a team that wants to, be scrappy, wants to be competitive. I think he can learn from Mark Williams. And I think you're kind of hedging your bets there. If Mark Williams gets hurt, you have this top 10 pick that you're high on for the long term. If Maluach isn't ready, you just traded for Mark Williams. So hopefully he can be a little bit healthier than he's been to this point in his career. So I feel better about it. I still want to see the rest of the pieces of the puzzle come together because there's still a lot of things that need to be addressed. Obviously the Brad Beal thing being chief among them, but I do feel a little bit better about the return now than I did on Sunday. And I'll feel a hell of a lot better. Like, we're starting the Chris Paul to Phoenix train again because the big thing with Maluach is that he needs a point guard to kind of set him up. Like, super efficient around the rim. Chris Paul is going to get that guy a lot of looks. He's going to get Mark Williams a lot of looks. Yeah. And you've gotten a lot younger and a lot more athletic throughout all of this. So you can kind of insulate yourself against some of Chris Paul's, deficiencies now that he's older on the defensive end. So I'm already talking myself into that happening.
Hey, please keep doing it, G. And I'll drop a little nugget for y'all. Chris was just out in Phoenix. Like, recently, hanging out, having a good old time, baby. Because so I'm telling y'all, like, I'm not just saying this to say this, man. I really think Chris Paul is the first person I'd be calling. And again, I know he loves Devin Booker. I know the respect and admiration for Devin Booker goes a real long way. I know those guys are super tight. And I truly believe that this isn't just throwing something on the wall, seeing if it sticks in regard to opinion. I'm not talking about the transaction. I'm saying this is a legitimate, I think this is a legitimate, like, forget all the homerism or the nostalgia, nothing like that. Like, Chris, I'm not asking for Chris to come back because I want good memories. I want Chris to come back because he's a damn good basketball player. He can help these guys. Like, there's a difference. There was a point in time where you just think Chris Paul coming back, and you're like, yeah, that'll feel good. That'd be good for vibes. We can use that. But today just shifted that. I'm like, damn the good vibes and all that other stuff. The guy can play, and the guy can really help this young basketball team and this new first-year head coach. So I'm on the train with you, brother. And whatever you need, I'll work overnight. You do the day shift, I'll do the night shift.
Flex right now is the 29th pick. Obviously, the Suns no longer have that. They do have 2 picks in the second round. Are there 2 second-round names that, with where this current Suns roster is standing, that you're maybe leaning towards the Suns targeting?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that boy from Arkansas. My boy Thero. I love him. I don't know how y'all feel about him, but I've done a lot of work on him and asked a lot of questions about him. And man, I mean, what I get from everybody in the know is dog with a capital D. Like, guy's gonna bring it. He's got some nice bounce. He's got incredible bounce to his game. I love his ball handling. So I'm a sucker for guys that can put the ball on the ground, right? That's why I love Danny Wolf, right? That's when I look at Danny Wolf at 7 foot and what he can do. And I was talking to you, E, about it the other day. You know, I got some connections close to him with Rusty May at Michigan, who coached my boy Nick Boyd at Florida Atlantic. And so I'm a sucker for guys that can put the cheese on the ground a little bit, handle the cheese and do some things. And when I look at Thero, I'm just fascinated, man. I see flashes of a young OG Anunoby when I watch his college tape. He ain't OG right now. I don't want to jump the gun, but when I look at what OG was in college and what he's evolved into, Thero really pops at me, and I just can't have enough of those young guys. So I love Thero. Now, I know where we're picking, right? So we'd have to do some tremendous shaking and moving because I think Thero's going to be off the board. Yeah, I don't know what pick are we on, 30? I mean,
this is 29 right now.
All right, so I wouldn't be shocked if Thero could get picked tonight, and I wouldn't be shocked if he's like one of the first ones off the board tomorrow. But yeah, Thero's a guy like I love Cam Jones. We talked about that, right? I don't know how y'all feel about the Marquette kid, but I really like him a lot. But I'm giving you guys that I don't know that the Suns got enough juice to get in that range, but they do have 2 seconds, and they do have 8 of them combined, guys. So I mean, can they get slick and somebody slip and do something tomorrow and pull up and get one of these guys? The kid from Creighton I love, but he's a center and we don't need no more of those guys, right? So it all. He can shoot, man. The guy can shoot, and so we can always take shooters. But yeah. So I'm gonna be up late doing a lot of work now, man, because we didn't know how this was gonna shake out. We didn't know we were gonna walk away with 2 dynamic centers today, and so now this whole second round thing gets a little crazy. But yeah, I don't know if that answered your question, but Thero's the guy I got my eye on the most. I'm hoping and praying there's some way to get in that range tomorrow if we can.
All right, Flex, thank you so much. I know it's late over there. I know you got some more work to do. We'll tap in with you again very soon once this roster is a little bit more set. You know, it's always an open door for our boy Flex to come back on PHNX Suns.
Yo, I absolutely love all 3 of y'all, man. Y'all my dogs. I love y'all,
man. Likewise.
Yes. I appreciate all the work y'all put in, man. I'm gonna try to keep watching what y'all doing, and yeah, man, I love y'all, man. Anything y'all need, hit me up, and I'll see y'all soon.
Talk to you soon, good, Flex. That, of course, Flex from Jersey, former host of the show, still a Suns insider. By the way, Rasheer Fleming still on the board after pick 29 by the Phoenix Suns, sent to the Charlotte Hornets. It's Liam McNeely out of UConn. How do we feel now that we know that there was some legit talent we were excited about still on the board at 29, but the Suns no longer have that pick?
I feel fine, honestly, because a lot of the players that I liked for the Suns at 29 are still there. Mm-hmm. And obviously there's a long way to go between now and like 52, 59. Even if let's pretend the Suns package those and move up a couple of slots, there's a good chance a lot of the guys that we liked at 29 are going to be gone. but maybe one of them falls in that range, and maybe you can trade up and get one of those guys. So again, I don't think like Ryan Kalkbrenner or Maxime Reynaud make as much sense now that you have all these centers. But maybe a Thiero falls. Maybe a Namari Williams is there somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe
Rasheer Fleming at
maybe
this point.
Rasheer Fleming falls. Like there are talented names that have not gone yet with only one pick left in the first round.
That's the thing for me, and that's what I kind of spoke on earlier when we saw some of the picks pan out in succession the way that they did.
Mhm.
That now puts more talent on the board for day 2 than we anticipated.
Yep.
And potentially significantly more depending on if the Suns do trade up in the second round and they're able to get one of these names that we're speaking to, a Fleming, a Williams, names like that. I think they can add to what it is they're working towards and do so well going into day 2. I'm curious your thoughts on day 1 for the Suns, considering what we anticipated coming in and what they're ultimately coming away with.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at what they started the week with and what they're leaving night 1 of the draft with.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a little bit better about the KD trade. I feel better about the center position. I have questions about how they're rounding out the rest of the roster and what the cohesive product looks like. Like, I have no idea what the starting lineup is gonna look like right
I don't
now.
think they intend to have that figured out yet either.
Yeah, and that's fine. There's still a lot to work
sure.
out, a lot of trades to make, a lot of still the second night of the draft, still free agency, all of that. So that's fine. That's not the end of the world. But we're going to need to see more steps to a cohesive product that makes sense under Jordan Ott as well.
I feel good. I think if you told me you walk away with Maluach, I feel good.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, walking away with Mark Williams, if you told me that the Suns gave up what they gave up for Mark Williams, which, we just posted this on PHNX_Suns on Twitter, so you should follow that, about what the Lakers were willing to give up for this guy this year before, of course, that trade kind of being rescinded for what was, quote, medical reasons. But, of course, a lot of people are saying that it was just the Lakers not wanting to do the deal.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. The more I think about it, the more I like it, but it all hinges on what happens afterwards. That being said, we've been saying that now for a little bit about this team, and over the last couple of days, I've continuously felt a little bit better. So I feel good after day 1. I'll be honest with you, I will be thrilled if we package those 2 picks tomorrow and maybe something else and move up in the draft to an early second round pick, because I'll be honest with you, there are a lot of really talented guys that I think are going to go in the first 10 picks of the second round. And if the Suns can find a way to steal one of them, specifically if Rasheer Fleming here falls out of the first round, I would trade a good amount to get a guy like that, and specifically on that type of contract, especially a wing that could be a 3-and-D guy. So this makes me a lot more excited for tomorrow, to be completely honest. I'm a little bummed about losing 29, especially because Rasheer Fleming was there, because there were some good names that fell. So I'm feeling good.
Yes.
Great? No, but good.
And for those who aren't aware, like, Rasheer Fleming is a guy that would be worth packaging those picks and maybe a couple other seconds to move up for, in my book. 6'8" wing with a 7'5" wingspan, which is just absolutely ridiculous. Played at St. Joe's last year and averaged 14.7 points, 8.5 rebounds, which is a lot for a wing, in addition to 1.5 blocks and 1.4 steals. So defensive playmaker, somebody that shot 39% from 3 after only shooting around 31% his first 2 seasons in college. So there are questions about whether the shooting is going to hold up, whether it was just kind of a fluky year or something that he can build on. But if he can, that's a legitimate 3-and-D wing with incredible measurables that you could add to a position of need on the wing. If you can find a way to trade up for Fleming, assuming he doesn't go here at number 30, or somewhere in the early 30s, that would be really nice.
And if I'm imagining what a wing of his archetype is going to be doing in a Jordan Ott system, it's the connective things. And I think he's comfortable, and he showcased that in his collegiate career, doing a lot of those things. Being able to set screens to flip matchups early in the possession, and then either using that leverage like we saw Mikal, and like we saw with players like Obi Toppin and Pascal Siakam in the finals, to get downhill and create opportunities early in the clock to score around the basket. Making quick decisions on the catch, whether he's catching and passing, catching and keeping that advantage with the second drive to attack a closeout, or catching it and being able to flip it to someone else and then going and immediately setting screens, like little quick decisions like that, I feel like that help keep an offense afloat. He kind of has a lot of those things into his foundation as a player already.
The pick is in for the Clippers. Let's read a couple super chats while we wait for it to be officially announced. I wouldn't be shocked if Rasheer Fleming was any of these picks here, to be completely honest with you. But getting over to our super chats, let's get to Love Y'all saying Flex in the house for $2. Thank you, Love Y'all. And we loved having Flex on. I was just letting him know how much we appreciate him. Tim from Phoenix with a $4.99 super chat said, I need a University of Florida guy. Elijah Martin, absolute dog, potentially a 6'2" Lou Dort. That was somebody that Steven, not you, Steven, but different Steven Gillespie on our show yesterday said that he was a very big fan of as well. Love Y'all follows up with another $5 super chat, says trade up to get Thiero and Fleming, and then attaching Cavs 2027 to get off Beal without bad salary coming back becomes acceptable. But Gerald, like you mentioned, I don't believe the Suns can now trade that pick, can they? The 2027 Cavs pick, or can
the 2027 one that they got, that's the least valuable. Oh,
yes.
No, I don't. Ooh.
Because it's not technically their pick.
Yeah, I don't think so. I saw Yossi Gozlan, who's a very good. Oh, that's an interesting pick.
Well, yeah, YKN goes at 30.
I like Yannick Konan-Niederhauser, and now the Clippers have a backup center that I think is going to be very good if James Harden ends up back there running the pick and roll with him. But Rasheer Fleming still falls, but I love this pick for the Clippers. I was really high on Yannick Konan-Niederhauser, and if he was there at 29, I don't know if I would have taken him over Kalkbrenner, but I would have considered it. He is fascinating.
I mean, that's a good pick. I wasn't as high on him, so again, that's good news for us in our evaluations of who might be there at 29 that we liked, that a lot of those guys are still going to be on the board for round 2 tomorrow.
Oh, wow. We have I don't know if it's $35. I don't know what the currency is, but a super chat from Josh saying, hi, guys. I love what guys do, man. I'm all the way from South Africa, and I wake up at 3 or 4 a.m. to watch the Suns and y'all's post-game shows. Wow. Love y'all.
That's amazing.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Thank you, Josh. We really appreciate that.
I mean, that's just dedication, man. That definitely means a lot to all of us, and we know that we have a ton of international viewers. The international community for the Suns is so vast, from France to Puerto Rico to Australia. I know we have Brazil. Like, man, we have so many international fans, and to be able to be a hub for all of them as well, that means so much. So Josh, man, that's awesome. Keep on dropping chats when you're in there. We would love to hear your perspective and you being around as well.
Appreciate you.
Love that, man. Okay. We are now coming up at the end of the first round. Let's set the scene here before we reset and talk more Suns. That was the last pick. Yannick Konan-Niederhauser to the Los Angeles Clippers. We got a super chat from Flex. Look at that. Flex in the chat. $10 says, absolutely love all three of y'all. Love everyone in the chat and miss y'all more than you'll ever know. The Suns are cooking and on the rise. Stay tuned. Heart emoji, eye emoji. We got Kurtham in the chat saying Philippines. Man.
I was just about to mention, we had a couple people tapping in from the Philippines as well.
My gosh. Mexico too. Brian is from Mexico. Man, this is awesome. We appreciate y'all.
Love that
so much. Let's just set the scene on the draft. Some picks that we missed. Well, Flex was on Nick Clifford going to the Kings via the Thunder. That is an interesting pick for them. I think he can learn a lot from DeMar DeRozan.
Assuming he's still there.
Assuming he's there. Michigan State's own Jace Richardson ends up on the Orlando Magic, which I think is a fantastic fit.
Yeah,
if he was going to go to any team,
especially with Cole Anthony not being there anymore, he kind of serves a similar purpose as that.
How about another guard that's tall? Ben Seraph to the Brooklyn Nets.
How about another guard that's tall? Danny
Wolf to the Nets. I love the Danny Wolf fit though with the guards that they drafted. There's no way they're holding on to all three of those guys, right? They can't. Those guys can't play together.
I don't know what they're cooking, but they're kind of starting from scratch. So
yeah,
I guess anything goes at this point. It's kind of
Yeah.
a free for all and figure it out later.
Wait till they bring Cam Thomas back.
Oh, man.
Spain's Hugo Gonzalez going to the Celtics at 28. Liam McNeely from UConn going to the Hornets via the Suns at 29. Yannick Conan-Niederhauser going at 30. We have another super chat from Josh saying, my boy D-Book redemption arc is coming, guys. Orange heart emoji, devil emoji, purple heart emoji. We certainly hope so. Okay, so let's go ahead and reset here. Thank you all for tuning in to an incredible night of draft coverage. We still have just about 1,000 of you who are tuning in here as we approach, I believe, hour 4 of our draft coverage presented by Bet365. The Phoenix Suns.
A bunch of y'all been in here since before we even hopped on.
It's facts. That's facts.
Y'all some dogs, psychos, sickos, all of that complimentary stuff. We appreciate y'all.
There is a reason why I say psychos and sickos unite, and that's because we are absolutely psychos and sickos. Let's reset here. It's going to be Steven and I as Gerald gets ready to go attend media availability from Brian Gregory. So, Gerald, before you jump off, overarching thoughts on tonight for the Suns.
Fantastic pick at number 10. That was my best case scenario, was Maluach falling that far. I love what he brings as a rim protector. I love what he brings as a rim finisher. Now maybe getting him a backup point guard or someone that he can play with will really bring out his strengths on the offensive end. I think it's going to take him some time to develop fully because he's 18 years old. But he's a great kid, and we've heard nothing but the best about how coachable and likable he is. Mark Williams, that trade I'm a little bit more mixed on, but I think if he can stay healthy, he has the potential to be a steal. He's still only 23 years old. The Suns have been getting younger and more athletic over the course of the last 72 hours, so I think that's a positive. Now you got to take a lot of pieces that don't necessarily mesh on paper, figure out the ways to complement them, and bring this full product together into something that I think maybe this roster could surprise some people, but a lot of work to be done to get to that point.
If you're just tuning in now, you can find all of Gerald's thoughts on all the craziness that happened today earlier in our now 4-hour long show. But Gerald, we appreciate you jumping on. Steven, let's dive into everything that we have going on here with the Phoenix Suns. The Suns, they stay at number 10. They draft Khaman Maluach out of Duke, a 7'2" with 7'5" wingspan center prospect here. They also pull off a trade, trading Vasa Micic, the 29th pick, and a 2029 first-round pick, the worst of Cleveland and Utah's and Minnesota's, to the Hornets in exchange for Mark Williams. Would you say the Phoenix Suns walk out of today in a better situation than they walked in?
Yes. And I say that resoundingly because every bit that I spoke to with Mark Williams and the defensive versatility that he provides to allow for you to play an attacking style of defense, not being reactionary, but dictating to your opponents. You can come into games and say, okay, let's say they're going up against, let's just throw Oklahoma City out there. You got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, likes to run and pick and roll. If you got your bigs at the level and they're up there at the level comfortably, and you can maintain that scheme versatility to play to that level, whether you're just flat hedging to keep them away from turning the corner, or you're stepping out and outright blitzing, and you're able to kind of toggle between one of those two to play cat and mouse and allow for that to play into the psyche of his playmaking. He comes off a screen, whether it's Mark Williams or it's Maluach. It doesn't necessarily, you can't anticipate what covers they're in. Mm-hmm. That helps for you to build a defensive process out. That's just one example of it, but that's simply not something that the Suns had outside of Oso Ighodaro last season. And we know his minutes were spotty in terms of when they came and how much he was actually even used in that respect. So them having that defensive versatility to go from starting caliber center to also the reserve center and being able to keep up that level of defensive versatility for 48 minutes a game, that's going to do a lot for their defensive process, and it's going to hit in ways that we simply haven't seen their defense hit to in recent memory.
So let's go piece by piece. Let's start with Maluach, and then let's go to Mark Williams individually. What were your takeaways in the pre-draft prospect for a player that we did not expect to fall to number 10, but did?
Yeah, the fact that he did, I feel like gave you options. If you wanted to trade back, you certainly could have, and you would have got some relevant value for it. I don't think it was anticipated, so I feel like because he kind of fell in their lap in a sense, at 10, you take the best available talent possible. And I feel like we kind of talked about that. If they were to actually get 10 and then they actually end up doing it, do you just take the best player available based off of what happens, or do you go for someone that you've kind of had at the top of your big board in a realistic realm. They err on the former than the latter, and I agree that that's the right choice if you are going to keep number 10. So getting Maluach at 10 is probably as much value as getting any other player in the draft so far.
Yeah, I think the value there is undeniable. We were debating in the moment during our live coverage here about, do you take Carter Bryant? Do you try to trade back? Do you go for a Cedric Coward who ended up going in the pick afterwards? At the end of the day, and getting Maluach was just absolutely the best choice. Now, for me, there are some very big strengths for Maluach, and I want to start with those before we get to some of the concerns. Some people might look at the raw stats and the raw numbers and have some concerns for somebody who is getting drafted in the top 10. Universally, this guy was set to be in the top 5 to 8. His rim deterrence and his rim pressure on both sides of the court is something the Phoenix Suns desperately need alongside their guard-heavy roster, especially with Devin Booker. He's a rim runner who shot an extremely efficient percentage under the rim. His hands could use a little bit of work, but that's something that I'm confident in him working on. Defensively, people are afraid to challenge him. The 7'5" wingspan is undeniably a fantastic asset to have
7'7"
on this team. Say 7'7" wingspan?
7'7".
Yeah. I mean, it is definitely somebody that, before the Mark Williams deal, if you told me they got Maluach, I would have projected him to be your starting center. He's a good screener as well. I do think he's going to need a good playmaking guard. Luckily, you have Devin Booker there, and maybe you could address that position in free agency. But this guy has the potential to be the best. And this is why I say potential. I don't want to say stamp this. This guy has the potential to be the best Sun center of all time. Right. He's only been playing basketball for 4 years. He's very raw, but the upside is insane. I think that this guy at the end of the day could end up being such a big missing piece for the building blocks of the Suns' future, and somebody that specifically Jordan Ott can craft one hell of a defense around.
Yeah. I think, I definitely agree he needs a reserve guard that's going to be able to play in a way with him that's different from Jalen Green and Devin Booker. But if we're looking at what the Suns actually have and how they can benefit him, I think the ways that those two guards are going to be able to benefit him is going to go in tandem with his development and skill. I can't remember seeing much short roll assessing from him on his film from his collegiate years with Duke. And that's a little concerning for me because the demands that are going to be on any center that spends time with Jalen Green and Devin Booker, teams are going to tell them you're not turning the corner. And they're going to bet on their centers being able to make plays in that 4-on-3 advantage, whether it's a flat hedge or outright blitz that they're putting on those two. So there's going to be some room for growth there. If he can kind of, especially because he's younger in it, if he can kind of hit the ground running with that part of his skill development, he can carve out a quick niche and be an immediate impact type of player. But outside of that, I think his roles are going to have some gravity for this team, opening up shooters on the backside. And naturally, as you see the film session that I have to come talking about the spacing template that Jordan Ott is going to be implemented for his offense, he'll kind of fit hand in glove with that.
Yeah, he's the best lob threat this team has had.
Since JaVale McGee.
Since JaVale McGee. He's a vertical spacer this team desperately needs. Now, on that end, I need Devin Booker to get better at throwing lobs, considering that Book's going to be the best passer on the team unless they sign Chris Paul next season. So I think the vertical spacing for Maluach, the defensive versatility for him, he played soccer, so he has good feet, and you just bet on his development. Now, that being said, there are some concerns. He's not the best playmaker. There are some concerns on the rebounding end as well, and you don't want that in your center. You want your center to get rough and to get physical. But on that end, Mark Williams is one of those players that gets rough and gets physical on the interior. Both are centers that went to Duke. Maluach even said that he's ready to learn from him and whatnot. Let's move on to that, Steven. The Suns trading Vasa Micic, the 29th pick, and a future first-round pick for Mark Williams. Let's put the Maluach trade and every other move the Suns have made on the side in a vacuum. That trade, win for the Suns?
Yes.
Why?
You address a direct weakness in ways that align directly with your new head coach. Jordan Ott can't be his best self if he doesn't have, I guess, options multiple now at the center position to play specific styles on the defensive end first and foremost, and then also allowing them to add value in the ways that they exist on offense. So I think they hit that out the ballpark in terms of what they could realistically get without having moved Bradley Beal or any of the other players of high value in terms of contract on their roster right now. They do that in one sweep and blow by getting two centers And I think they're in a good position going forward because of that.
Yeah, Mark Williams, obviously the big concern here is the injuries,
Sure.
right? And that's something that you can't control. It's part of the reason reportedly that the Lakers backed down to their deal of sending a lot more for this guy before. But when he's on the court, we saw it against the Suns this year. He put up Shaq numbers against the Suns this year. I really do think that this type of guy, when he's on the court, brings an offensive dynamic the Suns have desperately needed, an absolute dog. Defensively, the versatility is there as well. Yep. We had our guy Flex from Jersey join earlier, and you and him spoke on that. The injury concerns aside, Steven, Mark Williams and Devin Booker, how does that play out in the Suns' favor?
Again, you get the vertical spacing. You get, let me start in the correct sequencing. You get someone that provides rim protection on the defensive end of the court, for one. You also get another big that can do a ton of different things. They might not play much drop coverage. They can do it, but it's going to be beneficial to the defense that they need to play for their offense to play off of it, is my question. And because of that, I think they're going to be very aggressive in ball screen scenarios. So Mark Williams being able to be comfortable at the level of the screen. Mark Williams also being very comfortable cross-matching. Look at those games against the Phoenix Suns last season. Pay attention to who he was guarding on the possessions that he was on the court. He wasn't always guarding whoever the center was that was on the floor. Sometimes he's guarding Royce O'Neal, Sometimes he's also guarding Ryan Dunn. And just flipping matchups, throwing an offensive scheme off script, and now forcing them to think while also keeping him closer to the basket. There's a ton of different ways you can use him in an evolved version that allows for your defensive process to be more effective. And I think them being in a position to dictate to their opponents because of that in particular is going to also help to add value. And then you get to the offensive end. Naturally, in pick and roll, there's a ton of value that he could provide there as a screener. He's still growing in that regard, but he's already fairly good at that. Naturally getting to the roll, he has great potential there. The vertical spacing that he provides, he has that. And I think he has growing touch around the free throw line and inward. He's not a three-point shooter. He's not a mid-range demon in any capacity either, but I think he's very comfortable in ways that we kind of saw Nick Richards come on towards the end of the regular season, being able to just take that little pull-up at the free throw line, especially if he's getting drop coverage. Be able to take that little midi pull-up. It's open. It's going to be there. It's not going to be contested. Not even to knock down 7 or 8, just 1 or 2 to keep a defense honest and then be able to make quick decisions in tandem with that.
Yeah, and now, of course, here's the big question here, right? You spend number 10 on Maluach, you trade multiple first-round picks and Suns legend Vasa Micic for Mark Williams. Can they play together? The initial answer, I think, for both of us is no.
Not yet.
Not yet. Now, the yet is important there, and this is something that I'm kind of thinking about right now. Obviously, Maluach, as far as shooting goes, there's not really a game there for him to walk into the league ready to shoot threes and stretch it out. Mark Williams, you mentioned this early in our show, has stepped out a little bit in his volume from the mid-range game last season, but by no means has a three-point shot, likely won't. Both are good free throw shooters, and free throw shooting a lot of times can translate to what is your touch outside of it. Who was a draft prospect last year that everybody said was maybe one of the worst offensive prospects they saw in the draft and that did not have a jump shot that a lot of people had concerns about?
Who are you speaking to?
I'm talking about Ryan Dunn. Who did the Phoenix Suns see and say, that is a guy whose jump shot is not as broken as many believe, and we see the building blocks there. And while Ryan Dunn was not a sniper, you saw him vastly exceed expectations shooting from deep. I have to imagine they feel the same about Maluach. Maybe not his game this year, but down the line, his ability to stretch it out and shoot, and maybe at the end of this season, finding a way to play those two together. Is that something when you look at his jumper, you could see, maybe not a sharpshooter, so not a Kalkbrenner, not a guy with the potential to shoot like Danny Wolf, but somebody that has to at least be somewhat respected from outside of the paint?
I can see him getting there. It's just a matter of how quickly does that come about. And I imagine that especially, we haven't heard news yet, so I'm not breaking it, but especially if Jordan Knott is coaching the Summer League team, you better believe he's going to be telling Maluach, if you got an opportunity to let it fly, please don't hesitate. Big fella. Let that thing fly. Whether it's on the wing, whether it's above the break, or it's in the corner. Teams are going to be guarding you a certain way because of the attention your guards get. You're going to have an opportunity to make quick decisions there. And if your decision to shoot, especially in Summer League, is taking 3 or 4 threes a game, I don't think Jordan Knott would be mad at that in any capacity.
No, listen, first of all, if Jordan Knott is not coaching Summer League, then what are we doing what are we doing here?
Mhm.
You need that. I feel like with him, the potential there is fascinating. We have some people in the chat asking about Kalel Ware or Maluach. How do you feel about that? Like, would you rather have a building block around this team?
I mean, if you're talking about winning now, then it's Kalel Ware. I think Ware is probably the better prospect, but Maluach has a lot of potential in ways that maybe even Ware doesn't have in terms of the defensive feel at times in certain contexts. But I think Ware is the better player though at this moment in time.
Yeah. Apparently, Shams is reporting that the Suns had traded for Mark Williams, not expecting Maluach to be there. That's interesting. Don't know if I love that at all, to be honest with you. Traded for him not knowing the Maluach is going to be there, and the trade went down. I don't know. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. That's what I'm just seeing on Twitter. So I'm gonna have to go back and find a way to listen to that, because that would be something. We have a super chat from Brian, $5, saying, "Great coverage, gentlemen. Thank you. Does re-signing Bol make a ton of sense with the need for a 3-point shooting power forward not being addressed?"
Whew. What do you think?
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I if you're gonna play Bol, then I could see him playing alongside those two interior presences. I don't know if Bol wants to come back. I do think that's interesting, and maybe we'll jump into that at a later date. Josh, who is one of our friends that super chatted from earlier, also adds another super chat here, saying, "What if we never traded Beal for Beal and waited for Butler? What if I was a millionaire and hit the lottery? These are all things that would make my life infinitely better."
Seriously,
Bees with a $2 super chat. Thank you, though, Josh. Says, thoughts on Sam Hauser as a target for the Suns? A little redundant with Grayson Allen for me, but if you get rid of Grayson Allen for a bigger wing or somebody like a point guard, then that would make a little more sense. I don't know if Boston lets him go, though.
I don't know if Boston lets him go, but I feel like our system is going to be trending less towards specialists in any capacity and more towards players that have a multifaceted skill set. I think that's where the league is going, especially, but I think right now with Aden, his system and everything they had in Cleveland, it's less about specialists and it's more about players that can do more than just one thing well. I don't know if Hauser does anything else better for a system like Ott's past just shooting the ball. And because of that, I'm just not sure how much the Suns will value him going forward.
Yeah. So apparently, Chad is confirming Shams said the Suns did not expect Maluach to drop. Not that they did the trade before seeing Maluach dropped. Okay. So they didn't expect him to drop, but it's not like they made the trade and were like, huh? What? Like those moves were in conjunction. Gerald right now is off getting information from Brian Gregory, who's hosting his post-draft press conference. Very interested to see what that's going with. So keep it tuned to PHNX Sports. We'll keep you up to date with that. Back to the draft, though, as we're now preparing for round 2. A lot of big names have slid. The Suns have 52 and 59. Do you have any names, Steven, that you specifically want the Suns to target now, seeing how the roster shakes out with a bunch of centers and a bunch of shooting guards?
Yeah, 3 names for me. We've talked about 2 already with our guy Flex, but start with Rasheer Fleming. You go to Adu Thiero, and then also Amari Williams. Those are the 3 names that I've kind of maybe had the most fun watching film with over the last couple of weeks.
And you know me, I'm high on Amari Williams.
Yeah.
Is center a position that you're drafting at in the second round? Or I feel like you got to go wing, man.
Yeah.
And I was really high on Amari Williams, especially the offensive rebounding.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, if he's still available at 52 or 59, and you don't trade up, do you just settle on that? Especially anticipating that you're not going to have Nick Richards and maybe even potentially also Iguodala on your roster going into the next season, as Flex just got done speaking to.
Yeah,
like if he's the best player
if he's the best player at 52 or 59
and you're not trading up.
It could be worse. It could draft Janai Broom. Right, so it definitely could be more. By the way, one of our new diehards, no one cares. Who again, I care. No one cares. Asked if I could apologize to Janai Broom. No, but also said if Janai Broom gets a double, if I would wear a Janai Broom shirt, I said if you get me one, I would. If he gets it in NBA action, and I'll stick to that. I will wear a Janai Broom shirt if he gets a double in his rookie year. I think Kobe Brea is an interesting one.
I
for
thought
sure.
about Kobe. I just don't know. Again, a specialist.
Yeah.
If it's only shooting that you're bringing
At
to the
52
table
or
and you're a
59,
rookie,
though,
for
I
sure.
think if you have a
For
skill
sure.
like that to
sure.
shoot the rock, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Especially for this team. If you're going to try to move on from a Grayson Allen or a Royce O'Neal, having a sharpshooter there would definitely help.
Mhm.
It's so funny. I was about to say Young Hansen, but obviously that didn't happen. I mean, what a
I got bad news for
what
you,
a
bro.
crazy, crazy pick. I'm definitely excited to dive into some tape. I think the two biggest wins would be Fleming and Adu Thiero. Honestly, wouldn't hate trading 52 and 59 to move up or for a current player. Obviously, there's still a lot going on with the Suns. We're going to continue our coverage tomorrow. Steven, we have a live show starting at 5 for the second round. We'll stay on for the entirety of the second round, and the Suns still have 2 picks and a lot of craziness going on in the NBA. As we begin to wrap things up here, we appreciate all of you. We had over 1,700, almost 1,800 votes in our poll. Do you like the Phoenix Suns moves for today? 75% say yes, 25% say no. So overwhelmingly, people are feeling better about the Phoenix Suns today than they were yesterday. That is a massive win. Any final thoughts on the draft, either from a wide-ranging perspective on what everybody else did, from a Suns perspective and whatnot? What are you thinking about the most as we head into the second round tomorrow?
I'm thinking about the second round not being something that the Suns are glossing over. I think it's something that they're looking to hit a grand slam with. You don't bring Brian Gregory, someone that you hailed for his attention to detail and understanding of what's going on at the level of the collegiate players, and being able to catch talent and assess it maybe a few steps ahead of where other GMs might be looking at it. This is where it's really going to shine through. The first round is the first round. There's more louder names involved with that. You're not going to really find a gem in the first round. It's in the second round where you find players like a multitude of the guys that we literally just got done seeing in the NBA Finals, both on the Oklahoma City side of things as well as on the Indiana Pacers side of things. Can you find your piece that adds to everything that Jordan Ott is looking to establish, no different than those two respective GMs have done for those two teams?
Yeah, I'm excited. The more and more this goes on, the more excited I am. I'm excited for what's next. Real Only Goot, great name, says, what picks do we have for tomorrow? We have the 52nd and the 59 picks, so at the end of the second round. Wouldn't be surprised if they find a way to trade up. So this should be a really fun time. If you are listening, we're going to cut this small portion for audio, make it a little bit more digestible, but we're also posting our entire now over 4-hour-long show on audio as well. We had Frank Kaminsky on. We had Flex from Jersey on. We'll have another special guest on tomorrow for the second round. We had so much fun in those 4 hours reacting to Utah Jazz drafting Ace Bailey, Gerald's favorite prospect, Yegor Demin, going 8 to the Brooklyn Nets, the live reaction to drafting Maluach and trading for Mark Williams in a matter of literal seconds. All of that is in our over 4-hour-long live show on YouTube and on audio. I highly recommend you to either watch that whole thing if you need to fill your day out at work, especially if it's boring, or to go through and to find the points that especially the Suns were involved with. So please, please, please hit that like button on the way out, but don't hit it for us. I want to take a second before we sign off here to say thank you to all of the incredible people behind the scenes who have put in so much work to get this show off the ground and to cover the draft comprehensively. Obviously, we have a lot of people in building. We have a lot of people in All City who help get the graphics together, who put together the intro, who put together the branding across all cities. It's such a big operation, and it takes so much work and so much community to come together, and I think that's something we do special here. But I think the real special stuff I want to shout out is all the people in this building getting this specific show. I want to start off with the Freckled Mamba behind the Mac. Has not even been here for a month, folks. He has had to handle a Kevin Durant trade and being on watch for that, an NBA draft, and probably something going on with Bradley Beal soon enough in free agency.
A head coach being hired.
And a head coach being hired. I cannot stress just how amazing Ayrton has assimilated here on PHNX Suns and has hit the ground running, making amazing graphics. And by the way, his name is the Freckled Mamba. Earned, not given. Played pickup with him yesterday. He yammed on somebody. He hit a fadeaway over 3 guys. I mean, this dude can hoop. So I think there's definitely competition for best hooper in the office, Steven. We're going to have to figure that out one day. I'll be honest. I'll put my money on him, and I'm still a very confident person.
I love that.
I know you do. I know you do. Dude, here's the thing. He's tall when you're next to him now, but then you see him on the court, you're like, did you get like 5 inches taller? insane. Anyway, want to give a big shout out to him. He's been fantastic. This show has gone off without a hitch. And as somebody who produced a draft show last year, that's a very hard thing to do. Want to give him a big shout out. Also want to give a big shout out to our head of production and our second producer chair today, the deli man, Shane Diefenbach, did an absolutely wonderful job problem solving on the fly, helping out with all of the graphics, of course, helping out with anything that we needed. He has been amazing, and getting all of this set up. The show would not have happened without him, and it certainly would not have been as smooth without him. So I want to give a big shout out to him. Big shout out to Espo, who is on it with our supplemental content, recording shorts, especially in the big moments, coming on and joking around with Frank Kaminsky, helping handle social and putting us in the position to do this today. Big shout out to Espo, to Emma, who's been running our socials, who absolutely crushed it. Leah as well, who is running socials and helping get things set up behind the scenes. Want to give a shout out to our former producer, Noah, who is also helping turn things in the moment. Our intern, Seth, who is helping out with our graphics as well. I mean, just amazing stuff from the entire crew. Plus, of course, I want to thank you, Steven, for being so amazing throughout this entire process, breaking down the game. We'll be back tomorrow. Big shout out to Gerald as well for getting the Borgay big board, and big shout out to our guest, Frank Kaminsky and Flex from Jersey. We have so much more coming tomorrow right here on PHNX Sports. So,
we'll mention the guest again coming tomorrow.
I think we make that a surprise.
I think you already spoiled it, but
did I spoil it?
yes, we definitely did.
Did we?
I believe so.
When?
If not, then cool. But I think
I
we
don't
spoiled
know.
it.
Did we?
Maybe not.
Find out tomorrow.
Right?
Wants me to shout out my wife. Shout out my wife, Megan. Amazing, covering up my black eye for today that I got playing pickup last night. Part of the reason why I'm wearing these sunglasses. Listen, but of course, the most important people. Everybody I mentioned is important, but like I always say, the most important people. All of you in the chat, watching on YouTube after the fact, tuning in on audio. We are absolutely nothing without all of you. We had such an incredible turnout today. We expect another incredible turnout tomorrow. Be Legendary wants a shout out. Yes, you can get a shout out. Be Legendary. But shout out to everybody.
5 hours. You definitely get a shout out.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. You can follow the show at PHNX_Suns on Twitter and on Instagram for updates on Maluach, on Williams, on what Brian Gregory had to say, on Gerald's article he's going to write, on all of our opinions. Make sure you follow at PHNX_Suns. You can follow Gerald at Gerald Borgay. You can follow Steven at StevenPG3. Don't call him Steve. That is Steven with a PH.
And if you don't spell it with a PH, I will politely correct you.
Facts. You can follow the Freckled Mamba behind the Mac at Freckled Mamba. And of course, you follow the Deli Man at Shane Deef. And you can follow me at ERIKRUBY. Y'all are amazing. Let's just run it back tomorrow. We'll see you then.
We all silly like the mayor.